Chapter 25. Gooch knew there was a torrent of notifications waiting for him, but he couldn't stop reading and rereading the message that had appeared after Marigold spoke to him.
Arian, the goddess of light, order, and protection, has deemed you worthy to be one of her champions, replacing the fallen Marigold. As a champion of Arian, you must follow a rigid code and answer the call of your goddess. This sacrifice will be offset by the potential for great power. Do you accept?
Gooch knew his friends needed all the help they could get, and having a powerful being on their side couldn't hurt their chances. However, he was concerned about what he would potentially be getting himself into. While not overly religious, he followed the Catholic faith of his Guatemalan father, and didn't understand what pledging his life to a goddess would mean. And what if Arian required him to do a quest that meant he had to leave his friends? What if he got stuck in a place like the catacombs for years, guarding against something that may return like Marigold had? There were just too many downsides. So he decided against it. Before he could mentally click no, a new female voice, light and gentle, spoke unbidden in his mind.
Do not be so hasty to turn down my gift, Michael de Leon. Yes, I know who you are. I have spent time combing through your memories and life experiences. I do not extend invitations to become my champion, my chosen, lightly. I have seen in your character that which aligns to my truths of light, order, and protection. Search your feelings, and you will see that it is true.
The small, emotional part of Gooch that lived deep inside agreed wholeheartedly with her. But he tamped it down, instead relying on his old friend, logic. He needed data.
If I'm going to even consider joining you, I need to know more about you. Also, Jack and the rest of my friends come first. On that point, there can be no discussion. We have a mission to push back the Ravanan Empire, and I mean to see it through.
A low chuckle emitted from her.
Loyal, protective, analytical Gooch. I knew you would not make this choice without investigating every aspect. Your orderly mind is one of the reasons I am making you this offer. Let me answer your questions. First, I am not a god, not in the way you are thinking. Once I was an adventurer much like you, but when I reached level 50 near the end of my life, I was transformed into what I am today. I am part of a pantheon of very powerful immortal beings that grant powers and spells to our followers across the various planes. The transcendence, which Jack would almost certainly call the quickening, does not change who we are, but locks in our personality. So, if you reached level 50 through murder, theft, and deceit, you become a deity of murder, theft, and deceit. We can only interact with mortals through our followers and champions, and we wield them as weapons, relentlessly attempting to thwart each other's plots. As far as protecting your friends, in this our purposes align. My brethren and I have been watching the events unfold over the past weeks, finally seeing a challenger to the scourge of the Ravanan, albeit a weak and pitiful one. You have my blessing to continue your crusade to stop the Empire, although you should know that the Ravanan are not as they seem. Everyone is prey to some other predator.
Gooch chewed on the last piece of information like gristle on steak at the Friendship House family restaurant in Merrill.
Of course the Ravanan are fleeing from someone or something even more powerful. Nothing is ever simple.
He turned his attention back to Arian.
Finally, to answer your last question. Becoming my champion will make you immeasurably more powerful over time. Like all things of the system, I have some abilities I can grant to you immediately. As you complete quests for me, you can enhance those abilities or choose others. I know you would spend all day and night analyzing this decision, but my time on this plane grows short. Decide, mortal.
Gooch closed his eyes, thinking about everything that she had told him, before hesitantly choosing yes.
Yes! Your soul is mine!
Arian shouted in his mind before letting out a slight chuckle.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. It's been so long since I've had a good laugh. This might hurt a bit. On the count of 3. 1, 2...
Before Gooch could ask if it would be on 3 or 1, 2, 3, go, his body coalesced in a pillar of light. It felt like being burned from the inside out, and even with his no pain 2 perk, it was all he could do to not cry out.
Embrace my first gift, chosen one, the cleansing fire,
Arian chanted. Although the pain was gone a moment later, the light surrounding his body remained, outlining him in a soft glow.
The holy fire has purified your body, healing you completely and removing any blemishes. You have been cured of corruption and have received a bonus of 5 to your vitality and charisma attributes. In addition, you gain 25% resistance to disease and poison.
Gooch hadn't been aware of any corruption, but had to admit he felt great. Like how he imagined Blade felt after drinking real blood instead of his normal serum.
The aura around you will add a bonus of 5 to your already formidable defense. You can discharge the aura at any enemy as a magic missile of light, doing 24 to 48 points of damage with a chance to blind your target. Once used in this manner, it will take 24 hours to recharge.
Gooch held his hand up in front of his face, seeing the faint glow surrounding it. He was tempted for the briefest of moments to cast a magic missile at the darkness, but thought better of it.
In addition, I grant you the ability to heal others, although not without cost. By touching your target, you can transfer your health to them at a rate of 2 to 1. There is no limit to the number of times you can use this ability outside of the significant pain you will feel.
He knew from reading the others' character sheets that he had far more health than anyone else in the group. So the ability to heal them at the cost of his own health could be a tremendous boon. And with his vitality currently at 46, his pain reduction was an amazing 92%. Wait, just how painful would that cleansing fire have been if I didn't have that perk?
My final gift to you, my champion, is the gift of long life. You will not age as other men age, for I have no need of a champion ravaged by the passing of time. Instead, you will remain as you are now, never aging. This does not mean you can't die. You are not immortal, just timeless.
Gooch leaned back in stunned silence, his mind flashing through every vampire movie he had ever seen.
At least I'm not cursed to be 6 years old like Kirsten Dunst in Interview with the Vampire.
Focus, young warrior. My time is almost at an end. As I mentioned earlier, by completing quests from me, your connection to me will grow, as will your abilities. I have 2 quests that I will offer you. Do not make my faith in you misplaced. Quest offered, Orc Slayer. You must defeat the Orc Chieftain and Champion of Cyric in one-on-one combat. Reward, 5,000 experience. Enhance or unlock Arian's champion abilities. Quest offered, retake what is mine. You must capture the Orc stronghold of Menethra and awaken the forgotten shrine of Arian. Reward, 5,000 experience. Enhance or unlock Arian's champion abilities.
Gooch quickly accepted both quests, feeling Arian's presence leave his mind as he did so. Unlike Jack, he was never good with change. He'd lived in the same house on Mississippi River Boulevard for 20 years, always bought a new version of the same GMC truck, and had worked in the same job since college. He liked things the way they were. The events of the battle, losing Geoe to the Shadow Plane, and the realization that he was now an immortal being's champion was bringing up bile in his throat. And he felt sure an old ulcer would have been making its presence felt had it not just been healed. Feeling faint, he lay on the ground, eyes closed, trying to slow his rapidly beating heart and racing mind by taking long, deep breaths. He could almost hear Jack in his head, repeating one of his favorite mantras.
One thing at a time, Gooch. One thing at a time. Focus on what you can control. The rest will sort itself out.
After another minute of centering himself, he began doing just that, as he opened his first notification Emily's soothing voice in his mind.
You have gained 3 points in block, 2 points in burning hands, night eyes, comprehend languages, large blades, thrown weapons, heavy armor, parry, and blunt weapons, and 1 point in thorn armor, shillelagh, and dodge. You have attained apprentice rank in burning hands and may choose one of the following perks. Extend range 2. Increase the range of the cone of flame by an additional 10 feet, for a total cone length of 25 feet. Increase incendiary 1. Increases the chance for flammable items to catch on fire by 50%. Faster cast 1. Reduce the time it takes to cast burning hands by 25%.
Gooch reviewed his burning hands spell description, noting that the damage had increased from 4 to 10 at untrained rank to 9 to 15 at apprentice rank. Gooch knew a flat cone ending in a flat line was a circular sector with the rounded bit cut off. So, n over 2 pi times pi r squared minus 1/2 r squared times the quantity of alpha minus sine alpha, alpha being the angle at the tip of the cone that separated the two sides and determined how far the cone spread out widthwise, which he assumed for simplicity's sake to be 45 degrees. Ever the fastidious one, Gooch didn't forget that if he wanted to use those equations, he'd have to measure the angle in radians. So alpha was now pi over 4. Gooch figured out that r would be 25, the radius of the circle that would be formed on the ground, had he not had it cut into a neat little pizza slice of fiery death in front of him. But Gooch wasn't calculating the area of the space that would be incinerated by his magic. He was calculating the volume, which meant whatever number he got after all that work would get to be multiplied by 6, roughly the height the flames affected. Doing some quick math, he worked out he could now light up over 1,325 cubic feet in front of him, compared to the just over 477 he would get from a 15-foot cone. How he loved math. He chose Extend Range 2 before moving to his next notification.
You have taken on the mantle of Arian's champion. By accepting this title, you receive the following benefits. 25% resistance to disease and poison, a holy aura that provides an additional 5 points of defense, and the ability to discharge your aura as a magic missile of light, doing 24 to 48 points of damage with a chance to blind your target. Using this attack will dissipate your aura for 24 hours. You also receive a healing touch perk you can use to transfer your health to an ally at a rate of 2 to 1. And finally, you are now ageless.
While none of this information was new, he appreciated the summary. He opened the next notification.
As a newly appointed champion of Arian, you gain 1,000 fame, moving to the well-known rank. Try not to let it go to your head. We don't need 2 jacks. You have completed the quest. What a terrible night for a curse. You ended the curse and fulfilled your agreement with Marigold to send Mercaditos back to the Shadow Plane. Reward, 25,000 experience. Unique, gift from Marigold. 1 item from Mage Guild Vault. Journeyman rank in the Mage Guild. You have gained 46,930 experience for defeating the bats, gargoyles, shadow wolves, and the Shadow Prince. Congratulations, you have attained levels 11 and 12 in the Stalwart Guardian class. You gain 24 health, 24 stamina, and 8 spell points. You have 8 attribute points to assign, 8 skill points to assign, and may choose 2 class perks.
After thinking on it for a few minutes, Gooch decided to place 4 of his stat points into Vitality and 4 of his stat points into Strength. This brought his Vitality up to 50 and Strength up to 45, both in the Elite category. His buff to Vitality also brought him to 100% pain reduction for his No Pain 2 perk, finally freeing him from the debilitating agony that came with being a tank. He placed his 8 skill points into Heavy Armor, knowing that as he moved up in skill ranks it was getting harder and harder to level some of his defensive abilities. He received a notification alerting him that he had made it to Expert rank, and he immediately knew which perk he was going to choose.
Increased Defense 2. Increase the defensive bonus of the heavy armor you are wearing by 5 points for a total of 7. Prerequisite, Increased Defense 1. 3 levels in a defensive melee class.
Emily, can you give me a breakdown of my total defense modifiers?
Of course, Gucci baby. The bonuses to your defense are as follows. 6 from your Hard as Stone racial perk, 7 from Increased Defense 2 Heavy Armor perk, 5 from Arian's Champion Holy Aura, and 12 from your Exceptional Darkened Iron Scale Mail, for a total of 30 defense.
Gooch couldn't help but geek out a bit.
So, that means someone has to do 30 damage to me before they can hurt me?
Careful not to make a mess in your pants. You'll never get that stain out of your armor. You are correct, although remember that there are weapons that bypass armor, and your defense is only partially effective against most magical attacks. If you get stabbed in the armpit, your armor bonus of 12 will not reduce that amount.
After so many things going wrong, let me have this,
Gooch chided, thinking about how he was finally becoming the tank the group needed. Between his block, parry, and dodge skills, he was getting hard to hit. And even if someone did hit him, they had to do over 30 points of damage to pierce his skin. After a few more minutes of basking in the glow of his new defense, and taking constant crap for it from Emily, he moved on to the last of his notifications.
You have gained 2 new perks in the Stalwart Guardian class, and may choose from the below. Come Get Some, 2. Increases the range of your taunt by an additional 20 feet, for a total of 40 feet. Significantly increases the difficulty of the mental resistance check, making the taunt more likely to succeed. Spell cost, 10. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Prerequisite, Taunt 1. Journeyman rank in heavy armor. No, you didn't. Grants immunity to all critical strikes from melee or ranged weapons. Critical strikes are converted to normal hits. Prerequisite, expert rank in a defensive skill. Mental toughness. Your defensive prowess extends beyond the physical realm. The perk grants you 25% resistance to all mental attacks, including charm, persuasion, and telepathic attacks. Hit me, not thee. Form a sacred bond with an ally within 30 feet. Any damage taken by the ally is halved, with you taking the other half. There is no way to reduce the damage taken. This bond lasts for 1 hour or until you cancel it. Cooldown 24 hours. Last Stand 2. When reduced to 0 health, you are instead reduced to 25% of your max health. Cooldown is reduced to 12 hours from 24.
Gooch was silent for a long time as he thought about his choices, eventually deciding on Come Get Some 2 for his first perk.
What good is having an awesome defense bonus if the enemy never attacks me?
It also comforted him knowing he could keep his friends safe, even if it was at the detriment of his own health. Oddly, he was sure it used to show up as Taunt on his character sheet. As he had the thought, he heard a faint giggle from Emily. After reviewing the other perks, he was torn between No You Didn't and Last Stand 2. He loved the idea of negating critical attacks, which for many opponents might be the only way to bypass his high defense. But, on the other hand, coming back to life from a mortal blow with 37 hit points instead of 1 hit point, along with the reduced cooldown, seemed almost too good to pass up. Letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding, he chose Last Stand 2. Satisfied and more than a little pleased with himself, he looked at his updated character sheet.
Name, Gooch. Heritage, Stone Giant. Class, Stalwart Guardian. Level, 12. Sex, male. Height, 6 feet 6 inches. Weight, 285 pounds. Hair, black. Eyes, brown. Fame, level 4. Well known. Attributes, strength, base, 45. Modified, 55. Rank, elite. Agility, 16, above average. Vitality, 50, elite. Intelligence, 42, very high. Wisdom, 15, above average. Charisma, 21, above average. Luck, 8, below average. Hit points, 149, modified 159. HP regeneration, 10 per hour outside of combat. Stamina, 134. Stamina regeneration, 10 per minute. Spell points, 94. Spell point regeneration, 8 per minute. Skills, heavy armor, base, 45. Rank, expert. Perks, armored casting 1 and 2. Increased defense 1 and 2. Axe weapons 10. Beginner. Perks. Increased critical 1. Small blades 10. Beginner. Perks. Defense 1. Large blades 14. Beginner. Perks. Defense 1. Blunt weapons 24. Apprentice. Perks. Stunning attack. Bone breaker. Thrown weapons 28. Apprentice. Perks. Increased range 1. Increased damage 1. Block 34. Modified 44. Journeyman. Perks. Shield bash 1. Magic defense 1. Protector 2. Parry 29. Apprentice. Perks. Improved parry 1. Shield riposte. Hiking 13. Beginner. Perks. Carrying capacity. Perception 3. Untrained. Gathering creatures 2. Untrained. First aid 22. Apprentice. Perks. Stabilize 1. Combat medic 1. Dodge 13. Beginner. Perks. Sliding dodge. Gathering plants 1. Untrained. Cooking 1. Untrained. Intimidate 4. Untrained. Polearm 15. Beginner. Perks. Cleave. Information gathering 6. Untrained. Tactics. Bluff 30. Journeyman. Perks. Sweep the leg. Redirect. Switch places. Bluff 1. Untrained. Performance 7. Untrained. Swimming 19. Beginner. Perks. Hold your breath 1. Flails 12. Beginner. Perks. Flail defense 1. Non-skill perks. Background. Perfectionist. Protector 2. Stone giant. +5 strength. +5 vitality. Hard as stone. +6 defense. +10 to thrown weapons. Fighter. Last stand. Fighter. No pain 1. Magus. Study foe. Magus. Arcane reservoir. Enhance weapon. Fast casting. Weapon element. Magus. Combat casting 1 and 2. Magus. Weapon proficiency. Magus. No pain 2. Stalwart guardian. Come get some 1 and 2. Stalwart guardian. Last stand 2. Arian's champion. Arian's health. Arian's aura. Arian's resistance. Ageless. Magic. Burning hands. Base 21. Rank. Apprentice. Perks. Extend range 1 and 2. Absorb elements 2. Untrained. Comprehend languages 12. Beginner. Perks. Increased comprehension. Night eyes 5. Untrained. Magic arrow 3. Untrained. Shillelagh 10. Beginner. Perks. Return weapons. Mending 2. Untrained. Thorn armor 3. Untrained. Titles. Defender of the Weak. Monster Hunter. Resolute. Nasal Fortitude. Arian's Champion. Languages. English, Spanish, French, Portuguese. Common.
Chapter 26. Something changed inside Topher when he rested his hand on the furry hummingbird. It was an awakening, akin to how the students of Welton High School must have felt after Mr. Keating came into their lives and challenged them to seize the day. Why am I thinking about Dead Poet Society? Jeff?
What, can I, say? It's one of my, favorites. I should have been given the part Robin Williams played.
You know you aren't really Jeff Goldblum, right? Radio silence greeted him. He'd known that his lack of formal training had to be limiting him somehow. Learning new skills and forms through leveling up in battle undoubtedly made him more powerful. But it was like playing soccer without practicing. Based on your athleticism, you could still get better, and maybe even be okay for a while. But you would always be doing everything by instinct or reaction. His lack of formal training was becoming more apparent as he leveled, and he knew he would need to rectify that at some point. But there hadn't been the time or opportunity. Because nothing worth having was ever easy, he had been overwhelmed with a tremendous burst of pain when he touched Marigold, his insides expanding momentarily before returning to normal.
Afterward, he felt different, like his consciousness had inflated beyond his body. Despite having a mother that was a first-generation immigrant from Japan, he had never really been into meditation or any of the Eastern arts. He was impatient by nature, and sitting down for long minutes and sometimes hours to reflect and center yourself just wasn't in the cards. But after that blast of pain, he knew he needed to delve inward and figure out what that crazy hummingbird had done to him. "Jeff, you know anything about this?" he asked, trying to keep the desperation out of his voice.
It's, time to have the talk, your body is changing, and you will have strange feelings. This is normal, although it usually happens at a much younger age. Check your mini notifications for information. The system giveth, and the system taketh,
Shaking his head at his guide, he spent a few minutes trying to picture his body in his mind, heart at his center, feeding crucial blood to his brain and other organs. He tried to sense mana flowing through his body, as a soft blue glow flowing along with the blood. It didn't work. "Screw this!" He had asked Jeff to hide his notifications because it bothered him to see a blinking semi-transparent icon in the lower right corner of his vision. But it was time. "Okay, Jeff, you win. Let's review my notifications."
My, pleasure, Topher. Coming right up.
The mysteries of mana pathways have been revealed to you and are now open. You have received 2 key points to place in either your heart, mind, eyes, or mouth. You will receive an additional key point to spend every 3 levels, and more options will appear as you spend your key. Note, you have been retroactively given key points for levels 3, 6, and 9, for 5 key points. Choose where to place your key points. Heart, 0 of 3. The heart is your center, your balance. Placing a key point in your heart's mana pathway provides a one-time bonus of 10 vitality, boosting health, stamina, and associated regeneration. Additional points will unlock other benefits. Mind, 0 of 3. The mind is the source of reasoning, determination, and drive. Placing a key point in your mind's mana pathway provides a one-time bonus of 5 intelligence and 5 wisdom. Additional points will unlock other benefits. Eyes, 0 of 3. Jack's grandpa would say eyes are the gateway to the soul, and he would be right. Placing a key point in your eye's mana pathway provides a one-time bonus of 15 to your perception skill. Additional points will unlock other benefits. Mouth, 0 of 3. Words matter. Placing a key point in your mouth's mana pathway provides a one-time bonus of 10 to charisma. Additional points will unlock other benefits.
Topher reviewed his options. Not knowing what other perks would open up was annoying, but he would have to hope for the best. He dismissed eyes and mouth. Jack had a decent perception skill and some perks that let him find secret doors and other treasures. And if Topher added any more charisma, he would need to beat the ladies back with a broom. Seriously, what is up with ladies wanting to get with me? He wasn't a bad-looking guy, and women back home were attracted to his half-Asian heritage, but it was nothing like what he was experiencing on Rigara. He decided to slot a point into heart. 10 vitality could mean the difference between life and death. He breathed easier as his vitality adjusted upward. He looked at his heart pathway again and was rewarded with new information.
Heart, 1 of 3. You placed a key point into your heart, expanding and refining your mana pathways and increasing your vitality by 10. By placing 2 more key points into your heart, you can unlock the following. Heart of Stone grants complete immunity to all diseases and poisons that affect the mind or body. Increases health regeneration by 5 per hour and stamina regeneration by 5 per minute.
Topher had 4 key points remaining, and it would take 2 of them to gain the Heart of Stone perk, but damn, it seemed to be worth it. He had lost both of his grandparents to cancer, and being immune to that and any other sicknesses would be amazing. If I live long enough for that to matter, which is probably unlikely. The thought made him think again of Joe, and he wondered briefly if he would ever see his friend again. That was one area where he was more than happy to ride along with Jack's positive mindset. He had to believe his friend was still alive. He couldn't bear it otherwise. Without giving it more thought, he put 2 more points into heart.
Heart, 3 of 3. You placed 3 key points into your heart, expanding and refining your mana pathways and gaining the Heart of Stone perk. By placing 3 more key points into your heart, you can unlock the following. The Wolverine. Unlike the movie, this perk is fantastic. Your health regeneration changes from hours to minutes, and your stamina regenerates as fast as you use it. Allows for the regrowth of lost limbs. Finally, it will greatly extend your natural lifespan.
He was blown away by this perk, even if he was certain Jeff had changed the name. He wondered not for the first time how much latitude the system guides had with the system. So far it seemed limited to name and description changes, but he would bet his right nut that there was more to it. Since he only had 2 key points, he decided to save them and move on to his next notification.
You have gained 4 points in Windwall and Ice Shard, 3 points in Staves and Unarmored Combat, 2 points in Dodge, and 1 point in Cooking, Watery Shield, Parry, and Jump. You have attained Apprentice rank in Dodge and may choose one of the following perks. Dodge Anything 1. Provides a 25% chance to dodge magical attacks that would normally have a guaranteed hit chance, like Magic Arrow. Prerequisite. Apprentice rank in Unarmored Defense. Slippery Mind 1. Provides a 25% chance to dodge attacks against the mind, such as Mind Bolt or Charm. Dodge Parry 1. Provides a synergistic bonus of 5 points to parry.
He already had Somersault Dodge, which gave him increased movement when he dodged. Looking at the list, he chose Dodge Anything 1, liking the ability to potentially avoid unerring magical attacks. He moved on to his next notification.
You have attained Apprentice rank in Unarmored Defense and may choose one of the following perks. Hardened Skin 1. Your skin becomes the consistency of tough leather like a Jersey housewife, increasing your defense by 2. Fluid Movements 2. You have learned to fight unarmored, and your reaction speed has adjusted to the freedom doing so allows. You gain another bonus of 10 to the dodge skill. Faster 1. You have learned efficiency and movement while wearing no armor, plus 10% movement speed while unarmored. Note, this stacks with the Smooth Move 25% speed bonus.
He chose Faster 1, his speed being a key factor in being in the right place at the right time in battle. With a bonus of 35%, he wished he could show his old high school track coach, Mr. Schofield, what's what. He opened the next 2 notifications.
You have completed the quest. What a terrible night for a curse. You ended the curse and fulfilled your agreement with Marigold to send Mercaditos back to the Shadow Plane. Reward, 25,000 experience. Unique, gift from Marigold. 1 item from Mage Guild Vault. Journeyman rank in the Mage Guild. You have gained 46,930 experience for defeating the bats, gargoyles, shadow wolves, and the Shadow Prince. Congratulations! You have attained level 11 in the Way of the Stone Fist class. You gain 8 health, 8 stamina, and 8 spell points. You have 4 attribute points to assign, 4 skill points to assign, and may choose 1 spell from your class list.
He decided to put his attribute points into agility, understanding that his defense was predicated nearly entirely on his reaction speed and evasion skills. He was tempted to put his skill points into Ice Shard, which would elevate him into the apprentice rank, but instead chose Cooking. At 59, his skill was getting increasingly hard to level, and he couldn't think of a better use of his free 4 skill points. As he brought his Cooking skill to 63, he saw the expected notification flip into view.
You have attained Grand Master rank in Cooking, increasing your fame by 500. Anyone with a Journeyman rank or higher in Cooking will immediately recognize your new rank, improving your reputation with them. Forget chicken soup for the soul. Your meals will heal the injured and cure the diseased. Kings and queens will seek you out to cook for them. Gordon Ramsay, eat your heart out, but only if you prepare it first. You may choose 1 new perk from the following. Multiply Food 2. You have a supernatural ability to feed more people than you should be able to. This bonus increases from a ×5 multiplier to a ×20 multiplier, meaning you can feed 20 people where you could normally only feed one person. Heroic Feast 2. Anyone ingesting food you have spent at least 30 minutes preparing gains an additional bonus of 10 to strength and vitality for a total bonus of 15. In addition, they will receive an additional 50% resistance to disease and poisons for a total resistance of 75%. Finally, the duration of this bonus increases from 8 hours to 12 hours. Prerequisite: Grand Master rank in cooking. Scooby Snacks. Create portable food treats that restore a small portion of the target's health when consumed. You are able to create a number of treats equal to your rank in cooking, currently 7 at Grand Master rank. Each treat will heal 3 to 8 points of health. There is a cooldown of 1 minute before eating another treat will be effective. The treats last 24 hours before the magic fades. Prerequisite: Grand Master rank in cooking.
Topher had to wonder how much of his hard-earned skills would stay with him if he went back to Earth. Would he be a better cook if, when, he mentally corrected, he went back? He spent long moments looking at the perks before choosing Scooby Snacks. He liked the idea of being able to heal others, which would be especially important if Jack or Dobby went down. The perk basically gave them all free healing potions, which he found pretty amazing. He moved on to his last notification.
For attaining level 11 in the Way of the Stone Fist Monk class, you may choose a spell from the below. Stone to Flesh. Casting time, 10 minutes. Spell cost, 40. Duration, instant. Cooldown, 24 hours. Tier, Advanced. Effect: you are able to transmutate creatures that were turned to stone back to flesh. Quicksand. Casting time, 8 seconds. Spell cost, 24. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 1 minute. Tier, Advanced. Effect: you cause a 10 by 10 foot area of ground to turn into quicksand. Any creatures caught in this area have to make an agility check or slowly sink deeper into the sand, unable to move. Seismic Salvo. Casting time, 4 seconds. Spell cost, 24. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Tier, Advanced. Effect: you stomp the ground and cause earthen spikes to erupt from the ground at a target you can see within 30 feet. If the spikes connect with their target, they do 16 to 48 damage and can hold them in place for the duration of the spell.
He decided on Seismic Salvo, and not just because it had a cool name. Not seeing any further notifications, he pulled up his character sheet to review the changes.
Name, Topher. Heritage, Tiefling. Class, Way of the Stone Fist. Level 11. Sex, male. Height, 6 feet 1 inch. Weight, 240 pounds. Hair, brown. Eyes, blue. Fame, level 4. Well known. Attributes: Strength, Base, 18. Rank, above average. Agility, 42. Very high. Vitality, 27. High. Intelligence, 25. High. Wisdom, 23. Above average. Charisma, 16. Above average. Luck, 19. Above average. Hit points, 113. Modified, 123. Hit point regeneration, 9 per hour. Outside of combat. Stamina, 113. Modified, 123. Stamina regeneration, 9 per minute. Spell points, 95. Spell point regeneration, 4 per minute. Skills: Cooking, Base, 63. Rank, Grand Master. Perks: Improvised Cooking 1 and 2. Detect Poison. Multiply Food 1. Heroic Feast 1. Scooby Snacks. Dodge, 20. Apprentice. Perks: Somersault Dodge. Dodge anything. Hiking, 11. Beginner. Perks: Carrying Capacity 1. Parry, 8. Untrained. Perception, 6. Untrained. Staves, 17. Beginner. Perks: Spinning Defense. Unarmed Combat, 1. Untrained. Unarmored Defense, 21. Apprentice. Perks: Fluid Movements 1. Faster 1. Jump, 9. untrained. Performance, 19, beginner. Perks, improvised instrument. Non-skill perks. Background, rules for thee, not for me. Tiefling, dark vision, fire resistance, thick skin, +4 defense. Monk, evasion. Monk, smooth move. Monk, snatch arrows. Monk, stunning attack. Monk, strength of the earth. Monk, mana pathways heart, 2 of 3. 2 key points remaining. Heart of Stone perk. Magic, watery shield. Base, 13. Rank, beginner. Perks, durable. Ice shard, 16. Beginner. Perks, spinning attack. Icy patch, 5. Untrained. Fog cloud, 4. Untrained. Air jump, 8. Untrained. Wind wall, 15. Beginner. Perks, quick cast. Sleet storm, 3. Untrained. Seismic salvo, 1. Untrained. Languages, English, common. Titles, Fear Defier, Nasal Fortitude.
Chapter 27. Dobby leaned back against the rock, feeling the giant hummingbird's blood course through him. He played her words over and over in his mind.
You have a path to greatness in your future, if only you reach for it.
Dobby, not great. Dobby always picked on by other goblins for being too slow, too dumb, and too small. Dobby forced to work the mines while the stronger goblins mocked him and whipped him. Dobby, not great. Yet since Dobby met Jack, Dobby becomes something more than just a weakling to be mocked. Dobby becomes friend to Jack, best friend. Jack, tell Dobby that he can be anything he wants, even Bard.
The warmth flooding Dobby's body since drinking Marigold's lifeblood turned suddenly hot, as if he was boiling from the inside. Sweat beaded up on his skin as he clenched his sharp, pointed teeth together to keep from screaming out in pain.
Dobby receive worse pain than this in the mine.
That's when he felt most of his bones break as they seemed to enlarge within his body, the pain causing him to black out. He wasn't sure how long he was out, but he knew something was different when he woke. He felt more powerful. He turned to his guide, Balbaros, named after his long-dead grandfather, for answers.
Balbaros, what happened to Dobby? Dobby, okay?
The response was immediate in its abrupt staccato goblin tongue.
The royal hummingbird blood transform you. You gain 10 points in strength and vitality. Also, body grew bigger. You almost as tall as friend Jack.
Dobby, no longer the runt of the litter?
He asked hesitantly, using his hands to feel his body, noticing the defined muscle and bone structure.
No, my son, you no longer runt of litter. There is more. I have many notes from system for you. You have more notifications in few weeks with Jack than rest of your life. Now pay attention and look at this closely.
You have gained 5 points in spear, 4 points in minor heal, and 2 points in performance, block, sleep, and light armor.
Dobby fist-pumped like Jack always did at the skill increases, then flipped through the next quest completion notice quickly to get to his level-up notification.
You have gained 23,465 experience for defeating the bats, gargoyles, shadow wolves, and the shadow prince. Note, reduction in experience due to level difference between highest member. Congratulations, you have attained levels 8 and 9 in the Bard class. You gain 12 health, 12 stamina, and 20 spell points. You have 6 attribute points to assign, 4 skill points to assign, and may choose 1 perk and 1 spell from your class list.
Dobby placed 4 points in charisma and 2 points into intelligence, wanting to be smarter and more persuasive. He had an 18 strength and 20 vitality, something nearly unheard of in the goblin community. He placed all of his skill points into his spear skill, still in awe of the magical spear his friends had given him. Balbaros brought up his next notification.
You may pick one new bardic perk from the following. Inspire Competence allows you to use your musical talent to assist your target with a skill check. Soothing Performance 1 allows you to use your musical talent to heal all creatures within 30 feet of you for 2 to 8 plus 3 Charisma modifier. Call of the Axle 2 enhances your ability to direct a burst of sonically charged lyrics at a foe, increasing the damage from 1 to 8 per bardic level to 4 to 14 per bardic level. In addition, the sonic burst will have a 25% chance to stun the target for 3 seconds. Extra use provides 2 extra daily uses of your bardic perks. Extend perk extends the duration of your bardic perks. Inspire Ally and Discourage Foe will last an extra minute, and Song of Respite will last 16 hours. Greater Inspire Ally. Increase the bonus of Inspire Ally to 25% attack speed and plus 5 damage on all physical attacks. This perk lasts for 1 minute after the bard is finished singing or playing an instrument. Greater Discourage Foe. Increase the penalty to enemies' attack speed to 25% and damage to -5 when using the Discourage Foe perk. Greater Song of Respite. Triple the regeneration effect of Song of Respite.
On the recommendation of Balbaros, he chose Call of the Axle 2 to bolster its power. He moved on to his last notification.
You may pick one new spell from the following. Enchantment Domain. Bravery. Casting time, 2 seconds. Spell cost, 8. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Effect. The Bravery spell grants resistance to mental effect for all allies within 30 feet of the caster for 1 minute. Savage Scorn. Casting time, 2 seconds. Spell cost, 8. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Tier, simple. Effect. The Savage Scorn spell mocks an opponent, causing them to fumble their next attack if they fail their resistance check. Savage Scorn is cast as part of an insult directed at your foe. Restoration Domain. Mend Bones. Casting time, 30 seconds. Spell cost, 20. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Tier, advanced. Effect. The Mend Bones spell restores dim bones, dim broken bones. Spell cost, 10. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Tier, simple. Effect. The Cure Poison spell will instantly cure any weak poison in the target. Stronger poisons can resist this spell based on the strength of the poison versus the skill of the caster. Invigorate. Casting time, 5 seconds. Spell cost, 7. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Effect. The Invigorate spell removes fatigue from a target. The spell lasts for 4 hours. At the end of the 4 hours, the target of the spell will crash, exhausted.
Dobby chose the Bravery spell, excited to not only be brave himself, but to help make others brave. He normally never looked at his character sheet, too ashamed of how weak he was, and too dumb to understand most of it if he was honest with himself. But this time he pulled it up proudly, eager to see and understand the changes. His guide was silent, except for a final,
I'm proud of you, grandson.
Name, Dobby. Heritage, Goblin. Class, Bard. Level, 9. Sex, male. Height, 5 feet 7 inches. Weight, 135 pounds. Hair, brown. Eyes, brown. Fame, level 0, unknown. Attributes, strength, base, 18. Rank, above average. Agility, 20, above average. Vitality, 18, above average. Intelligence, 13, average. Wisdom, 10, average. Charisma, 19, above average. Luck, 12, average. Hit points, 68. Hit point regeneration, 3 per hour, outside of combat. Stamina, 72. Stamina regeneration, 3 per minute. Spell points, 70. Spell point regeneration, 2 per minute. Skills. Stealth. Base, 8. Rank, untrained. Small blades, 12. Beginner. Perks, hit harder 1. Unarmored combat. 2. Untrained. Hiking. 1. Untrained. Block. 6. Untrained. Light armor. 4. Untrained. Sling. 3. Untrained. Performance. 9. Untrained. Perception. 10. Beginner. Perks. Improve senses. Taste. Spear. 9. Untrained. Non-skill perks. Goblin. Dark vision. Unclean. Scout. Ambush. Scout. Alert. Bard. Greater inspire ally. Bard. Discourage foe. Bard. Song of respite. Bard. Call of the axle 1 and 2. Bard. Calm crowds. Magic. Animal friendship. Base. 1. Rank. Untrained. Minor heal. 5. Untrained. Sleep. 3. Untrained. Daze creature. 1. Untrained. Bravery. 1. Untrained. Languages. Undercommon. Common.
Chapter 28. Jack searched the room, looking for anything out of the ordinary. There wasn't much, but his perk identified a secret wall that turned out to be a small room filled with stacks of dull gray metal bars, which he identified as Arendur, something he knew Gooch was looking for. In addition, there was a small chest that, after he removed the trap, opened to reveal hundreds of gold coins. There was also another secret door in the room that led to another set of descending stairs. He shut that door faster than a zinger from Sophia to Rose on the Golden Girls. I am done with this place. As he finished his exploration, he noticed the others beginning to move about. Each of them looked changed, although Gooch and Dobby most noticeably. Dobby was at least another foot taller and 6 inches wider at the shoulders. Gone was the meek and pitiful goblin, and in its place stood a warrior. Gooch had a glow about him. Not a figurative glow like a compliment you give pregnant mothers, but actual light surrounding him in a sacred aura. Always a big guy, he looked more solid. Any fat he had on him gone, replaced by muscle. Jack assumed his friend must have dinged elite rank in either vitality or strength. Turning his gaze to Topher, he looked, well, like Topher, except that his demeanor was different, more stable, like a smooth rock in a flowing river. What the heck happened to them?
Be you, angel?
Jack asked Gooch in a devilish snarl, pretending to shy away from the light.
Nay, I am but man,
he replied. Then together they both sang.
Rock
on! Whoa! Whoa!
In their best Tenacious D impersonation. They gathered their equipment, each lost in their own thoughts. As they were about to leave and return to the city, Jack knew there was one matter left undone. He went to the broken ritual circle where Geoe had first summoned the Shadow Prince and knelt before it. I swear by everything I hold dear that I will find a way to bring you back from the Shadow Plane. He waited anxiously, but no notification came rewarding him with a quest. Either you can't just grant yourself a quest like that, or Geoe really was gone. He put his faith in the former. Geoe was just too smart and ostentatious to die. He looked up to see Topher, Dobby, Sakura, and Gooch standing around him, eyes downcast. A few moments later, Gooch pulled Jack to his feet. Let's get out of here, he suggested, moving back the way they came. The return trip was blessedly uneventful, and they used the time to fill each other in on their gifts from Marigold and the level-ups. By the time they reached the entrance, Jack was surprised to see that only a few hours had passed, the rays of late afternoon light casting long shadows on the dungeon entry building. Well, I'll be a 3-horned toad, they made it out, the guard on the left said, holding out his hand to the other guard. Well, some of them anyway, but the bet was for any of them to return. Now pay up, Jethro. The other guard mumbled something under his breath, staring angrily at the party as he pulled a small silver coin from his belt and gave it to his friend. Gooch had dimmed his aura to nightlight level, so it was imperceptible in the fading sun.
You have completed the quest, Sakura's Freedom. Reward, 500 experience. Reputation gain with Sakura.
Tip of the hat to you, Alexa. After being told that Freya was on the east wall, they headed that way, finding her training some of the halfling townsfolk, instructing them in simple forms with halfling-sized polearms. She gestured for one of her sergeants to take over as she walked toward the group, eyebrows knit in worry.
Hello, Jack. How is the expedition? Were you successful?
She asked, eyeing Sakura, who instinctually hid behind Gooch with a calculating expression. That's what we want you to find out, he replied. Let's head to the guild shop and I will catch you up on the events of the last few hours. Freya's initial anger from Nitrox's death faded when they mentioned how he had planned to sacrifice Geoe to end the curse, allowing the Shadow Prince to permanently live on their plane. When Jack declared he believed Geoe was still alive, Freya just pursed her lips and said nothing. Opening the door to the magical guild shop, it was nothing like the dreary, run-down store Geoe had described. The guild was large, much larger than it had any right to be from the outside appearance. Dozens of display cases were scattered across a huge room, with books covering 2 of the 20-foot-high walls. There was a separate wing off the main room that seemed to be a training area, and a few doors that led deeper into the building. Jack took a step back outside, looking at the squat, one-story building before opening the door and looking again at the magnificent room before him. Holy TARDIS! After doing this a few more times, he gave up trying to understand it and just went into the room.
I can't believe it. But you did it. You got up this morning, had some breakfast, decided since you had nothing better to do, you'd wander down into the catacombs, banish a Shadow Prince, and break a decades-old curse. There's still time before dinner if you want to defeat the Orcish army.
Freya finished sardonically, mouth twisted in a wry grin. I'd like a bath first, but yeah, that's on our list. Jack smiled. I hate to be that guy, but there was a promise of a reward from the shop. Do you mind if we peruse a bit?
With Nitrox gone, I am the highest-ranking mage guild member in Edinburgh. As such, I will fulfill the contract. You may each choose an item. Even you, Sakura.
She glanced over at the shy beastkin. Her tone turned serious as she considered the shop.
You may have given us a chance to win this war, and for that, the city of Edinburgh owes you a debt.
Pausing, she looked at each of them in turn before continuing in a somber whisper.
Please forgive my earlier treatment of you. If there is anything you desire of me, you need but ask.
Sure thing, lady, Topher replied, distracted, already looking over the items. Shrugging his shoulders at Freya, Jack grinned as he followed suit, moving to a nearby display case. Inside were 3 wands, all wonderfully labeled with clear descriptions and instructions for activation. Not interested in a wand, he moved on to the next case, which contained 3 survival tokens. 2 of them looked to be made of the same material as his previous one, but the third was made of a light, silvery metal. He read the description on it.
Name: Master-ranked survival token. Effect: upon the wearer's death, they will be revived with full health and restored with all of their equipment. The wearer will only lose 50% of the experience toward their next level, and revival sickness is reduced to 1 hour.
Having a get-out-of-jail-free card made sense, especially when death could happen with every fight. His mind flashed to Geoe. No, Geoe is not dead. Move on, Jackie. The next display case held only a single item, but it was what Jack had been hoping to see.
Item: Portal Pearl. Durability: 50 of 50. Effect: these rare pearls are used to power gateways to other locations.
Jack knew exactly who he would bring in with the pearl, and didn't hesitate, grabbing Freya by the sleeve and pointing to the pearl. That one's for me, he urged. It was Freya's turn to shrug her shoulders as she unlocked the case with one of the many wands strewn about her person. Jack grabbed the pearl and placed it in his backpack. Are any of the other items for sale? I have a fair amount of gold and other tradable items, he asked Freya.
Gold won't do my people any good. After the battle, if the city still stands, I could be convinced to sell some of these items, especially now that you are journeyman rank in the guild.
Fair enough, he sighed, looking hungrily at the magical books, potions, amulets, weapons, armor, and other miscellaneous items scattered throughout the room, before seeing an item that made his heart skip a beat. Motioning Freya closer, he told her about a newly minted, half-baked plan to rescue the Duke. After listening to it and offering up suggestions, she allowed Jack to borrow the item in question. Deciding that he needed to trust someone, he told her about his plan to find the traitor, wanting to have someone on the council back him up if it came to his word versus theirs. He waited for another 30 minutes as Topher, Gooch, Dobby, and Sakura all looked through the items in the guild, leaving no stone unturned. One by one, they asked Freya to unlock their choice, until at last they were finished. "Okay, let's see what you nabbed, you bunch of loot whores," Jack grinned. Topher went first, a book in his hands. He had a slightly odd expression, mouth agape as he explained what the book contained. "This book grants the reader another key point, which will bring me to a total of 3 key points. While I could do a few things with this, the most obvious is to use all 3 to obtain my next Mana Pathway heart perk, giving me Wolverine-like regeneration and long life."
Unlike magical spellbooks, you will need to actually read this book for the effects to take hold.
Freya looked like she was going to continue, but Dobby had stepped in front of her, offering her a set of small kettle drums made of mahogany wood, with light tan hides stretched over the tops. Runic symbols were carved around the outside of the drums.
Dobby always wanted to learn to play instrument, and now Dobby can!
He held up the drum proudly to Jack, who gave him a nod. Freya, who now only came to the middle of Dobby's chest, leaned over to inspect the drum.
You've made a good choice, young bard. This drum is enchanted with powerful magic that will produce a sonic thunderclap at a range of 60 feet, stunning and causing significant damage to all enemies that are in the 20-foot area of effect. The magic recharges each day at dawn.
Dobby stared down at the halfling woman, mouth open and brow furrowed as he tried to work out what she had told him, his common not quite up to the task. After a few more seconds, he gave up and looked to Jack.
"Dobby do good?"
Chuckling, Jack responded, "Yeah, buddy, you did good. Just don't practice the drums indoors, okay?" Gooch knelt down next to Freya, bringing them eye to eye. In his hand, he held an ornate book with a ritual circle embroidered on the front, similar to the one they had seen Geoe use down in the catacombs. Is it possible to bring him back with this?" he asked, his large brown eyes pleading as he handed her the book. "I don't think I can master this type of magic, but maybe you would be willing?" Freya's hands idly caressed the embroidered circle on the book, eyes glued to the tall warrior, eyebrows raised in contemplation. She studied him for a long moment before her expression softened.
What you ask of me is not a small thing. Beyond the fact that creating a teleportation circle that can cross realms requires a castle's worth of treasure and materials, it also takes a portion of the caster's life force. Even if I am able to open a portal, we still would have to locate Geoe, if he truly is still alive, about which I have my doubts.
Gooch looked away, ashamed. "I'm sorry. I only thought—"
I did not say I would not do it. The fact that you passed over innumerable treasures to find the one item that could potentially free your friend speaks well of you. I will not say yes, but neither will I dismiss it out of hand. If Edinburgh still stands after we eliminate the army camping outside its walls, I will consider it.
Jack thought he knew a certain gnomish-looking dungeon master that may be able to help if she was unable, although he would probably say the Marika cords were preventing him from helping. His typical defense whenever they actually needed something from him. Gooch threw his arms around her in an uncharacteristic show of emotion, nearly squeezing the air out of her lungs until her face turned a shade of blue. After he realized what he was doing, he let her go, standing up. "Thank you, Freya. You have given me something more precious than anything in this shop. Hope." He backed up as Sakura stepped forward, showing Freya the book in her hands. It was bound in rough brown leather and had a vial on its cover.
You know this is a master-ranked alchemy recipe book, my young friend. It'll be beyond your skill for some time.
Sakura nodded and took a deep breath. Like an airplane getting ready to take off.
Yes, I know, Mistress Freya,
but back home my uncle has books of lower rank, and I can continue to practice those recipes until I advance to master rank. No one, not even great Chief Mary Geoe, has recipes of master rank. With these recipes, my clan will be able to trade potions and other alchemical items for money, making the town more prosperous. Come to my village in 2 years and tell me if I'm wrong, Mistress Freya.
She turned away from the halfling wizard, bringing her attention to Gooch and the others before taking another breath.
As much as I would like to go back to my village, I can never repay the debt I owe you for saving my life, let alone the ingredients I gained from Marigold in this treasured book. I owe each of you a life debt, and I will stay with you until it is repaid. My uncle would have it no other way. He always says a good conscience is the best pillow, and I wouldn't feel right if I left before helping you free a friend.
She took another breath, about to continue before Jack cut in. Your help is appreciated, Sakura. Indeed, the magic you used to anchor the Shadow Prince was the only reason we were able to banish him back into his realm. But what if we put that debt on hold for a few months? How much more valuable would you be after you attained master rank in alchemy? And the best place to do that is back in your village. She looked at him. Furry, pointed ears zoomed in on him in complete focus. Finally, she nodded.
You're pretty wise for a fat man. We only have one fat man in our village. He is not right in the head. Never says wise things. Mostly comments on shapes of the clouds and complains about the consistency of the porridge. I will do as you ask, but know that nothing will stop me from returning to help you. If you need something between now and then, you can find me in the town of Glasden, about 2 weeks to the northwest.
Jack nodded, thankful that she wasn't coming with them. As useful as she was, the level disparity and non-combat build meant he would need to constantly watch out for her. It was a distraction he didn't need, couldn't afford, and couldn't bear to live with should something happen to her. Eager to get his plan in motion for finding the traitor and saving the Duke, Jack and his friends said their goodbyes to Sakura and Freya, then left the shop for the castle. Chapter 29. After the group hit the bathhouse and put on some new clothes, Jack gave them each a mission. Gooch was to track down Marshal Kasuki, and after a few drinks let it slip that they were planning to use the sewers to sneak out of the city and rescue the Duke. Topher was to talk with the Marquis of Windmere, Neil, and use their burgeoning friendship to let him know, on the down low, that they planned to go over the northern wall in the cover of darkness to rescue the Duke. Once they were on their way, Jack and Dobby headed toward Bantar's chambers, finding the Minister of Coin behind a small wooden desk, nearly hidden behind piles of papers. Glancing up at the noise of their entrance, his prodigious nose knocked over one of the piles, scattering them to the floor. "I've got them," Jack said, bending over to pick up the papers. A large window in the room faced north, letting in the remnants of the late afternoon sun. He handed the papers back to Bantar, who took them with a grunt and set them back on the desk. "Jack and Dobby, isn't it? Why do you honor me with your presence?" he asked, sarcasm dripping off his words, already looking back down at his papers. Ignoring the tone, Jack replied, "We're sorry to bother you. Lady Freya asked that I let you know the curse on the Mage Guild has been broken. She will be arming the soldiers with items from the vault, and knew you would want an accounting of each item." He pulled out a folded piece of paper from the inside of his cloak, and handed it to the elderly gnome. "You broke the curse, eh? Respect, half-elf," Bantar said, his tone less hostile. He glanced at the paper before asking, "Will you be taking your leave, then? I suppose you've come to me for a reward of some kind, and I can't say you don't deserve it. How does 50 gold each sound? You'll get no more. Our coffers are dry from this war." "Nay, Master Merchant, we've given our word to help you and yours, and we mean to keep it. No, our next step will be to try and rescue the Duke. He's surrounded by thousands of bloodthirsty goblins, hobs, and orcs. I think you're better off taking the money and heading out of the city. Heaven knows I wish I could join you." Glancing both ways, Jack spoke in a conspiratorial whisper. "We found magic in the guild vault that will allow us to dig thousands of feet and free the Duke without anyone being the wiser. It's still risky, but it gives us a fighting chance." "No doubt you'll be asking for an even larger reward if you free our Duke. One which I will be happy to pay. I thank you for this." He held up the paper with the items from the vault. But I really must get back to work. Mission accomplished, Jack and Dobby headed down to the dining hall. For now, Jack was placing his trust in Duchess Maya and Maeve. He just couldn't believe they would betray their own people. While he wouldn't tell them his plan, neither would he give them false information. After a quick dinner consisting of cheese, bread, and sausage, he and Dobby headed to their rooms to catch a few hours of sleep before the night's activities. Gooch mentioned he was going to try and have a quick dinner with Maeve, and then spend a few hours reviewing his character sheet in more detail, along with his inventory and spells. Topher planned to meet with Neil before helping out in the kitchens, his preferred way to relax before they left. Sleep wouldn't come to him, blocked by the thunderous snores produced by the venti-sized goblin and his own racing mind. He kept thinking through his plan and all the ways it could go wrong. He wished Joe was still around. His friend would probably analyze the plan from every angle, calculating the odds of success and developing countermeasures against potential threats. He had discussed the plan with Gooch, who offered up suggestions, but he really hoped his luck stat had put in for overtime. He would be leaning heavily on it. It was well after dark when Gooch and Topher came into the room. Gooch had a slight steak and ale with a large side of smoke smell about him, as if he had spent a few hours in a tavern in a cloud of the halfling's leaf. Topher smelled of yeasty bread, with light dustings of flour still on the sleeves of his robe. "Are we ready, fellas?" Jack asked, giving Dobby a nudge to wake him up as he pulled a large gray garment out of his adventurer's backpack. "I got this on loan from Freya and the Mage Guild," Jack whispered. While Gooch knew the plan, Topher and Dobby were still in the dark. "Is that what I think it is?" Topher asked, eyes wide in anticipation. "If you were thinking invisibility cloak, you would be wrong," Jack responded, knowing his friend was a huge Potterhead. He unfolded the cloth, stretching it out on the floor in the middle of the room. It resembled a two-dimensional buffalo with gray fur instead of brown, and fuzzy antlers poking out of its head. "Where did you dig up the Halloween costume I used in the 9th grade?" Topher asked, bending down to examine it closer. "Freya said this bit of magic could fit 8 of her people. I'm hoping that translates to the 4 of us on the way out, and 3 of us plus the Duke on the way back. I have an errand to run and plan on stealthing back." "Trojan buffalo?" Gooch asked with a smile. "Something like that," Jack returned. "The magic in this beauty will make us appear to all onlookers like a lock, a beast primarily bred to help with farming. The enemy should ignore us, as Locke are fairly common around these parts. If we can get past the sentries, we can hopefully take out the Duke's guards and be back in the city before anyone is the wiser." "This feels like less of a Trojan buffalo situation and more of a human centipede situation, and I call the head," Topher murmured, eyes still fixated on the Locke costume. For Jack, human centipede imagery was always followed by nausea, and he would have lost his dinner were it not for his constitution and luck stat tag-teaming the thought away. "Freya will be waiting for us at the bottom of the northern edge of the eastern wall. She says she knows a way for us to get out of the city. But let's try this thing out before we meet up with her." They spent the next 30 minutes getting into the magical Locke costume, realizing that the only way it was possible was for Gooch to be in the front, his massive body becoming the head and chest. Dobby slid behind him, with Topher in the middle and Jack bringing up the rear. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but once they were all in, he said the activation phrase, and it transformed from 4 bulky humanoids in a costume to an actual Locke. They moved around experimentally and found that whatever magic the suit contained made it easier to coordinate movements, even allowing for a small run if they were careful. Despite being completely covered, they could see out, but the view was distorted, as if they were looking through a fishbowl.
"If you fart in this thing, I swear on my pristine, unopened NES cartridge of Double Dragon that I will murder you," Topher declared.
Jack remained silent. That ship had already sailed.
Minutes later, sans costume, they were standing in front of Freya, torches from the wall and the twin crescent moons providing enough light to see by.
She uttered a few words, and the group watched in amazement as a small door large enough for them to squeeze through if they bent over opened up in the wall. Beyond the door, a tunnel ran to the other side of the wall, where there was another door that led to the outside.
Give me 500 heartbeats and you will have your distraction. The door will open with the passphrase, "Spank friend and enter." I updated it just for you.
She chuckled, shutting the door behind them before moving toward the western wall. They donned the magical costume in the cramped confines of the tunnel, Gooch's aura glowing slightly to provide them light, while Jack silently counted his heartbeats. It was taking all his concentration to maintain his count amidst the tangle of bodies that was his friends and him trying to get into the suit again. But after a few minutes, they were pretty much ready to go. 76, 918, 32, 49, 198, 201, 758, 109, Topher sang in a low, monotone baritone, causing Jack to slap him in the butt, the only reachable part of him in the suit.
Will you knock it off, Topher?
He hissed, trying and failing to remember where he had been in his count.
390, 490?
I'm at 445, Jackie. About another minute and we head out,
Gooch whispered, unsurprisingly having the concentration and focus to maintain his count. A minute later, he said the activation phrase, and a small door opened up in the outer wall. Slinking more than walking through the halfling-sized door, they exited the wall. Flashes of lightning, followed by a peal of thunder from the west, attracted their attention, along with the dozen or so goblins that were lined up a few hundred feet from the wall. The group stumbled away, the magic of the suit enabling them to move a few steps before Dobby tripped up Gooch and they fell hard to the ground. After that, Gooch mentally called the steps like a drill sergeant marching new cadets, getting them to move in a more coordinated fashion. A few goblins looked away from the light show on the western wall to watch them, and Gooch quickly called a halt, pretending to munch on some of the stomped-down grass. The goblins, bored and unhappy to be on sentry duty, went back to watching the western wall. Moving again, they were able to reach the eastern edge of the enemy camp, drawing a few more bored glances along the way from other goblins working the night shift. Up close, the camp looked like organized chaos, with each of the enemy factions having their own section of the battlefield. A large group of tents stood in the middle of the three groups, looking to him like a place where leaders met to discuss strategy.
Dollars to donuts, they have the Duke in one of those tents,
Jack sent through the mind link. With his dark vision, he could just make out the beginnings of the forest that lay beyond the camps. Siege engines consisting of a few tall wooden towers and catapults in various stages of completion stood near the trees at the edge.
It won't be long until those siege weapons are armed and fully operational,
Gooch commented.
Leave that to me,
Jack replied. They clopped along the edge of the goblin camp, hundreds of goblins sleeping on the long grass, scattered fires still burning. If the trampled grass was any indication, the current goblin camp covered only a fraction of what it once had, a testament to the defenses of Edinburgh, and probably a testament to the fact that goblins were used as cannon fodder more often than not. As they continued moving, concentrating hard on Gooch's cadence, a profoundly deep and bestial bellow shattered the quiet of the night. The group froze in place, somehow not managing to fall over, trying to not draw attention to themselves.
Nobody move. Nobody make a sound,
Jack whispered. Gooch's thoughts managed to maintain a certain calmness.
So, the good news, at least as I see it, is that our cover isn't blown, and nobody from the encampment is paying any attention to us. But the bad news... Did anyone happen to notice if our disguise is male or female?
Dobby, not know.
I don't see how that's relevant, Jack responded. Yeah, what exactly do you want from us? Should I get out and check? I don't think the magic suit works that way, Topher responded, joining the others in their confusion. Gooch tried to explain.
Well, you see...
Before he could finish the thought, a series of grunts and rustling brush preceded the entrance of a larger and demonstratively male Locke, who was headed in their direction. Jack didn't know what passed for randy in the world of Locke, but this guy looked like he was trying to tell them it was business time. I knew dressing up as a sexy female Rigaran horse analog was a bad idea, Topher thought in a panic.
Everybody stay calm and hold still,
Gooch ordered.
Perhaps it will wander off if we don't respond. Agreed, Jack answered. Let's hold tight and go with the flow. Maybe you should chew some more grass or something. We don't want an angry bull lock blowing our cover. Stay in character, you know?
Damn it. I will do it, but you guys owe me. You do realize I physically have to eat the grass to make the disguise eat it, right?
No, I did not. All I have is a very good view of Topher's butt.
Just do what you gotta do, buddy. Remember the mission.
If a goblin had been watching, they would have seen a lock eating some grass. If they would have looked closer, they would have noticed it didn't seem happy about it. If they rolled exceptionally high on their perception check, they might have caught the lock gagging. As the group kept up their nonchalant eating act, the male fully exited the brush and approached the head of their lockmobile, nudging its head against Gooch's, grunting all the while. Gooch stopped moving, well-chewed grass falling out of his mouth. But the bull didn't seem to notice. After a few more loud sniffs, it began to circle around and away.
Nicely done, my dude, Topher praised. It's going away. Anybody got eyes on him?
Gooch asked shakily.
Not me. But me no see behind. Topher make it hard to turn around,
Dobby responded.
I can only see either side, and he appears to be out of my field of vision, Topher replied.
Just give me a sec. I think I can twist around to see. Bogey at 6 o'clock!
Jack shouted, hearing 3 loud grunts behind him, followed by an inquisitive nose probing his hindquarters.
Houston, we have a problem. Repeat, we have a problem.
The group tried to advance, but were suddenly weighed down as a very forward bull lock began mounting them from behind.
Shit, Jack. You have to stay calm, man, Topher pleaded. Just do what you always say. Just go with it.
If not for the obvious fear in his thoughts, Jack would have sworn that the monk found the whole situation funny. I need to think of a plan right now.
Think, Jack. Think!
Lady Luck must be on vacation, he thought, as no inspiration came to him. Blowing their cover and attacking it suddenly seemed like a fantastic idea.
To heck with the consequences!
But he thought of what was at stake, and was reminded of one Grandpa Jensen's words of wisdom in regard to a Rottweiler he once owned.
I wouldn't move if I were you. He has a bit of a mean streak in him. Safer to just let him finish.
The grunting increased in volume and frequency, and the amount of weight the beast was placing on Jack, who leaned heavily on Topher, was almost too much to bear, and only growing worse by the moment. As the male's passion grew, Jack's resolve shrunk in equal measure.
I've got a plan. On the count of 3, I need everyone to dive to the side,
Jack cried through the link. He wasn't sure whether it was a good plan, but time had just about run out.
1!
The grunts from the male lock were becoming unbearably loud.
2!
The bull had now shifted from grunting to a pained howl, sounding like an elephant choking on a tire. Before he finished counting, the loudest noise the Randy Lock had made so far threatened to deafen the group. And upon later review of their combat logs, they would find it indeed had applied a stun effect to them for 2 seconds. The immense pressure from the male lock's weight suddenly released, and they staggered forward as a group, not expecting the surprise reprieve. No longer held down, they all moved away in a very unlock-like fashion, turning to see what had happened. The horny bull was locked in combat with a second and slightly larger lock, engaged in a head-butting, testosterone-fueled battle for mating rights of the now mostly forgotten female. A few goblins turned their heads to watch, obviously unconcerned, but happy for the entertainment.
Go, go, go!
Jack sent. With all haste, they put as much distance as possible between themselves and the clashing males.
We will never speak of this.
Speak of what?
Dobby asked.
Exactly.
After moving away from the 2 males, the severity of the task of rescuing the Duke mercifully took center stage in Jack's mind. They cut their way through the goblin camp toward the large group of tents in the center. He thanked his lucky stars every time a goblin gazed at them, but eventually looked away. With Gooch calling out their movements, they eventually came within 100 feet or so of the camp center, where a dozen large canvas tents were erected. An empty space of maybe 50 feet surrounded the structures, like ropes used at clubs to designate the VIP area. Orcish guards were posted in front of each of the entryways, leaning on their weapons. It had taken them longer than Jack thought it would to get out here, the bull situation and the lock costume itself slowing their movement considerably. They stopped next to a tree, pretending to graze while Jack summoned Rat Damon. "O Rat Damon, wrangler of newt, puma, bane, astral rodent of mystery, I beg you heed my call in my time of need." Jack knew all of the drama wasn't necessary, but he got the sense that RD enjoyed the formality. A few seconds later, the rat appeared before him, the size of a small cat, apparently having leveled again and growing larger as a result. Jack wasn't sure just how large the rat could get, but he'd started out no bigger than Jack's hand when he was level 1. After asking him to look for the Duke, Jack opened up a small seam in the outfit and he scampered away, darting toward the nearest tent. RD's stealth was nearly as good as Jack's, and after a few seconds he lost him in the shadows created by the dim moonlight and various fires sprinkled around camp. He returned a few minutes later, using his paws to draw a rough sketch of the camp in the dirt. Then he slowly drew a circle around one of the tents. "Okay, fellas, RD has found him. He's in the 5th tent from us, the one closest to the forest. It's hotel-motel time. We don't have to go home, but we can't stay here." Before Jack could do anything else, he was slapped in the face by a paw. Negative, Ghost Rider. I think RD has more to tell us." He watched as his rodent friend began drawing a 2-dimensional tent, placing X's out front to show that there were 2 guards. Then he drew 8 more X's in the tent itself, all of them near the walls of the circular structure. Finally, he wrote a large D in the middle of the tent, which Jack assumed stood for Duke. Has RD been getting smarter? Jack knew his friend could understand Common, but he must also comprehend at least the basics of written language as well. He promised himself that he would ask RD to share his character sheet when they had the time. "Is it safe to assume there are orcs, hobs, and goblins in the other tents?" Jack whispered to the familiar. RD stood on his feet and gave a quick nod of acknowledgement. Jack mentally relayed the information to the others. "Okay, I'll need a little under 10 minutes to create a distraction. Then you can free the Duke. With me gone, he should easily fit in this lock disguise. You probably want to ride in the back seat, Topher, and put the Duke in the middle. No telling what condition he'll be in." "Should we Hudson Hawk this?" Gooch grinned. "American Pie is about 9 minutes. 8 minutes 42 seconds, Jack responded automatically, wondering if singing a song was going to help his stealth, but decided to just go with it. "Let's do it. Good luck, boys." Chapter 30. Jack slipped out of the magical lock outfit, moving more silently than anyone watching his 225-pound frame would have believed possible, thanks in part to the magical boots that softened his footfalls.
"Long, long time ago, I can still remember how that music used to make me smile."
He sang the lyrics as he went, careful to keep it at a breathy whisper. Crouching, he pulled the hood of his exceptional shadow cloak up around his head, creeping from shadow to shadow as he moved toward the siege engines. At expert rank in stealth, the system seemed to almost camouflage him as he walked, but he took no chances. All it would take was one alert guard with a high perception or a lucky roll and he was toast. He moved away from the command tents and skirted the orc encampment, using the sparse trees and their canopy for cover. Moving toward the next scraggly tree, his sensitive hearing pulled him up short as a soft scuffling sound came from the boughs. Breathing steadily, he continued with American Pie, softer than a whisper, as he scanned the tree above. It took him a moment, but he eventually saw a figure, short even by goblin standards, in the tree, sleeping fitfully, like a dog having a dream about chasing rabbits. Not wanting to be rude, Jack gave the goblin a brief tip of the hat and snuck away, eyes and ears scanning the environment for more hidden lookouts. He avoided a few other sentries before eventually making it to the tree line and getting his first close-up look of the siege weapons. There were 3 trebuchets, 4 movable platforms that were as tall as the Edinburgh Wall, and 2 door-busting rams, long wooden trunks sharpened to a point with multiple wooden handles fastened to them. From an earlier briefing, he knew that once the trebuchets were completed, they would be used to lob huge rocks over the walls, until the people of Edinburgh were as broken as the buildings in the city. The platforms, which had short wooden walls to provide cover from archers and other magic, could be used to deposit entire squads of the enemy onto the walls. Luckily for Edinburgh, they had Jack. These weapons of war were guarded by 6 orc warriors, who walked in pairs in a circuit around them. If the path worn in the grass was any indication, they had been walking all night, and had no intention of stopping. The area was wide enough that each pair of guards was spaced about a minute apart. Jack silently pulled his 2 short swords from his backpack, dimming the light surrounding his new one. He marveled at the feel of the weapons, the magic nearly vibrating in his hands. It was like that time Minnesota Fats came to Jan and Bob's Northway Club for a pool tournament, and let Jack hold his pool cue. Okay, well, maybe this is slightly more awesome than that. He waited near the tree, hearing them approach, palms sweating on the hilts of his swords. Gotta do this right. As they passed him, he crept out from behind the tree and jabbed each short sword into the backs of the orcs. The swords parted their chain shirts like a hot knife through butter. Jack threw his weight behind the weapons, landing on top of the dying soldiers and driving them both to the ground. The only sound was muffled grunts as they hit the earth. And to Jack's relief, the orcs died instantaneously. His new backstab multiplier of 4, along with the base damage of his weapons, was making Jack feel like he had found a cheat code. He didn't even have to target their genitalia. Against low-level orcs, anyway. Grunting with the exertion, he dragged them into nearby trees, waiting for the next patrol, and starting another verse of American Pie as he did so. He repeated the routine 2 more times until all 6 of the guards were dead. Pulling out the flasks Sakura had given him, he began pouring the thick, viscous liquid on the first siege engine before moving to the next one. According to her, the alchemical fire would be nearly impossible to extinguish once lit. Jack poured the sludgy liquid on each of the large weapons, before backing into the trees. Finishing the song, he brandished his fire wand and activated it with a flare, setting a trebuchet on fire before pointing it at the next siege engine. He walked away less than a minute later, having discharged all 10 uses of his wand, hands in his pockets, and whistling a nameless tune. Behind him, the world was on fire. Gooch had just finished American Pie when he saw the bright red fire erupt from the north, near the forest and the siege engines.
Go, Jack!
It didn't take long before the entire camp was stirred from slumber, with some of the more alert of the enemy immediately racing toward the fire. A few had buckets or shovels, but most just ran empty-handed or with their simple weapons, eager to find out what was going on.
It's time, fellas,
Gooch muttered, beginning to clip-clop their way to the large circular tent holding the Duke. Outside of a few goblins running into and bouncing off of them, they made it relatively unscathed. If anyone thought it was odd for a lock to be this far inside the encampment, no one reacted, apparently having bigger fish to fry. Once at the tent, they listened for a moment, Gooch using comprehend languages on himself to understand the guttural undercommon.
They need help. We're wasting our time here. We were given clear orders to stay and guard the Duke. This could be a trap,
a different voice responded.
You don't need 10 of us to watch a sickly, weak halfling. I have shits bigger than him. They say the orders came directly from the general,
a new voice piped in.
The general listens too closely to his reptilian advisor. His mind is not right.
Choose your words carefully, Plath. He has ears everywhere,
a deep voice muttered. Plath didn't heed the warning as he quickly responded.
Guard the tent, he says. Pay special attention to the ground, he says. What is he thinking? That the Duke will be rescued by a family of burrowing grottons. I'm telling you that Lockpie Reptilian is getting to him.
The arguing continued, the pace and volume steadily increasing, until Gooch heard the telltale hiss of steel and a heavy thump on the ground.
Anyone else have an issue with guard duty?
Through their mind link, Gooch shared his plan with the others, who all gave brief nods before moving into action. Dobby was happy that he was given a part to play instead of being an afterthought. His role was critical and he would do it well. He watched as the large rat slipped out from behind the lock outfit and used his burrowing skill to dig into the ground, making his way toward the tent. Dobby waited until no one was in the immediate vicinity and exited the lock as well, becoming one more goblin in a sea of orcs and goblins. He made a small slit in the side of the tent and waited, while Gooch and Topher made ready to cancel the lock magic and exit the costume. Watching through the small opening, Dobby grinned as he saw RD erupt from the ground in the tent's center, the guards crying out in surprise and grabbing their nearby weapons. Dobby began casting as the orcs let their weapons drop from their side, relief evident as laughter erupted from them.
Ha ha! A rat! It's just a large good-for-nothing rat. Well, good for eating.
One of the guards chortled.
Someone alert the general. The enemy has arrived. Through the ground, as predicted.
Another guard roared, soliciting another round of laughter.
If it's a trap, it sure has a cheesy setup,
a guard near the entrance declared.
We better oil it, because it's starting to squeak,
someone else ventured.
That's a pretty sexy rat. I'd hit that.
A smaller guard near the back of the tent, directly behind the bound and gagged Duke, cried. Laughter turned into coughs, and then the tent went silent.
You always take it just a bit too far, don't you, Gib? There's a line that you continually manage to find and leap over.
Dobby finished his casting, and a wave of soft mist fell on everyone in the 20-foot diameter tent. They began rubbing their eyes and letting out loud yawns. A second later, 7 of the 11 guards crumpled to the ground, asleep, along with both Rat Damon and the Duke.
Finally! Dobby used his sleep spell for more than joke on Jack.
He pulled out his spear, creating a larger rent in the tent and slipping in, followed closely by Gooch and Topher, extricated from the lock suit.
Help! Giant coming to kill us all!
He yelled to the guards, fear plastered on his face. The 4 orcs that had resisted the magic dismissed Dobby, staring at the towering figure of Gooch and his devilish friend. They grabbed their weapons, 3 of them stepping forward to meet the new threat, while the 4th guard moved to one of his allies and tried to shake him awake.
Help me wake the others,
he ordered Dobby, kneeling down and prodding a sleeping orc with his mace.
Wake up!
Dobby help, powerful orc,
he demurred, before slipping his spear into the base of the creature's neck, between the helm and the pauldron of the guard's scale armor. The magical spear easily parted the leathery flesh, severing the creature's spine. The sleeping orc that the guard had prodded began to wake up, so Dobby gave him the gift of eternal slumber as well, before moving on to the next sleeping orc. He glanced up to see Gooch, alight with a holy aura, slamming his shield into a guard, stunning it long enough for Topher to bring his staff around in a 2-handed slam, before dodging back from another guard's blow.
Orc warriors, no match for my friends.
Looking down at his bloody spear, he added aloud,
Army!
The battle was over in under a minute, and Dobby's only regret was that he hadn't been able to play his thunder drums. He had been around Jack long enough to know that when you started patting yourself on the back, something bad always happened. A second later, a huge hobgoblin, taller than Gooch, and with a wicked grin splitting her face, strode into the tent, flanked by 2 elite guards. Topher stared open-mouthed at the newcomers.
Ruh-roh, Raggy!
Chapter 31. The idea was for Jack to light the siege weapons on fire, and then immediately head back toward Edinburgh. As much as the smell and refuse disgusted him, his initial plan had been to return through the sewers, but Freya made it very clear that option would no longer work. They had reinforced the steel gate until it was probably stronger than the surrounding wall. Instead, Freya agreed to have a team of soldiers on the northern wall ready with rope ladders to allow them to climb up. However, his confidence in the siege weapons burning to the ground began to wane when he saw enemy shamans rush toward the weapons, immediately casting. Dark clouds began pulling together, blotting out the sliver of moonlight, and soon after it began raining. It started as a fine mist, almost like the spray off the ocean. However, the volume of water increased until it was soon a torrential downpour. Sakura was true to her word, though. The fire continued burning, reminding Jack of the time he had tried to extinguish a grease fire with water when he was working at Hardee's. Come to think of it, that's why they fired me. Sure, a majority of the kitchen burned down, but it was an honest mistake. According to his grandpa, Hardee's was never the same after they started cutting their fries thicker anyway. Just as he started to slink deeper into the forest, he saw the shamans cancel their spell, ordering goblins and orcs to stop throwing buckets of water on the equipment. Then the shamans joined hands and began vocalizing a new spell. Their chanting ended in a loud crescendo nearly a minute later as a giant earth elemental erupted from the ground, 12 feet tall and half as wide. First an air elemental and now an earth elemental? Only need water and fire to complete my set.
Elementals. Gotta catch them all,
Alexa sang in his head, riffing on the Pokemon theme song. It moved to a nearby battering ram that blazed with fire before sinking into the ground near it. As he watched, an enormous pile of dirt was pushed up from below as the arms and head of the elemental appeared from beneath the mound. Once fully out of the ground, it used its two massive hands to pull the loose dirt onto the ram, extinguishing the fire, only small wisps of smoke trailing from the piled-up dirt. Jack looked at the other siege weapons. Some were too far gone to be saved, the fire leaving only ash. But there were a handful of structures, including 2 trebuchets and a large wooden tower, that were burning more slowly. The shamans were slumped to the ground, unconscious or dead, while dozens of goblins and orcs looked at the elemental in awe, nervously keeping their distance from the monstrosity. If I can take out this earth elemental, or at least weaken it, it should buy the weapons enough time to fully burn. He patted the hilts of the 2 legendary short swords sheathed at his waist, and stared at the creature, inhaling deeply. Exhaling, a wild grin on his face, he pulled his hood up and ran toward the creature, exiting the forest and darting toward a platform covered in flame. Using it as cover, he moved to the smoldering battering ram ensconced in dirt, ducking low behind the giant log. The monster of earth and stone was underground near a trebuchet about 20 feet away, pushing up another large mountain of dirt. Jack sprinted toward the monster, stealth a secondary priority, as he could see the top of the creature's head poking up through the ground. He skipped onto the burning trebuchet for a split second before kicking off and launching himself at the surprised elemental.
Leroy Jenkins!
He shouted, using his quick draw perk to whip his weapons out and execute a dual attack at the monstrosity's head. The creature only had time to look up at Jack before it received the business ends of both swords, the heartwood short sword sliding neatly into its right eye, as its radiant blade bit deep into its gaping mouth, stopping only when the winged crossguard caught on its open maw. Jack used the weapons as levers against each other, pulling them apart and through the elemental's face. It shrieked in pain, arms swinging wildly to keep Jack at bay. Disappointed and a little disgusted that the creature still lived, Jack stepped back from the flailing arms, sheathing the heartwood blade and grabbing his radiant blade in 2 hands, like an axe. As the elemental's hands swept by him again, he darted in, swinging the weapon with all of his might at the neck of the creature. He missed the neck, hitting high, the blade slicing 3/4 of the way through the elemental's head, before coming to a stop. He released the weapon, taking a glancing blow from one of the arms as he stumbled backward. The creature may not have been dead, but neither was it doing well, and it began to pull itself back into the ground.
Hey, Ben Grimm, where you going?
Jack cried, lunging forward, his right hand finding purchase on the hilt of his sword.
This is mine!
Holding on to the hilt with both hands, he pulled it up toward him as the creature moved downward, the blade ripping free along with the rest of the monster's head. It stopped immediately, collapsing into a pile of dirt and stones. Jack noticed a rather large diamond in the dirt remains, grabbing and pocketing the gem. There's always room for Jello! And loot. He sheathed his radiant sword, placing his hands on his knees and gasping in lungfuls of air.
The entire battle with the elemental took less than 20 seconds, and he felt like he had been holding his breath the entire time. Just then, his hearing picked up the sounds of leather armor creaking, and with a start he looked up. A couple dozen of the enemy stood around him in a circle, spears and other weapons pointed directly at him, with hundreds more milling behind them. A giant beast of an orc walked toward him, firelight reflecting off his plate mail armor. His helm was in the shape of a large wolf, his face sticking out between the jaws. He was flanked by 10 of what had to be some of the ugliest of their kind he had ever seen. Pointing to a trio of cowering goblins, the giant warrior shouted,
"Go find more shamans!"
Scanning the others milling about, he bellowed,
"The rest of you, put out the fire by any means possible! I don't care if you have to use your own piss! Just extinguish those flames!"
He turned toward his guards next, pointing at the 5 on his right.
"Lindoggen, take 4 and check on the Duke!"
A large orc on his right gave a short nod, and the 5 guards began jogging back the way they had come. Chaos erupted near the siege engines as the commands were followed. A few goblins actually tried to pee on the flames, only to have the inferno explode upward, catching them on fire. Others started using their weapons to dig up the hard soil in an attempt to mimic the earth elemental. But Jack didn't have time to watch their antics. The leader was advancing on him, pulling out a flanged mace and steel shield. Jack cast Analyze on him, trying to get a sense for his strength.
Name, General's Rule. Race, Orc. Level 15. Class, Orc Warlord. Hit points, 212 of 212. Spell points, 57 of 57.
There was no way Jack was going to win against an opponent of this caliber, not without some serious sneak attack and critical multipliers. He backed up slowly, scanning his character sheet and inventory for a way out. He needed to buy some time. "General's Rule. We meet at last," he said with a deep bow. "My name is Jack, leader of the Flaming Fists." The Flaming Fists was his old band name, and as good a name as any for their little group. "I come as an emissary of the people of Edinburgh to discuss terms."
"Tell me,"
Zerul countered, his men spreading out to form a rough circle around Jack.
"Is it customary emissary protocol to burn down part of the enemy camp?"
He waved his hand toward the engines that, despite the best attempts of his soldiers, continued to burn, sending huge gouts of flame into the sky.
"I've heard rumors of a group of mercenaries who've been meddling in my affairs and the affairs of my Ravanan."
He paused, spitting a rough glob of phlegm onto the ground, his guards following suit.
"Allies. Your work in the mines set me back weeks, and the Ravanan are sure it was the same group that cut off access to a power source. I'm also guessing we have you to thank for our failed attack on the Eastern Wall."
He paused, staring daggers at Jack before continuing.
"No, you don't leave here alive, if only to appease my..."
He hawked up another loogie and spat on the ground.
"Allies."
He gave a nod to his guards, who began closing the circle around Jack. "Wait! Our fight is not with you!" Jack cried, holding up his hands. Looking down at the phlegm-soaked ground, he resumed, "I can tell you have no love for the Ravanans. They are the true foe, bringing their magic and armies down upon this land. They will not stop until every creature bows before them, including you." The guards continued to close in, and Jack picked up his pace. "Let me guess, they came to you, telling you that if you helped destroy Edinburgh and its inhabitants, they would give you a position of power, maybe even give you the city. The truth is, the Ravanan are slaves to something they call the spreadsheet. They hunger to bring order to every world they conquer, resulting in the population being told what to do, how to act, how to live. You get the point." Jack looked pleadingly at the orc warlord, who gestured to his guards to stop. They were mere feet away from Jack. "Back where I'm from, we have certain rights given to each person no matter their position in society.
Freedom to pursue happiness. Freedom to live their life the way they want to live it. And freedom to get it wrong once in a while and learn the hard way. It's not a perfect system, but from what I've seen so far, it would be a vast improvement to what the Ravanan Empire will thrust upon you. I'm not sure what comes from following a master plan, but I know what doesn't come with it. Freedom. General Zrul stared at Jack, as if trying to look into his very soul. Which is probably an ability on this planet.
What you say holds merit,
he said, no longer speaking in rough undercommon, but common, casting sidelong glances at his soldiers.
But what would you have me do? The Ravanan, for all that I hate them to their core, are powerful. If I show any defiance, they will bring their armies down upon our tribes and decimate us. They have made that very clear. At least this way I get something for my trouble,
he finished, nodding behind him toward Edinburgh. He let out a long, slow breath.
No, I will not betray the Ravanan.
Jack's sense-motive empathy perk kicked in, and he knew with certainty Zrul wanted to turn his back on the Ravanan Empire. He just needed to push him over the edge. In a last, desperate gamble, he responded, subconsciously adding a Scottish accent. Aye, fight them and you may die. Bow to them and you'll live, at least for a while. And dying in your bed many years from now, would you be willing to trade all the days from this day to that for one chance? Just one chance to come back here and tell the Ravanan that they may take your life, but they'll never take your freedom! He screamed the last, hand raised up in the air. Come on, Braveheart, don't fail me now. From Jack's perspective, the general seemed to be considering his words, his mouth agape and looking like a fish out of water. Let's go persuasion.
First of all, that speech was remarkable. Did you just come up with that? Well done. You've got a silver tongue, human,
he said, clearly impressed. But then his shoulders slumped as he eyed his nearby troops, for all the world looking like a kid who just watched his ice cream cone fall to the ground.
If it was only my life to lose, I would take you up on your offer. I would fight alongside you against these Ravanan bastards, finding a glorious end in battle and cementing my place in Nishrek. But alas, the clans depend on me, and I will not throw their lives away on a poor bet. And you, my tiny, rotund thief, are a poor bet against the might of the Ravanan Empire.
Switching back to Undercommon, he raised his voice, lips pulling back to show a mouthful of jagged teeth.
Kill him and leave his corpse for all to see. Bring his gear to my tent.
The guards raised their weapons as Jack pulled his dual short swords out of their sheaths in a lightning-fast move. I may fall, but I'm taking a few of you with me! He mentally shouted for Gooch and Topher, but they were outside of his mind-link range. He took solace in the fact that they were safe, and well on their way back to the city. Chapter 32.
And to think when I awoke this morning, I thought I wouldn't see anything good today.
The massive female hob announced in rough common, with various bits of bone, skin, and other anatomical trophies rattling against her midnight blue plate mail.
This will be most entertaining. Did you think you would be able to walk into our camp and steal our hostage uncontested?
No, Topher replied, giving Gooch a nervous glance. Before more could be said, the hobgoblin interjected with a grunt of annoyance.
That was a rhetorical question, demonkin. You will die tonight in this tent. I will give you my name, so you know that it will be I, Jamon, that brings your demise.
Even at times like these, with everything on the line and Gooch clearly set for combat, Topher couldn't help himself. Give me your name, huh? So, I am Jamon now? Kinda weird, but I will allow it, when in Rome and all that. However, I am unused to this custom. Am I supposed to give you my name now? Jamon apparently wasn't used to being mocked so openly as she blurted,
What? No!
With a deep breath, she composed herself and barked orders while nodding at each of her henchmen in turn.
Horath! Bathra! You get first crack at him!
She pulled the largest sword that Topher had ever seen from a dagger-sized scabbard at her hip. Holy shit, scabbard a-holding. Adventurous scabbard? While Jamon did this, her two hobgoblin guards moved up and matched their formation. Horath, wearing an expensive-looking chain shirt with pouches and other odds and ends attached, seemingly haphazardly around his person, faced off against Topher and his quarterstaff. Bathra, wearing full plate and wielding what looked to be a falchion, took her place in front of Gooch. Gooch, body taut in readiness, said, Are we going to talk here all day, or... He was cut off abruptly when both guards attacked at once. Bathra opened with a blow that had perfect efficiency of motion, the speed of the attack almost catching the big man off guard. He barely managed to bring his shield up to deflect the attack. She was obviously looking to end the fight quickly with a decapitating blow, and seemed genuinely surprised when she was thwarted.
Finally, a challenge!
She exclaimed, following up with a shield bash, which managed to force Gooch out of position somewhat, as he had to twist at an angle to half parry and half dodge it. Topher caught a glimpse of blurred motion as a translucent fist shot out and landed a nasty uppercut to the left side of his face, while his opponent stood almost completely still. A crunching flare of pain shot through his jaw as he careened backward, nearly knocking Dobby over, before landing prone on his side. No! Dobby screamed, jumping over his dazed comrade on the ground. He held his magical spear in two hands and stabbed forward with his momentum, targeting center mass. His aim was true, but another ghostly arm, this one covered with hard reptilian-looking scales, deftly redirected his attack. Dobby continued forward and to the left, pivoting, choking up on the weapon, then using the butt end to perform a no-look move behind him to land the blunt end of his spear into the hob's side. This seemed to catch the hob off guard more than cause any significant damage, and he shot a look of pure malice at the oversized goblin, who used the attack to redirect himself farther onto Horath's right. Jamon, a wide smile plastered on her face, stretched her shoulders and made a couple of warm-up motions with her sword. She looked to be in no particular hurry, hard eyes surveying the melee unfolding before her as she looked for an opening to join the fray. Gooch gave ground as his shield and longsword worked in tandem to block and parry multiple attacks, before stepping forward and slamming his shield into the large hob, stunning her. He brought his longsword across her body, but managed to only carve a long scratch along her plate armor. Topher, still lying dazed on the floor of the tent, was slowly coming to grips with his situation, while the sounds of battle continued around him. Okay, time to show him what you got. The hob had snuck a surprise attack on him with magic, and the pain in his jaw made Topher think it might be broken. Using his jump skill and perks, he flipped himself off the ground and into a standing position. As he was about to join the battle once more, his battle cry faded quickly as he opened his mouth. Or rather, tried to open his mouth, finding it unable to move and receiving a spasm of agony for his efforts. Dobby glanced behind him as he circled clockwise around the enemy that was commanding the ghostly hands, all the while not letting Jamon out of his sight. He saw Topher jump to his feet, no longer down nor out, and noticed the Duke was still sleeping peacefully, blissfully ignorant of the battle around him. Quickly ducking behind the monk, he reached for his drums, which were held in a sling crossing his shoulders, and began to play a traditional goblin tune, Benorak Flagcanorum, putting his own twist on the music, like his good friend Jack, and channeling his discourage foe perk.
Goblin smash, goblin smash, goblin smash your stupid head. Goblin smash, goblin smash, goblin smash and make you dead. Time to stop, not to go, but only Dobby know. Time to stop, not to go, Dobby make you poop head slow.
The effect of the music was immediate, and the attacks of the three foes slowed down to a manageable pace. Topher had used his ring of comprehension that day to understand Common, so he couldn't make out the words of Dobby's song. But damn, that rhythm is catchy. He took up a more defensive posture, not falling for the same trick twice. He was fighting some type of caster, and he couldn't give him the time needed to cast spells. As Terry Silver always said, if a man can't breathe, he can't fight. With that thought, he moved forward to attack the hobgoblin mage, staff blurring around him, and doing his best to ignore the pain in his jaw. Ghostly, translucent hands met all of his attacks, the hobgoblin's forehead knitting in concentration. Topher continued with his attacks while he slowly began to move the lower half of his body in a new form he had learned upon leveling up. A few seconds later, he finished with a loud seismic stomp, the ground trembling for a moment before spikes erupted from beneath Horath, punching through his thighs and into his chest, holding him tight to the ground. Horath roared in pain, ghostly hands fading, his concentration broken. He gritted his teeth and began a new casting, which Topher desperately wanted to stop. Unfortunately, before he could press his advantage, Jamon stepped in front of him, her large, two-handed sword angled across her body. Gooch was beginning to get the better of his opponent. For all her bluster, Bathra was unable to penetrate his defenses with her falchion, and her attacks that did get past his shield, parry, and dodge skills were not doing enough damage to break through his armor, aura, and thick skin. He was having similar issues, his long sword not able to penetrate the plate mail, except for one lucky strike that had caught her just above the eye. However, he didn't have time for a war of attrition. The longer this battle went on, the greater the chance someone would notice the movement in the tent and send reinforcements. With that in mind, he pulled his aura in upon himself, and then shot it out in one large missile of light, slamming into Bathra and knocking her back, weakening the hobgoblin. Noticing the hobgoblin chief step in front of the impaled caster and confront Topher, he knew at once the monk would not be up to the challenge of defending himself against that monstrosity. He activated his Switch Places tactics perk, and suddenly he was in front of Jamon, who had a startled expression on her face. Sparing a glance at his feet, he saw that R.D. had woken from the magical slumber.
Rat Damon and Dobby, make sure that caster doesn't get back into this fight,
he ordered as he hunched behind his shield, the hobgoblin chief slamming her large sword into it. He grimaced as he saw the rat begin to burrow his way into an open wound on the caster's leg. He was annoyed that Dobby was ignoring his command, instead still pounding away on the drum.
Finally, a real fight!
Jamon cackled before shouting a quick incantation. Her sword began to blur with speed. Gooch parried an incoming attack, sliding it off his blade and onto the ground. Before he could follow up with a shield bash, the sword was back in action, slicing diagonally upward at his torso. He jumped back, the sword sending a line of sparks on his already decimated armor, which he hadn't had time to repair after the battle with the Shadow Prince. Blood began to seep from the rent, and Gooch instacast a burning hands at the big hobgoblin, catching her and most of the tent in the blaze. It bought him enough time to release his weapon, turn his shield back into a bracelet, and pull out Nutcracker, his giant two-handed flail. The tent on fire around them, they traded blows again. Gooch accepting another hit on his left arm in exchange for landing a blow on the chief and activating the burning blood magic of the flail to inflict the damage over time effect. The chief leapt back in pain and surprise as the magic of the flail heads infected her blood. Topher extended a watery shield in front of him, his form glowing with the telltale effect of the magical blue armor from his staff. While he wasn't doing any damage, He was holding his own against Bathra, probably waiting for Gooch to think of something.
Damn it.
Unsure of how to end this stalemate, he was pleased when Dobby finally finished his drumming, hoping the goblin would either help RD or Topher. Instead, he felt a low rumble in his bones.
Oh, shit!
He screamed just as an ear-splitting thunderclap centered on Jamon rocked the tent. Everyone was blown back from the epicenter of the thunderclap, with RD and the 3 hobgoblins taking the brunt of it. The enemies lay unmoving on the ground, and RD was already back on his home plane. Or so Gooch hoped. Ears ringing and slightly dizzy, he stood up, stumbling over to the unconscious forms of the Duke, Topher, and Dobby. He took a precious few seconds to transfer health from him to each of them, using the new ability he had received when he became the champion of Arian. Despite the warnings from Arian, his no pain 2 perk prevented him from feeling more than a slight twinge of discomfort from the process. It was enough to stabilize them, with Topher and Dobby waking up enough to help him slip the groggy Duke into the lock costume, and then join him in it. Moments later, they walked out of what remained of the tent, leaving a burning, shredded mess in their wake. Blessedly, the siege weapons were still ablaze, drawing much of the army's attention, and he could just make out the faint sound of battle in that direction. Just in time, he thought, seeing a handful of burly-looking orc guards running toward the tent from that direction. He turned the group back toward the city, hoping Jack was doing better than they were. Chapter 33. Jack spun around, weapons extended, forcing the guards to take an involuntary step back to avoid being sliced open. Turning his back on 3 of them, he stopped his spin and lunged toward the other 2, swords thrust out in front of him. The tips of both blades managed to puncture their chainmail armor and slide into their chests. Though the wounds were shallow, the 2 guards fell onto their backs. Seeing a temporary opening in the circle, Jack darted toward it and over the downed guards, almost making it out, before he felt something pierce his right calf. He stumbled with a cry of pain, looking down to see a spearhead lodged deep into his muscle. With a heroic effort, he stood back up, pulling the spear out of his leg and trying to stumble out of the circle. His danger sense alerted him to another attack, and his uncanny dodge perk took over, rolling him out of the way, right into the feet of another orc guard, who struck Jack across the back with a mace, making him issue another cry of pain as he felt something crack. Turning slowly over on his back, he looked up at the 5 guards glaring over him, ready to meet his end.
I'm sorry, bro,
was his last whisper as he looked into the eyes of the orc holding a bloody spear above him.
Pathetic,
it barked. Before he could execute the attack, a pair of glowing objects hit the orc, exploding as they impacted with his chest, and blowing him backward in a shower of flame and sparks, bathing Jack in heat and light. The guards, including the general, all turned away from Jack, looking for the new enemy. Not sure who was helping him, he used the distraction to heal his calf, feeling the muscle repair itself under his healing touch. Nearby, a pair of inky black tentacles each grabbed a guard, holding them fast while trying to wring the life out of them. Jack slowly rose from the ground as the orcs charged a lithe figure that seemed to dance between the large shadows given off by the bonfire that was the siege weapons.
Joe?
He stammered, rising to his feet. The guards swung their weapons at the shadowy form, only to have it disappear and reappear in a different shadow, firing magic arrows at them.
Joe?
Jack screamed. He's alive. I mean, of course he's alive. I knew it all along.
Sure you did, Jack.
Alexa jibed.
Just like you thought you knew who shot Mr. Burns.
Not the time! He started walking toward the trees, his injured ribs stinging with pain each time he breathed too deeply or hit a bump in the rocky ground. Before he had made it 10 steps, General Zruel was there, a flanged mace of cold blue steel in his right hand, and a shield made of the same material in his left.
Where do you think you're going?
He growled, towering over Jack. It's kind of a long story, but my friend over there, well, I think it's him, went through a portal to the shadow plane. So, you see...
Enough. Why do I keep giving you time to talk? You yap more than a wolf in heat.
He slammed his shield into Jack, stunning him momentarily while Zruel thumped his mace into Jack's midsection, blasting him into a tree at the forest's edge. Tears of pain filling his eyes, he bit out the words to Help by the Beatles, channeling a soothing performance through the song. While it didn't heal broken bones, the healing at least allowed him to breathe easier. His Mend Bones spell had a cast time of slightly over 22 seconds, and that was with his Combat Medic perk, so his ribs would need to wait. He looked past the approaching general to see a shadowy pit open beneath two of the guards fighting Shadow Joe, sucking them down into the ground. I think I'm a better bet than you give me credit for, General, Jack started, standing back up. My friends and I have been a constant thorn in the Empire's backside. You do well to reconsider your alliances. He was moving from persuasion to all-out bluff. As good as we are no match for the might of the Ravanan Empire. Not yet, anyway.
Talk, talk, talk. Yap, yap. Come over here, and I'll make it quick.
He gestured, pointing to his feet. Jack looked around for a way out, but Zruel was finished playing games. Then suddenly a stone wall surrounded the orc. He looked up to see the elite orcs injured or dying, the shadowy figure staring at him. Jack ran to him, gritting his teeth and holding his ribs. The goblins trying to put out the fire stopped and stared, most likely trying to figure out if they were supposed to help their general or keep at the pointless task of extinguishing the flames. Up close, Jack could see that the figure was indeed Joe, although the color of his hair, clothes, skin, and other items were muted to an ashen gray. He had a flat, matte appearance, and when Jack snuck a look around him, he noticed his friend was two-dimensional, as thin as a sheet of glass. Kind of like the Phantom Zone in Superman. No, that's not quite right. More like the shadow version of Peter Pan that I saw in a cartoon when I was young. Joe! I knew you were alive! He gave him a puzzled expression before saying something back that Jack couldn't hear. He was a fair hand at reading lips, picked up from years of practice, because his grandpa always wanted to know what the people at the diner were saying. He was always sure they were making fun of the farm smell that permeated his clothes. Staring at Joe, he thought he said, "Don't worry, dude. I'm trying to find a way back." Or he said, "Don't be so rude. Stop staring at my crack." Jack spoke slowly, overpronouncing the words. "We have a way to get you out. After we win the battle. Stay alive. No matter what occurs, no matter how long it takes, no matter how far, I will find you." If he does understand any of this, he will appreciate the nod to Last of the Mohicans. As Jack watched, Joe looked at where his watch would be, giving a quick glance behind him. He held up one finger and said, "Must go. Magic fading." Either that or, "Must go masquerading." He looked around, seeing some of the bolder goblins brandishing their weapons and tentatively moving toward him. Fissures were also appearing on the stone wall, the ringing from mace on stone sounding loudly throughout the camp. "Got it. Time to go. Later, buddy. Love you, man," Jack cried, running into the woods while beginning the lengthy Mend Bones cast and pulling up the hood of his shadow cloak. Nearly 30 seconds later, ribs feeling better, he was already turning to head back into the city when he heard the wall of stone collapse. "Well, what do you think about that? Joe's alive!"
If you call existing in the shadow plane and probably running for your life living, then yes, he is living,
Alexa replied smoothly. Undeterred, Jack continued. "Joe is alive, and we will save him. Count on it."
And you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot,
Alexa joked, quoting one of Jack's favorite lines from Happy Gilmore. He took the long way around, noticing the sentries were no longer sleeping on the job, so it took him more than an hour to make it back to the rendezvous point. Hoping for the best, but fearing the worst, he leaned into a shadow close to the wall and gave the agreed-upon sign. "Whip-a-wheel! Whip-a-wheel!" he whisper shouted. A moment later, a rope dropped down, and he hung on for dear life as he was hoisted up.
Jeez, Jackie. Can you lay off the bacon?
Gooch whispered from the top of the wall, Jack's keen ears just picking it up.
No carbs, it doesn't count,
he shot back, smiling, happy for once that something had gone as planned.
You taking credit for this one, Jackie?
Alexa asked. I mean, it was basically the plan. Everyone knows good plans have to be flexible.
I think your bluff skill is so good that you sometimes even fool yourself.
Chapter 34. A few hours later, after a trip to the bathhouse and a clean set of clothes, courtesy of Maeve, they once again found themselves in the War Council room. 11 of them squeezed in around the large circular table in the center of the room. Besides the party, the Duke, Duchess, Maeve, Neil, Bantar, Freya, and Marshal Kasuki were there. A large spread was laid out before them, consisting of a few loaves of bread, sausage, various cheeses, and dried fruit. Although it was simple, it was ample, and Jack was on his second helping as Neil regaled his father with his version of the battle on the eastern wall that had taken place a couple days before.
So you see, Da, although I played an integral leadership role, the Outworlders were a key to winning the day,
he finished with earnest sincerity, giving a nod to Topher and the others. The Duke, for his part, seemed in good spirits, if still bruised and weak. He looked like an older version of his son, except that his curly hair had more gray than red and there were pronounced wrinkles around his eyes and forehead.
That do be well done, son. Well done, indeed. I know you had the strength of a leader somewhere inside you. If only you'd rise to the occasion,
the Duke said, beaming at his son before turning his gaze to the party.
And as for you, it seems I be owing you a debt I fear I cannot repay. Not only did you save my city from a potentially crippling attack, but you also risked your lives to save me from certain torture and death, not to mention burning the siege weapons. Really, the only disagreeable item I have against you was that walk back to our city in the lock costume. Did one of you be crapping your pants? I had been beaten for the last week, soiled myself over and over, with puke covering my shirt, and even I couldn't stand that smell.
Gooch and Topher both looked a little ashamed, while Jack beamed proudly, for once not the source of the stench. Dobby sat on the chair, nodding happily. Before the party could respond, Maeve reached over and touched her father's bruised cheekbones. They would take time to heal despite the spells already cast upon him.
Father, what went wrong? You were so positive you could catch them by surprise.
I be not sure, lass,
he replied, his expression softening, eyes glossy as he stared blankly ahead.
As we planned, Freya used a powerful scroll from our treasury that was able to magic us to anywhere within sight. We left just as the sun was dipping below the horizon, teleporting as far as Freya could see into the trees with her magically enhanced vision. They should have never expected a group from that direction, but the forest was littered with goblin and hobgoblin scouts.
He paused, taking a sip of his ale before continuing.
Despite that, we decided, well, in my pride I decided, and the others followed, to continue with the mission. We holed up for a few hours, hiding beneath leaves and dirt, barely daring to breathe, before slinking our way toward the siege weapons under the cover of darkness. As we neared them, the orcs were ready, and a searing bright light erupted in the night sky, marking us plain as day. It was over before it started, with a classic pincher attack closing in on us like the jaws of a dire wolf.
He was silent for a long moment as he continued to stare at the wall, a small tear rolling down his cheek.
They captured me alive, and beat me to within an inch of my life before their general arrived, and realizing who I was, ordered them to keep me alive. I spent the next few days enjoying their special hospitality. Sure, I was going to die, until you boys showed up to save me.
Maeve threw her arms around the Duke, tears streaming down her face.
It's okay, girl. You know I'm too tough to die.
Neil pulled out a cloth doll from somewhere on his person and held it up to his father.
Show me on the doll where they touched you, Da.
Pulling back from his daughter, the Duke ignored his son, muttering something under his breath. Jack spoke up for the first time, finishing off a piece of bread slathered with strawberry-like preserves.
I think I know how they knew your plans, he said, pointing a sticky finger at the merchant Bantar the Bold. You see, Mr. the Bold, I told our rescue plans to a number of you. Of course, they were all false, but I was hoping to identify the traitor. Bantar, do you remember what I told you? Bantar, eyes wide, looked back and forth to the Duke and Duchess, before turning his attention to Jack.
You told me nothing, you big barrel of donuts. Don't loop me into your madness.
Okay, the fat joke was unnecessary, Jack said, awkwardly licking the rest of the jam off his fingers. Let me help rekindle your memory. I told you we found magic in the vault that would allow us to tunnel under the Duke's tent and free him. Of course, that's ridiculous. Surely magic like that doesn't exist, Jack finished, looking to Freya, who returned a sly smile. Well, either way, our rescue attempt went in a different direction, but the guards mentioned that General Zrul told them to be on the lookout for the enemy to appear from the ground. Now, where would they get that idea?
Surely you can't be suggesting that I somehow alerted the enemy to your plan,
Bantar stammered, flushing slightly as beads of sweat appeared on his brow. No shit, Sherlock, Topher interjected, standing up to his full height and pulling water from the cups on the table to form a spinning ice shard in front of him, pointed directly at Bantar. I'm tired of these games, old gnome. I'll give you one chance to come clean before we see if your heart is as dark as your soul. Bantar stared at the spinning shard of ice, sweat from his forehead trickling its way to the point of his long nose before it dripped onto the table. He turned to the Duchess, pleading.
Maya, please. You know I would never—
Answer the boy's question, Bantar. You've been acting strangely ever since this war started, and all you can talk about is the expense of the war and how it is impacting your trading margins.
Bantar looked like he was about to say something, before his shoulders slumped and he looked to the Duke.
Sire, you have to believe me. I wanted what was best for our beautiful city and its people. The Ravanan advisor promised he would spare the city if I helped him.
The Duke, eyes bulging in rage, leapt up onto the table, a dagger appearing in his hand and at the gnome's throat.
My men died because of you, traitor. The orcs visited unspeakable acts upon me, all because you wanted to save your own skin. Did you really think the enemy would simply take the city and then allow us to coexist peacefully with them, running together hand in hand, wearing tiaras made of star flowers? You may have saved the city, but my people would have been butchered.
He held the knife rigid in his arms, muscles laboring to keep it from ending Bantar's life.
My love, not like this,
Duchess Maya whispered, laying her hand on her husband's arm. Freya stared daggers at the old gnome, wands in her hands. But it was Marshal Kasuki that was the next to speak.
Sire, if he wants to be with his orc allies, then I think we should grant his wish. Guards, let's escort the Minister a coin to the wall.
The guards at the door jumped, quickly complying with the order. A few minutes later, they were on the northern wall, Bantar screaming and wailing. You there! Gooch, is it? Can you help send our Bantar back to his friends? Gooch cast a nervous sidelong look to Jack before stepping up next to the gnome. Gesturing for the others to back away, he grabbed the little gnome by the ankles and began to spin, reminding Jack of his shot-put days in high school. After a few rotations, he let Bantar go, watching with amazement at what a 55 strength could do. The gnome flew out of his hands and high up into the morning sky, traveling hundreds of feet before arcing back toward the ground and landing amidst a pile of goblins.
Looks like we had to de-gnome this garden,
Topher whispered sadly. Contrary to popular belief, gnomes do not rule, Jack added.
Yet another debt I owe you, lads,
the Duke murmured.
That is at least some small justice for the men I lost.
They walked back to the council chambers, each lost in their own thoughts. Jack wasn't sure where he came down on capital punishment, but understood the Duke's need for retribution. And that gnome had given him the willies. They reconvened back in the council chambers. To Jack's horror and disappointment, the table was cleared of all food, and an octangular box was placed on it instead.
I am pretty full, but there's always room for pudding.
Before they could take their seats, Duchess Maya stood in front of them.
Prior to discussing our battle strategies, I would like to officially recognize and reward our new allies. Only a few days ago, you were intrepid newcomers to our city, and now you are treasured and beloved friends.
Beloved friends? Jack asked Alexa.
Because you completed 3 quests, Deep Duchy, The Trouble with Trebuchets, and Beat on the Rat, your reputation with the city of Edinburgh has risen to beloved status. Even Dobby's reputation has moved from unfriendly to ally.
Jack focused his attention back on the Duchess, wishing again that time would slow when he had interactions with Alexa.
To show our appreciation, we have a small gift for you.
She reached behind her and pulled out a small brown box. Inside were 5 golden signet rings. She took each ring out and placed it on the pinky finger of each of the party members, until there was one left. That one she handed to Jack.
Keep this for your friend, should you find him again. These rings are the Duke's personal seal, and will tell everyone that you have the trust of the Duke himself, along with his authority. Besides the obvious benefits, merchants will also give you friendly rates for their supplies, and they can be activated once per day to deliver a minor heal to the person wearing the ring.
Gooch stepped up, shooting a quick glance at Maeve before he spoke.
Your generosity is too much. We were happy to help. We are proud to stand alongside you in the fight against the orcs, hobgoblins, goblins, and their Ravanan allies.
Maeve beamed at him like a proud mama.
Regardless, we are in your debt. We hope our final gift may help even that debt somewhat,
she stated, pulling out another small box from a pouch at her waist. She handed it to Jack, grinning broadly. He opened the box to see a portal pearl resting inside.
This is the last major treasure our vault has to offer, and we give it freely to you. Freya mentioned that you chose this as your reward from the Mage Guild, and we assumed another one could be helpful.
She phrased this last part as a question, her lilting voice rising at the end. Jack dropped to his knees, throwing his arms around the Duchess, squeezing her in a tight bear hug.
You have no idea. Now I can bring 2 more of my friends over to help us in our fight against the Empire. Thank you, thank you, thank you!
He couldn't contain his excitement, letting it bubble out of him.
That's enough, son. You'll make an old halfling jealous.
The Duke laughed, immediately regretting it as he held his side.
If we're done here, I think it's time to turn our thoughts to the thousands of enemies that are still very alive and well outside our walls.
He turned toward Marshal Kasuki.
Marshal, can you give us a briefing? Where do things stand?
They sat down as the Marshal stepped forward, gesturing toward the octangular box on the table, which quickly unfolded. A bright green gem levitated out of it, creating a 3-dimensional bird's-eye view of the city and the surrounding area.
Thanks to Freya and the newly operational Mage Guild, we once again have access to the gem of Jarvik. We've been feeding it information from our scouts, giving it the ability to create a visual of the current situation. Jarvik, add enemy troop deployment.
Immediately, hundreds of red, blue, and green figures appeared on the map surrounding the city. The majority of them were on the northern side, with pockets scattered around the rest of the city.
Each figure represents 10 of the enemy. Red denotes orcs, blue denotes hobgoblins, and green denotes goblins.
Alexa, is this a bad time to tell him I'm colorblind?
Jack sighed inwardly.
On it, boss,
came a quick reply. A second later, each of the colors also had a shape added to them, helping Jack clearly separate the troops.
What would I do without you?
Probably die to the first goblin you met. Now pay attention.
If the Marshal was surprised at the shapes appearing on the troops, he didn't show it.
We've reduced their numbers significantly from the start of the siege over a month ago, but they still have a few thousand orcs, hobs, and goblins.
He shot a quick glance at Dobby before continuing.
In that number, there are probably a few hundred elite soldiers from each race, along with a few dozen or so shaman and hedge mages. Our numbers...
He pointed at the map, and the enemy troops grayed out, while yellow figures popped up in the city.
Are around 1,000, with over half of them being untrained citizens. We have a few of our elites remaining, including Freya and her fellow mages and a few healers. With the removal of the curse, we have been able to equip all of them with better gear and items.
The curse is gone? The Duke asked, eyebrows raised. Nitrox has his powers again. He will be a powerful ally in the battles to come.
Aye, the curse has been lifted, thanks to these folks here. But Nitrox... Well, it's a long story, but suffice it to say he didn't make it out of the catacombs alive. Bastard!
Topher coughed into his hand. Sorry, allergies.
I don't believe the enemy can afford to attack us directly without siege engines. Our walls offer us too much of an advantage, and we've repelled each of their attacks to date. No, I believe they'll rebuild their trebuchets, towers, and rams, and then use their trebuchets to weaken us before their final attack.
How long do we have?
Duchess Maya asked.
I'm not sure. They have plenty of wood, but according to our scouts, not many engineers that can oversee the construction of the devices. I am guessing we have 4 or 5 days before they're fully operational. Then maybe a few more days of bombardment before they decide the time is right.
The Duke sat back in his chair, absorbing the information. Maya, my love, how is our food situation? General morale of the troops and our citizens?
The two are correlated,
she replied smoothly.
Between the city being on half rations and word getting out about your capture, morale is pretty low. However, our people have never given up. Anytime there is an attack on the wall, citizens young and old rally. News about your return will further strengthen their resolve, and our handsome friend over there,
she nodded toward Topher, who blushed immediately,
is a Grand Master ranked chef with the ability to multiply and fortify food. With his help, we won't have any food issues, not for the next few weeks anyway.
The Duke turned to Topher in astonishment. You are full of surprises, tiefling. My debt to you, like Neil's pecker after a hanging, continues to grow. Ha! Friends don't keep score, Topher replied, embarrassed by the attention. And I hope we can call each other friends. Best friends, Neil added, sliding his chair closer to Topher. So, Marshal, given our current state, what course of action do you recommend? The Duke asked, turning his attention back to the frail man.
My recommendation is to sit tight, strengthen our city against the bombardments and hope for reinforcements. The king knows about our plight, and will surely send troops our way. We can even try another sortie to destroy the enemy's siege weapons, although that will be a long shot now.
The Duke looked to be chewing on the idea like a 3-day-old piece of gristle. I'm not so certain my uncle will send help. It's not that he won't want to, but he has his own issues. And helping us would equate to a declaration of war against the Ravanan Empire. He sighed, looking down into his drink, clearly not over the events of the last few days. But what alternative do we have? Maeve, can you send off more pigeons to our vassals and the other dukes? Freya, see if there's any magic in the Mage Guild vault that can help us bolster our defenses. Neil, work with Kasuki to continue to train and drill our troops. Let's level skills up as high as possible before the upcoming battle. As for you, he said, turning his attention to Jack. As much as I appreciate all the help you all have given us, I do not expect you to die for our city. You've already done more than I can repay. Feel free to take what you need from our stocks. Freya will help you flee the city. Any takers? Jack asked the group through their mind link.
You know better than to ask,
Gooch replied, eyes subconsciously darting toward Maeve. Helping the halflings is still our best hope to stop the Empire, Topher added.
Dobby, no? Coward.
Should we show them support Lord of the Rings style?
For the love of God, please don't, Jackie.
But he was already up on his feet, unsheathing his radiant short sword in a blur and placing it on the table.
You have my sword!
Topher, a schoolboy grin on his face, was fast to follow. And my staff! Dobby, mouth open in a toothy smile, thrust his spear on the table.
And spear!
Gooch, shaking his head so much he was beginning to look like a bobblehead doll, took out his flail and laid it on the table, quietly mumbling, And you have my flail. After staying like that for a few very awkward seconds, they all put their weapons away and sat back down. Neil clapped excitedly, while the rest of the council just gave them a slack-jawed stare. Appreciate the offer, Duke, but we've grown quite fond of this city and its people. Some of us a little too fond, actually, he stated, looking kindly at Gooch and Maeve. You won't be rid of us that easily. We are only 4, but the flaming fists are yours to command. Chapter 35. They spent the next several hours reviewing options and battle plans, eventually heading back to their rooms with promises to return later in the evening. Lying on his bed, Gooch found he couldn't sleep. Maybe being the champion of Arian came with the need to sleep less, or maybe his mind was just busy processing everything that had happened over the past few weeks since he had entered the portal. He thought about the upcoming week, wondering where he could best use his talents to serve the city, while maybe getting a few minutes alone with Maeve. You guys awake? He asked the others in a soft whisper. After a chorus of replies came back to him, he spoke again. I've been thinking about how to best use the time we have until the enemy attacks. Let me guess, you've created lists of what has to be done and who should do it? Topher shot out, turning on his side so he could stare at Gooch, who had done the same. Am I that predictable? He snickered, lack of sleep making him a bit punchy. Yeah, buddy. I'm just sorry you don't have your 3-ring binders with color-coordinated tabs to help you organize this, Jack piled on. I have something better. Emily. She's terrific at taking my random thoughts and organizing them, presenting them back to me in a clear and concise manner, usually in priority order. She's better than an iPhone. A pleased feeling radiated from his bond with Emily, and he gave her a mental hug. Okay, let's hear it, big man. Roger. The way I see it, the enemy army will have siege weapons in 4 to 5 days. Then we'll spend a day or two getting them in position and softening us up with trebuchets before attacking. So that gives us roughly 6 days to prepare. During those 6 days, we need to do anything we can to improve the odds of surviving the upcoming battle. And we need to learn more about how to get Geoe back. For me, it means splitting my time between training at the Fighters Guild, helping the town's citizenry, and working with Kasuki on a defensive strategy. I also have a quest to give that rare metal we found in the catacombs to the armorsmith.
Dobby think Gooch do good in battle. No need more training.
Thanks, Dobby. But everything I do is by instinct and reaction. It's only my advanced skill ranks and perks that allow me to do all right in battle. I couldn't name a single attack or defense form that I perform. Thus, it's hard for me to put together thoughtful plans. Instead, I just run in and hope for the best. Actual training is necessary for me to improve my knowledge of shield, sword, flail, and other weapon techniques. Not hearing a reply, he continued, That will keep me pretty busy. Don't forget about Maeve. Topher laughed. I'm guessing you'll make some time for her. A man needs to eat. Might as well have some company. He grinned sheepishly. For you, Topher, the town could use your cooking skills to get us back on full rations. Not to mention the buffs that come with your food. For sure. Neil told me about a monastery in the city, but he didn't know much about it. I might stop by and see if I can learn more about my class. Also, I have the book I received from the Mage Guild that I need to read. It should unlock some pretty cool perks. Makes sense, Gooch said. I was also hoping you could track down more information from Freya on how to get Geoe back once the orcs are dealt with. Now that we have confirmation he is alive and well in the Shadow Plane, we should make that a priority. And for some odd reason, you seem to have a way with the ladies. See if you can work your magic on her. Audibly sighing, Topher agreed. Jack, I was thinking you could go around the city and help bolster spirits with bardic performances. This town needs to believe they can win the battle. And who better than our resident bard to give them hope? Taking Dobby with you will help ingratiate him further with the people of Edinburgh. I actually had another plan, Jack replied, rolling the 2 portal pearls around in his hand like Zen meditation balls. I think I know the right 2 guys to bring to Rigara to help us out. And with my stealth skill and the help of Rat Damon, Prince of Dance, he who floweth like water, I should be able to get to the portal unscathed. Since I know the route, my find the fastest path perk will speed me along.
Not to mention I was able to procure something to help from the Mage Guild. He leaned over and grabbed an item out of his nearby adventurer's backpack. It looked like a black staff, but when Jack murmured a word, it leapt from his hand and began floating horizontally in front of him. "Nimbus 2000!" Topher exclaimed, swinging his legs over the bed to get a closer look. I think a witch's flying broomstick would probably be closer to the truth. It only works for an hour a day, but it should speed up the trip considerably. Not to mention make my exit from the city easier. "Just how did you come about this item, Jack?" Gooch asked with a slight frown. "The portal pearl I received was really more of a party item, and I'm sure these things are a dime a dozen over here. It'll never be missed." "Sure, Tasselhoff Burfoot," Gooch replied, pulling an old Dragonlance reference from somewhere in the farthest corners of his mind. "Okay, so you're going back to the portal. Who are you pulling through?" "Bow and Grits. They should be instrumental when we take over the orc stronghold, assuming we make it that long. Bow's talents for crafting and Grits' knowledge as a structural engineer will be helpful as we prepare our defenses against the Ravanan, after we defeat the orcs. As much as I want to see Bow and Grits again, we can probably find allies in this city that have the crafting skills we need," Topher stated. "I mean, they're going to come in as level 1 noobs. What's the point in risking your neck to go back to the portal?" Jack responded to the question with a question of his own. "Have you guys noticed that we seem to level up faster than everyone else?" "Yeah, but in our defense, we pretty much live in a state of constant battle," Topher replied. "No, Jack has a point. I've spoken to Maeve and Freya about this on a number of occasions. They have a theory that because we came from a low magic world, and Rigara is a high magic world, our experience and leveling are supercharged compared to the natives that live here. We need every advantage we can get," Jack said. "Continuing to bring in more of our friends won't pay off immediately, but will pay dividends over time, just like that Exxon stock Topher's grandma bought him when he was a kid." "I still think you just want to see our friends again," Topher said with a chuckle. Gooch brought the conversation back on track. "Fine. What about you, Dobby? You could put your fledgling bard skills to use in the city."
"No, Dobby go back to Goblin Clan. Make them listen to reason. Dobby away too long."
Jack got up, moving to kneel next to his goblin friend's bed. "That's risky, bud. There's no reason to think your old clan will listen to you. And if they connect you to the goblin that helped free the Duke, they could kill you. Or worse."
"Dobby's strong now. Dobby make them listen. Goblins no friend of orcs. They treat us like dogs and vermin. Dobby may die, but Dobby has to try to free his people like Jack freed Dobby."
"Do you need anything?" "Topher, how about sending Dobby off with a full round of your Scooby snacks? And we'll need a way to get him out of the city." "We got this, Jack. I'm sure Freya or Marshal Kasuki will help." Jack walked back to his bed, sitting on it pensively and staring at the floor. "Listen, guys. If I don't return," he began, his eyes moving to find Gooch. They locked gazes, staring silently at each other for a long moment. "Get a room!" Topher coughed, shaking them out of their trance. Before lying down, Jack pulled a wand and ring from his backpack and gave them to Gooch, hoping they could now be identified with the curse broken. Talking through their plans helped Gooch rest a little easier, and as he closed his eyes, his last thoughts were of Maeve. Chapter 36. Gooch woke up the next day, surprised to see the others already gone. Feeling like the walking dead, he headed over to the dining room and grabbed eggs and something akin to bacon, although lighter in color. He washed it down with a refreshing juice that was a mix between apple and cranberry. He felt a tiny bit guilty as he noticed other halflings watching him. More correctly, watching how much he was eating. He gave them an uncomfortable grin, wishing them good morning before heading into the city. He waited longer than he should have in hopes of seeing Maeve, but no luck. His first stop was to the armorer, Garflin. His dwarf eyes bulged as wide as saucers when Gooch pulled the Arender medal out of his adventurer's backpack. Since Gooch had already cleared the rats in Widow Byrne's cellar a few days back, The sturdy dwarf told him he would begin the new set of plate armor immediately. Nodding his thanks, Gooch moved on to his next stop, the Edinburgh Mining Company, handing them the note from Ahab at the Fighters Guild and receiving 50 pounds of ore in return. Finding Mickey wasn't quite as straightforward, and it took the better part of the morning to locate him at a tavern named the Bottomless Nymph. He was already drinking, and when Gooch asked for the money, Mickey emptied his pockets, giving him a closed-mouth, thin-lipped smile as he counted the pieces of lint they contained. Unfortunately for Mickey, Gooch was annoyed at having to spend his time on these quests, and it wasn't long before Mickey coughed up the 5 gold pieces. He'd literally coughed up the money as Gooch held the halfling upside down, shaking him until the gold spilled from his mouth. Dropping him on the sticky tavern floor, he strode back to the Fighters Guild, turning in the ore and the 5 gold pieces to Ahab, and receiving system messages confirming the quest's completion.
Listen, I get that you need new initiates to prove their worth, but you may want to reconsider that policy for more experienced members. Delivering some ore and shaking down a sad old drunk? Not really my cup of tea, Gooch asserted, letting the golden light shine more brightly from him as he stared at Ahab's one good eye. Ahab gulped before gathering himself.
It's, unusual for people like yourself. I mean, people usually join the guild when they are just starting out, to receive training and entry-level quests to help them advance. We do sometimes have retired soldiers as new members, but they're usually no more than Tier 1 adventurers.
Noticing Gooch's stare intensifying, the light so bright he had to look away, he hurriedly continued,
But I think you bring up a good point. I'll send a message to the guildmaster and see if we can get an exception for you, and advance you to an appropriate level within the guild, so you can avoid the deluge of beginner quests.
I would appreciate that,
Gooch replied, softening his tone and looking away from Ahab, completely dimming his outer glow. Sorry, I have a lot going on right now with trying to figure out a way to save your city, and these quests aren't helping.
The good news is that by completing these quests, you have advanced to apprentice rank. Apprentice rank grants you access to purchase medical supplies, mostly bandages and salves. Although we are low on supplies due to the war, you're also now able to train with Bob O'Donnell, a former drill sergeant in the Edinburgh military. He's in the inner courtyard if you want to meet him.
Ahab gestured behind him at a nondescript wooden door. Giving Ahab a nod of thanks, Gooch went through the door. Fortunately, the building seemed to have been made for fighters of all sizes, and he only had to stoop slightly to avoid bashing his head on the doorframe. He stepped into a rectangular courtyard the size of a basketball court. Across from him stood a number of training dummies, and to his left there were targets painted on planks of wood and stuck to hay bales. To his immediate right there were racks of weapons, although upon a quick inspection he noted they had all seen better days. Most were rusty and chipped. On the far end of the rectangle, an older halfling with matted blonde hair and perfect posture paced before 3 younger halflings, yelling out forms that they tried to follow with practice swords.
Strike! Parry high! Step back! Parry low! Trust!
He bellowed, hands behind his back. Gooch watched as the sergeant continued to issue staccato commands, the halflings only half following.
Halt!
He screamed, standing before one of the halflings.
Do you know why we train these forms, maggot?
The halfling, quivering from either exhaustion or nervousness, was silent for a moment before he answered.
Sir, because we're trying to build muscle memory, sir.
The sergeant stared at the halfling before leaning in closer and issuing a large guffaw in his face.
Son, do you think your muscles have little brains? And those brains have memories?
He threw up his hands in disgust.
Run!
This time it was a female halfling that dared to speak.
Where, sir? And how long?
Run!
He screamed.
Run until you vomit, and then run some more. Your stamina's pathetic. You wouldn't last 5 minutes in a real battle. Now go! I don't want to see you back until after dinner.
The halflings glanced quickly at each other before throwing their weapons down and running out of the courtyard.
You're laying it on a bit thick, aren't you?
Gooch offered, walking closer to the sergeant until he towered over him.
Don't you be telling me my business, outsider. You may be big, but that just means you'll fall all the harder.
It's just
I've seen this movie before, or at least 10 like it, Drill Sergeant. You break them down, then build them up until they become a finely honed team. What do you know? Wait. How did you know? He asked, softening his tone slightly. Okay, maybe it's the oldest trick in the book, but I'll do whatever it takes to keep my people alive against those filthy orcs. Gooch felt blood rush to his cheeks. I apologize. Of course, you're just doing your job. It's not for me to judge your training methods. In fact, he continued, looking directly at the wrinkled halfling, it's why I'm here. My name is Gooch and I need training. Just don't ask me to give you 20. 20 what? Actually, never mind. My name is Bobo and I'm the lead trainer here. I suppose we should spar so I can see what I'm working with. Grab one of those rusted practice weapons and a shield from the rack. Gooch did as instructed, wondering if he should pull his armor out of his bag, but deciding against it. No pain, no gain.
Actually, with your no pain, no gain 2 perk, it's more like no pain, plenty gain,
Emily added cheekily. Gooch chose a sword that would have been a 2-handed weapon for a halfling, but in his hand was the equivalent of a longsword. He swung it around a few times, pretending he knew what he was doing, then took a few hops forward and back, loosening up his leg muscles. If you're done prancing around, milady, maybe we could fight, Bobo grunted, darting forward, a hand axe in one hand and a shield in the other. Gooch, who was taken by surprise, was still able to instinctively get his shield around to block the attack. He tried to counterattack with his sword, but the sergeant smoothly rolled under the weapon, striking the head of his axe into the back of Gooch's knee, buckling it, and sending him to the ground. Timber! He screamed, taking a step back and waiting for Gooch to get to his feet. Wiping blood off his lip, which had cracked open when he fell on his head, Gooch decided it was time to show the little guy what he could do. Stepping toward the halfling warrior, he shoved his shield at him in a stunning blow, determined to finish the battle quickly. He was surprised when his shield met only air, and even more surprised to feel the blunt end of the hand axe hit him on the butt. Rolling with the blow, he came up in a defensive posture, blocking the halfling's shield bash with his own shield and activating his riposte perk. He caught Bobo in the shoulder with his dull longsword, using his incredible strength to shove the halfling across the room. Now it was the sergeant's turn to wipe away blood, his expression turning dark. Oh, so you want to play, do ya? In a flash of motion, he was in front of Gooch, his axe arcing high above him toward Gooch's chest. Just able to block the attack, Gooch thrust his longsword down, but Bobo easily dodged to the side, lining up his hand axe for another swipe at his midsection. The drill sergeant continued to work his weapon high on him, forcing him to focus on defense, his parrying, blocking, and dodging skills allowing him to avoid getting hit. Then Bobo changed the pattern of his attacks, swinging low with his axe in lazy circular motions. The sudden shift caused Gooch to slip, and the axe bit hard into his calf, drawing blood. He brought his longsword around in a wide arc, putting all his strength behind the blow. But again, the halfling dodged inside his swing, scoring a hit on his thigh before Gooch could correct his balance and block the axe with his shield. He felt the blow of the hand axe head on his wrist, and his numb fingers dropped the hilt of his longsword. Then Bobo's axe was suddenly everywhere at once, working Gooch's shield to the side before dipping low and scoring another cut on his shin. Although he couldn't feel the pain from the cuts, he could feel the pain of embarrassment, and he stepped back, holding up his hands in surrender. You win. You win, he said, feeling the ring of regeneration's amplification kick in, already working on his cuts while he sucked in deep breaths. What level are you anyway? That's not a question for polite society, but I'd wager I'm half the level you are, came the reply as the sergeant sat down on the ground next to Gooch. But, although levels provide attribute increases and additional health and mana, they don't necessarily help you become a better fighter. That takes training. Your reflexes are fast, and your blocking skill must be at least journeyman, but your weapon skills are pathetic for someone of your high level. You fight purely based on instinct and reaction speed. That'll work for most of your fights, since your brute strength along with high defense is enough to see you through. However, against harder opponents,
Fights are like a game of shogi. You must think 3 to 4 moves ahead, slowly working your opponent out of position before you spring your attack. You need to see the opponent shift in their weight and foresee the next move. And don't get me started on your footwork. Just because you're big doesn't mean you have to move like a clumsy oaf.
Okay, old man, you've made your point. I've never really had any training. All of my skill ranks and levels came the hard way, through life and death battles. I honestly don't even understand the fundamentals of my different weapons. I have a perk from my Magus class that grants me proficiency with any weapon I wield, bringing me to beginner rank, but it only imparts some basic knowledge.
Good. So we're not starting from scratch then, the soldier harumphed. Physically, you have all the tools, and being beginner in your weapon classes means you know which end of a weapon to hold. I can work with that. Give me a month, and I can teach you offensive and defensive patterns, forms, and anything else you need to know. Give me a year, and you'll be more than a match for anyone at your level.
Sighing audibly, Gooch looked at the wizened halfling. I have maybe a week for now. After the battle, hopefully there will be more time for training, but for this week, I'm yours. I'll make myself available for as much time as you can afford to give me.
Is that right? Well, I could move some things around. Give off training other apprentices. If the price is right, he said with a grin, holding out his hand.
Wait, I thought I was granted training by becoming an apprentice in the Fighters Guild.
Nay, that grants you the right to train, but you still have to pay for the privilege. Now, pay up.
Gooch slowly pulled a bag of coins out of his adventurer's backpack, staring at Bobo and trying to figure out if he was being scammed. Shaking his head, he pulled 5 gold pieces out of his bag and placed them onto the waiting hand. Bobo coughed, staring pointedly at the gold in his hand. Gooch slowly counted out 5 more coins. The expression on the halfling sergeant's face didn't change as he continued to stare at him.
You do know that I'm fighting in defense of your city, right? Gooch asked, this time pulling 10 coins out of his bag and placing them into the waiting hands. That's why I'm giving you a discount. I'm a master-ranked trainer, don't you be doubting it. I grant skill increases 50% faster, and can teach skills up to the expert rank. Now don't be stingy. I see you got more jink in that bag, hand it over.
Groaning, Gooch pulled out a large handful of coins and thrust them at Bobo.
That's it. And if you ask for more, I'm going to introduce you to Nutcracker, my 2-handed flail.
Looking like the cat that ate the canary, Bobo grinned as he tucked the coins into a purse on his belt.
This'll do. Now, let's get started, we're burning daylight.
Chapter 37. Topher sat at the large table in the dining hall, taking a rare break. His feet ached from standing all day, and Neil had already left him to go back to the walls. It had been 4 days since Jack left, and the time had passed in a blur. Topher spent most of his waking hours in the kitchens, using his cooking skill to multiply the food and fortify it, granting the citizens of Edinburgh increased strength and vitality. The enemy army had been blessedly silent for the past few days, but everyone knew it was only the quiet before the storm. Between bouts of furious cooking, he spent his time reading The Journey Inward, the magical book he had chosen as his reward for ending the Mage Guild curse. Topher never loved reading, especially non-fiction, but he made an exception for this book, completing it on his 2nd day. As soon as he finished, Jeff notified him that he had an additional key point available, bringing his total to 3. He immediately placed the points into his heart pathway, unlocking the Wolverine perk.
The Wolverine. Unlike the movie, this perk is amazing. Your health regeneration changes from hours to minutes, and your stamina regenerates as fast as you use it. Allows for the regrowth of lost limbs. Finally, it will greatly extend your natural lifespan.
When he placed his initial 3 points into his heart's mana pathway, he had received 10 points in vitality, immunity to all diseases and poisons, and increased health and stamina regeneration. By placing 3 more and unlocking the Wolverine perk, his regeneration was now supernatural. Besides never running out of stamina, he regained a point of health in just over 6 seconds. Not to mention a Highlander-like lifespan.
There, can be only one.
Jeff whispered in his mind, almost sounding like Christopher Lambert. Almost. When he wasn't in the kitchens, he was at the local monastery, where an order of monks focusing on the air element resided. They weren't exactly how he'd pictured monks. Although they did wear robes of a light blue color, there was no chanting. It was more of a school where people that wanted to learn control over their inner pathways and the air element went to study. Despite his high reputation with the halflings, he was still considered an outsider and charged an exorbitant fee to train with them. 5 gold pieces a week. However, the fee was waived after Topher explained he was a Grandmaster level chef and agreed to cook for them when he could. Although eager to practice unarmed combat and improve his control over air, he instead spent his first 2 days entirely in meditation.
You cannot master the forces outside if you haven't mastered the forces within,
was a mantra he heard repeated by many of the older monks. This was especially tough for him when his mind raced with worry over his friend Geoe, not to mention the enemy encamped outside the city gates. He was given breathing exercises to control his thoughts, learning to focus his mind inward, until he was almost able to see his mana pathways contract and expand throughout his body. He was excited by this, until he found out that every monk at the monastery could do the same.
Hey, Topher, Gooch said,
sidling up to the bench with a full plate of food and shaking Topher out of his reverie.
New robes?
Just that morning, he'd completed his quest with the temple and then the tailor, finally procuring a set of magical sky blue robes. Beyond looking great and adding to his avatar mystique, they never got dirty. Added some type of self-repair magic.
Yep. The culmination of a few quests. How have you been? You're more bruised, dented, and worn than the tomatoes I've been forced to cook with. Tough day at the office?
Pausing between bites of mashed potatoes and vegetables, Gooch answered,
For an old codger, Bobo has a lot of stamina. I haven't had more than 6 hours of sleep in the last 4 days. Between him running me ragged in the War Council, it's all I can do to stay on my feet.
And Maeve? Topher suggested with a wide smile.
Well, yeah, I guess I find time for Maeve.
He smiled wanly back, shoulders slumping in exhaustion.
Between your food and being a champion of Arian, I'm able to keep going, but I'm starting to feel stretched thin.
Like butter scraped over too much bread? Topher asked.
Something like that, nerd. At least I'm finally starting to get the hang of this fighting stuff. Besides learning basic forms and maneuvers, I've actually increased a number of my weapon skills. Bobo keeps reassuring me that with another 12 to 18 months, he could make a real man out of me. How's your training going?
Well, I guess I have nothing to complain about. Even though I can never run out of stamina, the monks have me sitting in one place and meditating. Apparently, when you rank up your skills through constant life and death situations, some of the basics get missed. But they alluded to the same. It'll take months for me to learn to control my spirit. And with that control comes an increased ability to tap into and control the elements. The only good thing is that I'm somewhat of a celebrity. Besides cooking amazing food that grants uber buffs, I'm an enigma to them. They've never seen a monk that can control more than one element, let alone 3.
Have they called you the Avatar yet?
Gooch laughed.
Did you tell them about your Wolverine perk? That'd probably get them to crap their pants. By the way, is it really called the Wolverine? Like the movie?
He asked, piling another mouthful of dark red meat onto his fork.
I haven't told them about that yet. I don't want them to start worshipping me like I'm some lost chosen one. I'm sure there's a prophecy that I'm fulfilling as we speak. I think the perk name is Jeff Goldblum having fun with me, but I can never be sure.
Understandable.
So, how we doing on food, Miracle Man? Besides, tasting great,
Gooch asked between mouthfuls of dark rye bread.
I thought we had enough, until I saw you eat,
he answered, unable to take his eyes off his large friend.
I've managed to extend the remaining food by nearly 2 weeks, but if this war doesn't end before then, it'll mean some serious rationing.
For good or bad, most likely this war will be over in 3 days, he whispered, moving in closer to him. Topher looked around, not seeing anyone else in the large dining hall, but guessed it was better to be safe than sorry. Gooch continued, now mere inches from his face.
Kasuki believes we're less than 2 or 3 days from attack. They have 3 giant siege weapons built and are busy working on 5 more if our scouting reports are accurate. It won't be long before they can rain stone and magic down upon the city and its citizens with impunity. We'll need to take the battle to them, or be forced to die a slow death of 1,000 cuts. What chances do we have? From my occasional trips to the walls, it still seems like we're outnumbered 2 or 3 to 1. Try 4 or 5 to 1, which is better than when this war started. We've got a few surprises for them, but unless something changes, our chances will be poor, he said, shoulders slumping, the slight glow around him dimming as he continued. The best we can do is hold him off while the citizens escape to the south. This guy needs a little pick-me-up. Maybe the long hours are getting to him. He gave a confident grin as he put his arm around his friend. You're forgetting one thing, buddy. They've got us. We're worth 100 of those devils. And we've got Jack. That lucky bastard will think of something. As if on cue, Jack strolled into the room, clothes disheveled and giant bags under his eyes. But if Jack was exhausted, he didn't let on. Dudes! He cried, running and wrapping them both in giant hugs. Topher could just make out 2 figures nervously enter the room behind him, eyes wide as they took in the dining room before settling on Gooch and him. Then, they joined in the hug fest, tears streaming from their eyes. I mean, I might have some water in my eyes too, but damn, it's dusty in this room. He and Gooch stood up to form a small circle. Bo and Grits! You're a sight for sore eyes, it's been too long, Topher said, unable to keep a smile from his lips. They were much as he remembered, if a little rough around the edges. Bo had a shock of straight short brown hair and a full-length dark brown beard. He had a wiry strength in his slim body that spoke to many hours spent crafting everything from beer to weapons to robots. His ears and nose seemed larger than he remembered, and if Topher wasn't mistaken, he seemed just a bit shorter than normal. Gnome hybrid? Grits had light brown skin, dark eyes, and tight curly black hair that wasn't showing any signs of going anywhere. He was a little shorter and pudgier than Bo, having developed the small pot belly that was the curse of those who worked desk jobs. His eyes, though. When did Grits get purple eyes with long vertical slits like a cat? And pointy ears? Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like a brown banana. Grits deadpanned. Grits and his puns. Seriously, it's nice to see you guys. Just wish Joe was here with us. He will be, Gooch declared. As soon as we take care of a few thousand pesky orcs and goblins. Jack's been telling us some tall tales about your adventures, and we aren't sure what's real and what's his imagination, Bo interjected. Did he really kill a mountain lion? Gooch pulled the mountain lion's skin out of his adventurer's backpack, holding it up to them both as proof of the deed. This hide kept me warm on more than one cold night. Jack has the heart of a lion, along with a lifetime ban from the zoo. Grits chuckled. His puns were like Jack's farts. Once they started, they wouldn't stop. Ah, Grits, you were missed, Gooch said, putting his arm around his friend. Those purple eyes take some getting used to, though. And I don't remember your ears being quite so pointy. Or furry. What type of hybrid did you say you were? Some cat-like race. I think my guide said it was a beastkin race known as Kitsune. Maybe Katsune? My elongated ears should remind you that the point of listening is not only to hear, but to understand. You don't have a tail, do you? He asked, glancing knowingly at Topher. Wait, Topher has a tail? Bo exclaimed. Let's grab some food and we can all catch up. After that, I need to sleep for 16 hours. While they ate, Jack filled them in on the last 4 days. He used the flying staff to get out of the city and head toward the portal in the southern swamps. Once there, he teleported to the Druid's portal, stopping only to say hi and grab a quick bite to eat with Glandor, Natalie, and Lucy, who happened to still be visiting with the Druids. Then he hiked to the original portal, he and RD using their stealth and high perception skills to avoid any encounters along the way. After sending a long note to his brother Chad, courtesy of paper and ink he borrowed from Freya, Mandrake appeared,
and they spent a few hours catching up on recent events. Dungeon Master's been spending his time on the second continent, aiding the elves and other races in their fight against the Ravanan. From what he told me, we have a few months before the Ravanan conquest of that continent is complete. Our path forward is still clear. We need to end this war and then take the orc stronghold to the north and prepare it for an invasion.
That's where we come in.
Bo stepped forward, chin raised high.
I can't say I'm completely over the shock of this world and its character sheet system, but my guide, Mr. Spock, has assured me that my crafting and engineering knowledge will transfer into the mechanics of this world. I don't think Grits or I will be much help in an actual fight, since we're still level 1 and chose professions for our initial classes, but turn us loose on the fortress and see what happens. I've studied medieval architecture and engineering for so long. To see it up close is beyond my wildest dreams, Grits added, placing his hand on the nearby stone wall of the dining room. My guide, K. Allard Liao, concurs with Mr. Spock's assessment. I should be able to leverage my knowledge to strengthen a stronghold, if we capture one. It's actually pronounced Kai Allard Liao, Bo corrected condescendingly. I think my guide would know how to pronounce his own name. He says it K. Allard Liao. Plus I saw an interview with Michael Stackpole where he pronounced his name K. How can 1,000 Battletech fans be wrong? Cool, but they're wrong. He's just pulling from your incorrect memories, dude. Bo, Michael literally wrote the book. How could he be wrong? Grits countered again, ready to declare checkmate. You can write a book and still be wrong, Grits. You of all people should know that. Bo clawed back at Grits' argument. Grits dropped it, apparently unable to compete with Bo's sound reasoning even if he knew he was correct. However, it was just as apparent he couldn't let it go without a final parting shot. Now's not the time, Bo. Keep at it, and I'm going to have Jack sit on you while I rub my butt cheeks in your face. Wait, you took professions? Gooch asked, confusion written in the scrunched-up lines on his forehead, ignoring the banter between the two friends. Yeah, I chose city administrator based on the advice of Jack and my guide, Grits responded, still staring crossly at Bo. And I chose crafter, a generalist class that lets me dabble in many different crafts, including blacksmithing, leatherworking, tailoring, enchanting, engineering, and basic brewing. It'll lead to more specializations and allow me to best utilize my previous knowledge. My greatest strength has always been the quality of my friends, Jack added softly. I've never seen that more clearly. They spent the next few hours catching each other up on the current state of events, showing off some of their abilities and eating. Grits and Bo's eyes were as wide as saucers as Gooch turned up the light on his body, appearing to be almost angelic. That was only topped by a demonstration of elemental control as Topher created a watery shield, then shot it out in the form of an ice spear, before finally using a version of his wind wall to lift them all an unsteady few feet off the floor, sweat beading off his brow in concentration. As they returned to the ground, Grits grinned like a little kid, yelling, I'd make a joke about the wind, but I am sure it would just blow. With a round of groans, they made their way back toward their room to get some badly needed sleep. Chapter 38. By the time Jack woke up, the sun was already halfway in the sky. But he had no regrets. He needed the rest. The room was empty. A hastily scrawled note informing him that Gooch had taken Bo and Grits into town to meet the local crafters, while Topher was busy cooking, and that they all planned to meet for a late dinner. It finished by letting Jack know the wand and ring had been analyzed, and Jack's guide should be able to see the information. Setting down the note, Jack looked at the wand of twisted white wood first, Alexa pulling up the details.
Name, Superior Wand of Winter. Durability, 88 of 100. Effect, this wand has 10 charges that renew at dawn. The charges can be used as follows. Cast protection from cold on a target, 1 charge. Emit a cone of frost, 3 charges. And summon a winter direwolf, 6 charges.
All right! Jack had been carrying that wand since the battle with Melandir, and it was nice to see the payoff. He moved on to the ring.
Name, Superior Ring of Spell Absorption. Durability, 43 of 50.
Effect. This ring can absorb 5 Tier 1, 2 Tier 2, or 1 Tier 3 spell that has been cast on the wearer. Once absorbed, the wearer can expunge the spells from the ring in a ray of force, dealing 4 to 12 points of damage per tier of spell stored in the ring.
He happily slipped it on, watching it magically size itself to the index finger on his right hand, while stowing the wand in his backpack. After a quick breakfast, he climbed up to the northeast corner of the wall, Rat Damon resting comfortably in his arms.
Still so many of them, RD.
He sighed, looking at the hundreds of campfires and the tiny forms milling around them. His thoughts were of Dobby, once again with his own people. His family.
Has he found acceptance?
They say blood is thicker than water, but he couldn't imagine any family being closer than his friends. And that included Dobby.
Come back to us,
he whispered to the cold wind. He moved along the wall toward the center of the city, exchanging greetings with numerous soldiers and citizens manning the wall. All of them seemed happy to see him, but even happier to see RD, their small, eager hands reaching out to touch his soft, light brown fur. RD seemed to bristle at first, before relaxing into the adoration.
Don't pretend like you don't enjoy it,
Jack said with a smile. He spent the rest of the morning this way, walking the length of all 4 walls. Although there were a few hundred of the enemy camped just out of trebuchet range on the southern and western walls, the vast majority of them remained on the northern and eastern side of the city. If things went bad, and they had to get the people of Edinburgh out of the city, heading south would probably work, although it would mean leaving a fortified city for the enemy. He ran into Freya and Marshal Kasuki watching a few hundred citizens train in an open square in the middle of the city. Drill sergeants were putting them through their paces, most of them using simple spears that looked newly crafted. Seeing Jack, the pair motioned for the sergeants to give the citizens a break.
Jack, we've heard tales about your fighting abilities from your friends,
Freya said, her mouth turning up in the beginnings of a smirk.
Maybe you could teach the defenders a few things.
He was pretty sure he was about to be the butt of a joke, but he played along. Well, my fighting style relies on my ability to go undetected, and then attack from where the enemy least expects it.
Yes, we have scouts with similar abilities, although we've heard you have a unique talent,
Marshal Kasuki prodded. Rolling his eyes, he looked toward where the halfling citizens were waiting with interest.
Might as well give them what they want.
My grandpa always told me the quickest way to a person's heart is through their stomach, but I've learned that the genitals offer an even easier path. And the system agrees, granting me an additional critical modifier for attacks delivered in that manner. The halfling stared in open-mouthed disbelief. Freya broke the uncomfortable silence, stepping forward to address the halflings.
He speaks truthfully. There is power in attacking where the enemy least expects it.
Turning her attention to him, she continued.
Jack, would you be so kind to impart some of your knowledge to our people?
Feeling trapped, he nodded, pulling out his 2 legendary short swords.
I really need to name these babies.
Yin and Yang? Yantis, Bringer of Destruction, and Brutus, Light of Redemption? Voidbringer and Genital Bane?
Even I can do better than that, Jack.
Alexa chimed.
You are supposed to be the creative one, right?
Prove it! There was silence for a moment before Alexa's smooth voice returned.
Nature's Wrath and Shadow Guard.
Crap on a cracker, you are better at this than me. Okay, you win. Always the showman, he turned toward the sea of faces and held up the short sword that he received from the great tree, voice booming like he was announcing boxers to an audience. Wrought from the heartwood of an ancient great tree, feast your eyes upon nature's wrath! He waited a moment before holding his other sword aloft. And from the stinger of a champion of Arion, I give you Shadow Guard! As if it had a mind of its own, the sword's dim glow suddenly became a beacon of light, making the halflings look away. Jack waited a few moments, letting the hushed oohs and ahs wash over him before continuing.
With these weapons, we will drive back the enemy from our gates.
We will be victorious!
The halflings erupted in cheers, many jumping to their feet before sitting back down once again. He spent the next hour doing his best to discuss his thought process in battle, how to identify the weaknesses in an enemy's defenses and exploit them. Not sure how much his instruction was helping, he ended by giving them an impromptu performance, something that was more in his wheelhouse. After playing Don't Stop Believin' by Journey, he finished with We Are the Champions by Queen. That was enough to get the halflings back up on their feet, as he channeled a greater Inspire ally through his music. Leaving them after a round of applause, he decided he could get used to that, and went to find other areas of the city where they would appreciate his musical talents. Besides, he'd spent a lot of his travel time the last few days thinking of an appropriate ballad that outlined all of the courageous deeds by his group of friends, and it was time to spread the word. If they did fall in this battle, maybe their actions would inspire others.
Sure, that's it. And if it happens to make you and your friends famous across all of Lyran, so much the better.
Alexa chided. The moons were high above the cloudless sky when he left his sixth and final tavern, heading back toward the castle. He was a little buzzed, having accepted free drinks from various patrons. Well, it wasn't a cold Coors Light. He made do.
Jack!
Came a chorus of shouts as he entered the dining hall, burping loudly, surprised to find Maeve, Neil, and his friends sitting around one of the long rectangular tables. He felt a little like Norm coming home to cheers, and he sidled up to his friends, grabbing an open space on the bench. "Hey, gang, what's shaking?" he asked, grabbing what looked to be a chocolate chip cookie. He bit into it and instantly forgot about everything around him for a moment. "Topher, you magnificent bastard." "I thought you might like that, Jackie." Topher grinned. "I had to use the last of the molasses, and my perk let me substitute a strange yellow plant for cocoa, but I thought we could use a special treat to make this medieval pit stop a bit more enjoyable before tomorrow." Jack stopped chewing, the cookie feeling like a lead weight in his stomach. "Tomorrow?" Gooch leaned forward, resting his black and blue arms on the table.
"The Council believes the siege weapons are complete, and they can fire farther than ours. My guess is that our friends, the Ravanan, helped them with that design. Regardless, we expect the bombardments to start tomorrow. Battle will surely follow." Jack gulped, but forced a smile. "We could always make another run at the siege equipment. I'm not sure they'd fall for the lock costume again, but I can carry 2 people on my Nimbus 2000. We could fly out, light them on fire, and come back, as long as we can find an alchemist to make more of that liquid fire." Maeve rested her soft hand on Jack's arm.
Appreciate the offer, Jackie, but our scouts be reporting a shimmering field surrounding the engines, and Freya's best guess is that the shamans are linking their power to protect the equipment from physical and magical attacks. She was sure we could overwhelm the barrier, but it would take many of us working at once.
"Another tool of the Ravanan, don't you be doubting it," Neil cried, slapping his hand on the table. "Never before have we seen orcs and goblins act with such cunning, and this type of magic is beyond them, even if they ever did decide to set aside their hatred for each other." Jack studied Neil. His appearance hadn't changed, except maybe that he looked like he could use a good night's rest. But there was something different about him. While he still had a mischievous twinkle in his eye, he carried himself just a bit straighter, resolve coating his features. "But don't you worry, Jack. We'll not fall before them. I once had a similar situation at Lady Grady's midwinter's ball. There were a number of suitors, maids, and guards blocking me from getting with her daughter Kelly, but I was victorious then, and we will be victorious now." There it is. "So, what's the plan?" Gooch and Maeve both looked around the dining hall, which was mostly empty, with just a few servants cleaning up.
I've been working on the city defences, and I think we can hold out a while against the bombardment.
Maeve answered in a hushed whisper.
But we'll need to take the battle to them sooner than later.
"Look," Gooch added, "we're pretty sure Bantar wasn't acting alone, so we're careful with what we talk about. But yeah, it's no secret that we'll need to mount some kind of offensive attack. We can talk more tonight via MindLink." "Sounds good.
By the way, where's Grits and Bo?
Bo stared at the assembled group of crafters in front of him, nervously fidgeting in their chairs, glances darting between Grits and him. He had worked with Maeve to identify all of the town's top craftsmen and engineers, and most of them were now sitting before him. A benefit of the system was that each craftsman proudly displayed their profession's skill rank on their shop, so Bo knew roughly what he was getting.
The conventions of this world are logical, something that is missing back on Earth.
Spock broke in.
Agreed. It's nice to understand relative skill levels. This character sheet system is a godsend for those of us that value order.
I concur. It's why the spreadsheet the Ravanan revere makes sense.
Not this again, Spock.
There is such a thing as too much order, especially when it means near constant uniformity. Gattaca?
Logic dictates.
Remember the human side of you, Spock. Wait, what am I saying? You're my guide. Now, let's focus. Garflin, the city's master-ranked armor and weaponsmith, sat in the first row. Beyond him sat Patrick and Maggie, two expert-ranked blacksmiths. Olivia was an expert-ranked leatherworker, Clara an expert-ranked carpenter, and James a journeyman alchemist. Finally, there was Isla, a master-ranked enchanter on loan from Freya. Each of the craftsmen brought their apprentices, who stood in the back of the Mage Guild, where they were gathered. Freya sat with them, eyes narrowed in suspicion. Even though it had only been a few days since they stepped through the portal door, Bo had already made his peace with the strangeness of this new land. While he considered himself a very practical person with a logical mind, he also loved the fantastic, so when he was introduced to Rigara and its organized system, he did what Jack asked of him and just believed, letting go of the part of him that thought it knew what was possible and impossible. The winters he'd spent working out advent of code problems online had prepared his mind to think about problems flexibly, knowing the obvious solution isn't always the most efficient. On Jack's advice, he had asked his system guide to bypass the basic classes and let him choose the crafter profession, which gave him 10 free skill points and a number of crafting skills, moving him from untrained to beginner. Back on Earth, he was a tinkerer, not happy unless he had several unfinished projects going on at once. Before coming to Rigara, he had been in the middle of brewing mead, creating wooden mugs out of old tree stumps, forging a large mace with old scrap metal, creating 3D terrain maps for the group's next D&D session, and putting the finishing touches on his made-from-scratch drone. The system rewarded his constant fiddling, giving him enough skill points when added to his beginner rank start to be journeyman in blacksmithing, woodworking, and alchemy, and apprentice in weaponsmithing, armorsmithing, and leatherworking, among other skills. His full-time job as a mechanical engineer for FedEx gave him the largest bump, moving him all the way to expert rank in engineering. After having Gooch cast comprehend languages on them both, he and Grits had spent most of their day visiting the shops of each of the craftsmen and watching them work. The crafters spoke to the newcomers as they watched, explaining their process. While Bo did not have the years of day-to-day experience that these crafters had, he had something they didn't: modern science. For example, he couldn't work an anvil or hammer the way Garflin could, but Bo had spent nearly a year studying the ancient Japanese process for making katana blades, along with the modern ways to improve the process. As a result, he knew metallurgy and ways to strengthen the metal that were beyond the halfling weaponsmiths. For his part, Garflin explained how magic could be used to strengthen weapons or armor or add other effects to it. Bo drew away from his idle thoughts as he saw Grits step up in front of the crafters, his purple eyes scanning them. First of all, I want to thank you for letting us watch you work today, and for stepping us through your processes. I speak for both Bo and me when I say we have a lot to learn, and we're duly impressed.
Good. Start off with a little flattery.
And I know you've been working pretty much non-stop since the war started, making armor, weapons, enchantments, repairing the walls, and a million other things that need tending during a siege.
Don't forget about us carpenters.
Clara, who had the rosiest cheeks Bo had ever seen, cried, standing up out of her chair. Of course not, Grits replied smoothly. In fact, I always say carpentry is the hardest labor. That's why I always get hammered after work. When he was met with silence, he pleaded, pantomiming a hammer, Get it? Hammered? After work?
Aye, we got it, son. We just don't find it funny, Garflin puffed,
hands crossed over his chest.
If you're done fooling around, maybe you can tell us why we're here.
That's my cue. We all know there's a battle coming up, he said, walking up in front of the crew. Grits and I haven't been idle since we left your shops. We think we have a way to even the odds, but we need your help. He moved over to the counter of the Mage Guild and picked up a small ream of paper sitting on top of it. He began handing out specific pages to each crafter. I need you to work on what is on your page or pages. This should be given your highest priority. There was a slight murmur as each craftsman reviewed the blueprints, along with the technical details Bo and Grits had provided them. Maggie, one of the best blacksmiths the city had to offer, was the first to break the silence.
I can build this, but to what end? I have real work to do. I don't get how this helps us.
He had been careful about giving them only the parts they would need to build and not the entire design. Jack still wasn't sure if there were spies in the city, but better safe than sorry. I know we're not from Edinburgh, but please trust us. With your help, we'll make a powerful weapon that could turn the tide of this war.
Sorry, stranger,
Olivia the leatherworker responded.
I'm not saying what you're doing isn't right, but this doesn't trump the work I already have on my plate. My leather armor could save the life of my friends, and that is more important to me than rolling the dice on a harebrained scheme.
Bo was about to respond when Freya stood up and addressed the group.
I share your skepticism, but Jack asked us to help him. Without him and his friends, our Duke would be dead, and we wouldn't be sitting in this guild. I, for one, have learned to trust the outsiders, and I ask that you do the same.
She walked over to Olivia, grabbing hold of her hands.
I know you want to save your friends, your countrymen, but 1 or 2 sets of armor won't win the war. We need to believe.
Olivia, on the verge of tears, nodded and sat back down.
Well, I suppose you should walk me through this blueprint. It's like nothing I've ever seen.
Sighing in relief, Bo and Grits moved among the crafters, explaining their drawings. It's going to be a long night. Chapter 39. Gooch, Jack, and Topher stood on the northern wall with Marshal Kasuki, whose frail frame was bundled in tight black robes against the brisk wind. Gooch was fearful that a strong gust would blow the old halfling off the wall, so he stayed within easy reach. It was a cloudy afternoon, the sun struggling to make its presence felt through the gray, billowy clouds. They watched as the enemy brought their Ravanan-designed trebuchets toward the gates, stopping a few dozen feet beyond the range of the city's catapults. Bo had taken a quick look at them, trying to figure out a way to extend the range, but said he would need more time than they had to make any modifications. Gooch hadn't seen Bo or Grit since the night they arrived in the city, but at level 1 he wasn't expecting them to have an impact in the coming battle. Not sure we should have rushed them into this world only to possibly die, but it was Jack's call. At least they still have their survival tokens. From this distance, the enemy was a dark sea of ants, thousands upon thousands of them milling about until you could barely make out the green earth beneath them. This ends today, one way or another. After a few minutes of setup, the first of the war machines began its volley. A giant stone was flung out of a sling and toward the city, flying high above the walls. A shimmering blue shield materialized, the rock bouncing off it with a shower of sparks and landing on the war-torn ground in front of the wall.
A shield held,
Kasuki breathed, wrapping his arms around himself for warmth. Freya had been able to reinforce the city's power source with magic found in the Mage Guild, adding a barrier to the defense of the city. Yeah, but for how long? Jack murmured, echoing Gooch's own thoughts as 2 more trebuchets were brought online, rocks arcing toward the city and rebounding off the magical protection. Kasuki, not picking up on the rhetorical nature of the question, answered,
According to Maeve and Freya, if they keep up a steady stream of attacks, we've maybe 4 hours before the protections fail. The walls, reinforced by magic over centuries,
will remain impervious to these non-magical attacks. However, they don't need to focus on our walls. They'll lob them over our heads and bring ruin to the city. A day or two of constant bombardment, and we won't stand a chance against a full assault.
This guy's losing his marbles. He's told us a version of that 5 times now, he sent to Jack before continuing out loud.
Aye, so we've heard.
We have our plan in place, and it'll see us through.
It has to.
A few hours later, Jack remained on the wall, this time joined by Freya and her apprentices, along with a few hundred nervous halfling citizens, each of them equipped with some type of ranged weapon, mostly wands provided by the now empty Mage Guild vault. Only Jack and Freya could be seen by the enemy. The rest of the group was lying down on the wall beneath the parapets. The bombardment by the 5 enemy trebuchets continued, and the shower of sparks that fell reminded Jack of fireworks on the 4th of July. The shimmering field protecting the city wavered each time it was struck, and everyone could see it weakening as it flickered more and more between volleys. Thousands of goblins, hobgoblins, and orcs were lined up in neat rows and columns behind their siege equipment, awaiting the inevitable order to rush the city. War cries could be heard even at this distance, eager screams tearing out of the throats of the enemy combatants. While the vast bulk of the forces were now to the north of the city, there were a few hundred scattered around the rest of it, ensuring no one escaped without being noticed. Using his mental link, he called to Gooch, who stood in the courtyard near the northern gate, with nearly 300 halfling soldiers and 100 of the newly trained citizens with him.
It's time. Be safe. Plenty of time to play the hero later.
Receiving the mental form of a grunt of acknowledgement, Jack felt the vibration of the large stone gate opening beneath him. Gooch strode through it a moment later, the halfling soldiers each carrying a spear and shield, following behind his giant form, spreading out in wedge formation as they emerged from the wall. Gooch was the tip of the spear, and he was a sight to see. His entire body was covered in bright, silver overlapping plates that shone like a beacon in the weak sunlight, his cloak billowing behind him, heartwood shield in one hand, and a fiery shillelagh in the other. According to Garflin, the metal they had found in the labyrinth could only be worked by a master-ranked armorsmith. It had taken the dwarf nearly 3 days of near-constant forging to create the armor, and he let it be known to anyone that would listen that it was his finest work. Isla, a master-ranked enchanter, further enhanced the set using components found in the Mage Guild vault. Jack cast Analyze on the armor, hoping it would keep his friend safe.
Name: Arender Plate Mail of Fortification. Durability: 180 of 180. Effect: this master-quality armor provides a bonus of 24 to defense. In addition, the armor has a self-repair capability, repairing all but the most serious of rents. Finally, once per day, the armor can project a 10 by 10 foot wall of force 5 feet in front of the wearer for 30 seconds. This ability recharges at dawn.
After making it nearly 100 feet from the wall, they solidified their wedge formation, just in time for a volley of arrows from the enemy to rain down on them. Gooch screamed a command, and the army locked their shields together, deflecting most of the arrows. Another swarm pelted them, and they tightened their formation, until nothing but shields could be seen. After another ineffectual volley, the arrows stopped. Gooch yelled out another command, and his squad began marching toward the enemy, who stood in front of their siege weapons, out of range of the halfling catapults on the walls. The enemy awaited them eagerly, howling in anticipation. When the Edinburgh army was within 50 feet of the enemy, their discipline started to break. It began with a single orc running toward them, screaming as she held her axe head high. Then a hobgoblin leapt out from rank, spear leading her charge. And before Jack could blink, the entire army had broken formation, salivating as they rushed toward Gooch, their commanders failing to rein them back in. Then the battle began, in earnest. The first thing Jack noticed was that the goblins were hanging back, letting the orcs and hobgoblins do the brunt of the fighting. Jack didn't understand the change in tactics. Usually the orc commander Zruel would lead the goblins, letting them soak up the damage before his stronger troops entered the fray.
Overconfidence?
He mused to Alexa,
watching the enemy begin to surround their wedge formation.
Maybe, although when has the enemy ever been anything but overconfident? Is he holding them in reserve for something special?
I will watch for anything suspicious.
Jack noticed that Alexa seemed more and more aware as he leveled up and grew in power. But this was the first time she volunteered to help him with more than just system-driven mechanics. Something to file away for later investigation?
Gooch kept the Edinburgh army at his back, swinging his shillelagh across his body, his prodigious strength sending the enemy flying like pins at a bowling alley, and his large shield slamming anyone that tried to get within his reach. A few arrows, javelins, and longer spears managed to get through his guard, but none managed to bypass the defenses of his new armor, aura, and thick skin. The enemy was no match for him, and soon they learned the cost of engaging too closely. The halflings, most a foot or two smaller than the orc and hobgoblin soldiers, weren't faring as well. While they gave as good as they got, hiding low behind shields as their long spears struck at the enemy, they couldn't win a war of attrition. They had been counting on the weaker goblins being part of the first attack force, not the stronger orcs and hobs. Jack waited for another minute, wincing as he watched halflings fall to the enemy, the formation beginning to bend in the middle. Worried that if he waited any longer they would not be able to retreat, he pulled out the large conch shell given to him by Maeve, and blew a long, deep note. "News team, assemble!" he screamed their agreed-upon cue. Immediately, Gooch and the remaining halflings began to pull back toward the city, fighting in defensive formation behind shields and spears, Gooch pulverizing anyone that was unlucky enough to get within his range. They racked up more losses as they closed the distance to the city, the blood-crazed orcs and hobgoblins smelling victory and following them with zeal, giving no quarter. Jack was sure they were going to be trampled before they could reach the walls. Then Gooch turned toward the right side of the wedge, insta-casting a burning hands at the enemy, the expanded cones spraying fire at everyone within 25 feet. He turned toward the other side of the wedge, and another jet of flame hit the enemy soldiers there as well, buying the halflings time to organize themselves and retreat to the walls. With heavy casualties, they made it back to the wall, but were still surrounded by the enemy. Jack tapped the brooch on his leather jerkin, another treasure from the Mage Guild, and it activated with an audible click as it glowed with a soft blue the color of a robin's egg. Then he began to hum a wordless tune as he plucked chords on his lute, channeling a soothing performance. Beyond amplifying his sound so it reached hundreds of feet in all directions, the brooch expanded the area of effect of his bardic abilities from a 30-foot to a 90-foot diameter. All of the friendly soldiers within the 90-foot area of effect were healed for 18 points, restoring most of them to full health, and bringing a few back from the edge of the grave. He then began to sing, using another bardic ability, Greater Inspire Ally, the brooch once again amplifying his abilities to a 90-foot area of effect.
We come to kill the Ravanan, we come to lay them low, we come to kill the Ravanan and best our lawful foe.
The song had an immediate effect on those battling around him, the Edinburgh army attacking faster and hitting harder, giving renewed vigor to their fight against the seemingly endless horde. On cue, he watched the Duke, outfitted in dull black armor, lead a contingent of warriors and citizens from the secret door on the western edge of the northern wall. Fighting alongside them were Maya, Maeve, Bobo, and Garflin, screaming battle cries and running toward the nearest enemy. On the other side of the northern wall, ropes spilled down, with Topher and Neil leading another large contingent to engage the foe, Topher leaping from atop the wall before catching himself in a pocket of wind. Show off. The plan had been for Gooch to retreat back to the walls, where they would pincer the enemy between the Duke's and Topher's forces. Right now it was less a pincer and more a metal claw trying to pick up an oversized stuffed animal in the arcade game of chance that Jack always played as a kid at Lesson Jim's bowling alley. If they didn't do something soon, the army would just swarm and destroy the reinforcements. Freya's turn. With a nod from Jack, all of the fighters on the wall stood up from their prone positions. Freya's apprentices began casting spells, while the citizen militia pulled out wands of different shapes and sizes and pointed them at the enemy, activating command words. The enemy between Gooch's main force and the two auxiliary forces looked up to see a barrage of fire, ice, acid, shadow, and force rain down upon them. Edinburgh's army made use of the disarray, with Topher and the Duke's soldiers killing hundreds of the enemy as they closed in from each side. Their adversaries tried to keep the armies separated, hundreds charging to fill the void left by their dying allies, only to be cut down by additional volleys of magic from the walls. He knew the wand's limited charges were coming to an end, halflings pocketing them and pulling out slings and short bows, but their work was done. Hundreds of the enemy had been slain in their trap with minimal losses, and Topher and the Duke had been able to join Gooch's army, swelling its ranks to nearly 800. Scanning the horizon, Jack doubted it would be enough, still seeing thousands of the enemy reforming. He continued singing. He had worked on this song last night, but was quickly running out of verses, so he made up new ones. We had a good breakfast, using more of the rations. We had a good breakfast, Ravanan's destruction we will hasten. Finally listening to their commanders, the enemy backed away from the Edinburgh army waiting in front of the trebuchets, which continued their assault on the city, further weakening the shield.
They have us between a rock and a hard place. What now?
He asked Gooch, Topher, Kasuki, and the Duchess. With no Dobby or Geoe, he had invited Maya and Kasuki to his party to allow for quicker communication.
Damn, that's Rule. I was sure they wouldn't be able to rein in their army after that first attack,
came Maya's angry retort. Kasuki's calm voice entered the conversation.
Aye, but we knew it was a possibility. Jack, have Freya organize the militia on the wall, and get them ready to join the others on the field. Gooch, march us forward. It's time to roll the dice. If it's a roll of the dice, then I want Jack with us,
Gooch muttered through the mind link.
Try to stop me, buddy.
Chapter 40.
I'm too old for this shit,
Marshal Kasuki whispered to himself. He wondered not for the first time why he hadn't retired years ago and moved in with his daughter and her family. When he enlisted over 60 years ago, it hadn't been his idea. He was caught stealing and given a choice: join the army for 4 years or lose a hand. It hadn't been a hard choice. Back then, he was only loyal to one person, himself, and his only duty was to please the booty. But then he met Hopper, Sam, Bobo, Toad, Mutt, and Hands. They were the best friends a guy could have, and he learned what it meant to be part of a team, part of something greater. Beyond that, he found he had a knack for tactics and strategy, ranking up far faster than his peers in those skills. So when his 4 years were up, he surprised himself by re-enlisting, achieving a promotion to sergeant, and advancing from there. Except for Bobo, his friends were all gone, some through old age and others fallen in battle. All of them had continued to serve well past the point of retirement, out of loyalty to each other rather than loyalty to the crown. But apparently his friends were right. He was too stubborn to die. And that's how he found himself watching the battle unfold from the Archer's Tower on the northeast corner of the wall. Before Jack and his friends arrived, he was sure they were goners. All of their pleas to the king and other nations had gone unanswered, and they were waiting to die like a convict tied to an anthill. From the day those strangers arrived in Edinburgh, things had been different. While the situation was still bleak, there was something about Jack, Gooch, Topher, Geoe, heck, even Dobby, that made you want to believe you could win. Their actions over the next week proved their optimism carried some weight. First was the victory on the wall against the snake monster, which could have easily spelled their doom. Then they broke the curse, followed by rescuing the Duke, and destroying the trebuchets. So when Jack and Gooch came to him saying they had a plan, if a long shot, to beat the enemy, he listened. Although the pincer attack worked as intended, killing hundreds of orcs and hobgoblins, they were still outnumbered 4-1. He watched as Gooch, the tip of the spear, charged the army forward toward the enemy. Freya, her apprentices, Jack, and as many citizens as they could muster joined the tail of the formation, the gates slowly closing again after they passed through.
Might as well leave them open, If this army falls, the city is finished.
The enemy was ready for the army. Spears, halberds, and pikes were planted in the ground awaiting their charge. As Gooch reached their ranks, he glowed brightly, a beacon of hope as bright as the sun, which was currently behind clouds. With cries of pain and surprise, the enemy reared back, momentarily dazed, and Gooch struck. He charged into them, swinging a fiery magical club in wide swaths, decimating the enemy and blowing them backward. Topher completed an intricate series of movements before darting into the battle next to his friend. A moment later, a giant storm of sleet and hail formed above the enemy, pelting them with rock-sized ice. His friend and grizzled veteran Bob O stepped up on Gooch's left side, before taking out the knees of the first orc he saw with his large, double-bladed warhammer. The rest of the halfling army rushed forward and joined the fight, their wedge formation spreading out into a jagged line, spanning hundreds of feet wide. The initial ferocity of the attack gave Kasuki some hope that perhaps they could push the enemy back long enough for Freya and her team to destroy the trebuchets and other siege weapons. He saw a giant cone of flame erupt from Gooch, severely burning several of the enemy in front of him. He immediately occupied the space left by the fleeing or dying enemies, pushing toward the siege engines, screaming as he rained blows down on anyone too slow to get out of his way. On his right, Topher followed, staff twirling as it slammed into the enemy, occasional ice spears erupting from him and impaling unlucky orcs. Unlike Gooch, Topher wore only a fine monk's robe, and while it seemed impervious to dirt, blood, and grime, it offered less in protection. He came away from his skirmishes with a stream of minor cuts and bruises, but as Kasuki watched through his spyglass, he could see the cuts begin to close.
Who are these guys?
With Jack's music continuing to speed and add damage to the halflings' attacks, they were pushing back the enemy, although it was not without cost. The orcs and hobgoblins were much bigger and tougher than the halflings, even with all the magical assistance. For each step of bloody ground gained, dozens of halflings lay unmoving. Bondo, Flora, and their acolytes looked for downed soldiers, healing them and sending them back into battle. Orc shamans were doing the same, waves of healing energy reinvigorating unconscious combatants. Other shamans focused on countering Topher's ice storm, and Kasuki watched it fizzle out. Still others cast offensive magics, clouds of poisonous gas and swarms of magical arrows targeting the enemy, only to be dispelled by Freya and her apprentices.
There's just too many of them.
As well as they were doing, it still reminded Kasuki of a time when as a child he went to the ocean and built a sand barricade on the beach to hold back the oncoming tide. Although the barricade initially held, it weakened as water brushed up against it, and eventually over it, dissolving it completely. He watched as the minutes passed, and their momentum began to diminish, the waves of enemy crashing down upon them and weakening them, just as the ocean had weakened his sand barricade those many years ago. The army started to give ground at the edges, the line of combatants created only minutes before faltering, until once again they were in a pyramid pattern. Only Gooch, Topher, and now Jack were able to hold the line, the only thing keeping the army from routing completely. The orcs hadn't even sent in their elite guard yet, most likely still trying to wear down the Edinburgh troops.
And why are they holding back the goblins?
Sparing a moment from watching the battle, he used his spyglass to scan the enemy, specifically looking for the smelly green urchins. Although hundreds of goblins were sprinkled throughout the reserves, he searched until he found a large contingent of the reeking creatures. He watched as a large orc in black chain armor punched a dagger through the throat of the goblin, killing him instantly. He picked up another scrawny miscreant by the neck and hoisted her high into the air, screaming at the rest of the goblins as he broke her neck. Shouting something at the large group, he gestured toward the city, obviously trying to get them to join the attack. The goblins cowered, but held their ground as the orc proceeded menacingly toward them, dagger in hand. That's when Kasuki saw a figure emerge from the shadow of a nearby wagon, step behind the orc, and thrust a spear into his back, the pointed head bursting through its chest in an explosion of blood and gore. The other goblins cheered, and Kasuki extended his magical spyglass further, increasing the magnification on the shadowy individual.
Is that Dobby?
Dobby pulled his spear out of the orc and raised it in triumph, whooping in victory, the other goblins joining in. He nodded to his lieutenants, confirming the time had come to enact their plan. He pulled out his thunder drums, focusing on a large group of orcs and hobs as he began to play. While he waited for the magic in the drums to take effect, he thought back to the past week. Dobby wasn't sure what he would find when he first entered the goblin camp nearly a week ago. He had been sent to the mines months ago by Garyak, the goblin high chieftain. He said the mine needed more guards, but Dobby now knew the real reason was because his parents argued with Garyak about the direction he was taking the clans. Allying with the lizard folk was bad enough, but setting aside years of hatred and enmity with the orcs and hobgoblins, which treated the goblins like animals, was unthinkable. What he saw in the camp saddened him to the point of tears. Or rather, it was what he didn't see. Last time he had been with the clans, there had been thousands of goblins milling about, training with weapons, working the fields, preparing food, crafting clothes and armor. There had been no shortage of work or goblins to do it. Now most goblins lay on the ground, too tired or too hungry to do more than stare at him as he walked around, hunched over, wearing a borrowed cloak and using his spear as a walking stick, trying to hide his larger size. While most goblins never had the luxury of being fat, he could count the ribs on every goblin he saw, and most had bloated stomachs, a clear sign they were not getting enough to eat. Instead of thousands of goblins, they numbered in the hundreds. During his time in Edinburgh, Dobby had seen how the enemy commander Zruel used the goblins in battle. They led any offensive, dying first, so the orcs and hobgoblins had a better chance of living. But still, Dobby expected to see more of his people. He searched for and found his family, relieved to find them alive, if not well. Since they refused to fight, they were working all day hunting and farming, doing what they could to feed their people. After a round of greetings, hugs, and tears, Dobby shared his food while they confirmed his suspicions about how things were going under Garyak's rule. Dobby walked among his people for the rest of the night, playing the part of a hunched-over cripple, his hood always drawn up over his head. As he talked with other goblins, the tale his family told him was confirmed. Garyak would be the death of them. Commander Zruel and his Ravanan advisor cared little if the goblins survived, as long as they captured the halfling city. Unsure of what to do, he decided he would be brave, like his friend, Jack. Waiting until dawn, he marched to Garyak's tent, hundreds of goblins in tow, and issued a challenge. He remembered it perfectly.
Garyak, High Chieftain of Goblin Tribes, hear me!
He shouted.
I, Dobberzal Thrakinaten, son of Rumpressionaten, tribe of the Snaking Spear, challenge you to duel to death. Winner will become tribe new leader.
There was silence as nothing happened, and Dobby began to wonder if he should have checked to see if Garyak was even in the tent. Then the tent flaps opened, revealing the large goblin. He was visibly thinner than the last time Dobby had seen him, red-rimmed eyes darting everywhere at once, and hands nervously grasping a large black scythe.
You dare challenge me, cripple?
He barked, confidence returning to him as he stood up straight, pulling the two-handed scythe over his shoulder.
And you people, what did you hope to gain by this?
He growled to the crowd, who took a simultaneous step back.
After I finish with him, I'll deal with you. How does no rations for a week sound,
Dobby threw off his cloak, standing to his full height and twirling his spear around his body before slamming the blunt end onto the ground.
I know cripple Garyak, and your cruel rule ends today,
he roared.
Let's go intimidation skill. Jack be so proud of Dobby.
He strode up to the chieftain until they were just out of weapon range, noticing the chief had to look up to meet his gaze.
Finally an end to this,
Dobby's keen hearing heard Garyak whisper. The chief's elite guards made to move in front of their lord, but Garyak raised his hand to hold them back.
No! Young Dobby Zelthakhenaten has come here in good faith, and following the traditions of our people, challenged me to honorable combat. I accept. Make room!
The guards and other goblins pulled back to form a 15-foot-wide circle around the two combatants. The chief started the fight almost before the circle formed, his scythe lifting off his shoulder and striking at Dobby in a swing that would have cut him in two. Dobby was just able to skip back, the scythe missing him by a hair's breadth. In return, Dobby flipped his spear around and thrust it at the chief. The point scraped off the side of his ribcage, drawing a bright line of blood as the chief rotated away from the blow. They began to circle each other, Dobby's eyes following the motion of the scythe. He had never faced off against this type of weapon. While slower than his spear, if it connected, Dobby was sure he would lose a limb or his life. The chief came at him with an overhand attack, and he met it with his spear, just able to turn the blow aside, so the scythe hit the ground beside him. The chieftain smiled as he kicked a massive boot at him, connecting solidly and lifting him off the ground to land hard a few feet away.
I remember you. You were the runt of the litter. I'm not sure how you got so big, but you're still just a gatherer, like your entire pathetic family.
The chieftain taunted loudly, mouth curved in a sneer. Then, more quietly, and in a despondent, almost monotone voice for only Dobby's ears, he continued,
I hoped you could be the one.
Come then. Let's end it.
Dobby stood back up, wiping blood from his lips, which he had bit during his fall.
You're right. Dobby not good fighter. Not like Garyak. But Dobby not one-trick lock.
He slammed his spear into the ground and pulled his lute from behind his back. With a strum, the air around the lute crackled with energy. Imitating Jack, he shouted a heavy metal anthem from what Jack called the 80s, calling upon his bardic power, Call of the Axle 2.
Watch me bring you to your knees!
Power poured from his voice, combining with the strumming, forming a sonic wave that smashed into Garyak, sending him flying off his feet and against the first row of goblin onlookers. Shaking his head, the chieftain pushed himself back to his feet, eyes wide with surprise.
I've never seen that shaman ability before, but it won't be enough to...
He cut off suddenly as another wave of sonic force hit him, sending him back against the crowd of goblins. This time he took a little longer to get up. His nose was flattened, like Dobby had hit him with a large frying pan, and there was blood streaming from both eardrums.
You've got some spunk. I'll give you...
he began before Dobby used his final bardic ability of the day, sending another sonic wave at the chief. He flew back a third time, this time staying down. Dobby picked up his spear, walked toward Garyak, and held it against the goblin's throat. The chief opened his eyes a crack, as if that was all he could muster.
What are you?
He whispered groggily.
Dobby, a bard. A goblin bard.
A murmur of hushed whispers rose from the crowd, but he ignored them.
Dobby, show goblins there is more to life than fighting. There is more to life than worshipping a god of death. There is music. There is delicious food. There is joy!
He yelled the last, turning his head to scan the crowd as he did so. He looked down to see that in his excitement, the tip of his spear had cut the chief, drawing a bead of blood on his throat. Expecting the goblin leader to curse him, he was shocked when Garyak looked at him, strangely seeming to be at peace.
Yes, Dobby. I failed our people. I see that now. Be better than me. Don't be a pawn of the orcs, hobs, and lizard folk. You free us from this bondage, and show them a new way.
He coughed up a little blood as he finished, closing his eyes. Stunned by the change in the powerful chieftain, Dobby wondered if he should heal him. He thought that's what Jack would do. Before he could cast the spell, Garyak grabbed the spear, looking Dobby square in the eyes.
Lead them!
He cried, before pulling the spear into his throat. Chapter 41. It took Jack a few minutes, but he finally slithered his way up to the front of the battle, positioning himself on Gooch's left, replacing a fatigued Bob O, who went to find his Duke and Duchess. One thing he never appreciated in the role-playing games and movies back home about this type of battle was the sheer scale of it. The largest movie screen fell flat versus the tactile experience of being there in person. Not just that, but the noise was deafening. Cries of pain, metal on metal, metal on flesh, the sizzle and boom of spellcraft. The cacophony was overwhelming, especially given Jack's sensitive hearing. At one point, he was sure he even heard something uncannily similar to the Wilhelm scream of Hollywood lore. And just when he thought there were no more senses to overload, there came the smell, waltzing in with a much too loud, "What's up?" insult to the olfactory. Turning to the task at hand, he conceded that this straight-up type of fight wasn't his bag, but he wouldn't leave his friends' sides again. He'd long ago decided on death with them was better than surviving alone. Although, to give credit where it was due, Topher and Gooch were doing most of the work, allowing Jack to play the role of the healer, at least while his spell points held out. Gooch was the main reason the Edinburgh army was still on the field, even if they were being slowly driven back once again toward the walls. He had put away his shield, relying on his armor, thick skin, and other defensive skills to keep him alive. Instead, he held Nutcracker, the huge two-handed flail he had taken from Thindari. Any time Gooch connected with the flailhead, something died. Usually, multiple somethings died, as the flails seemed to have minds of their own, striking out like snakes and smashing their spiky heads into nearby creatures. When creatures managed to get by the flail and into striking distance, Topher and Jack were there, dealing out death. The bulk of the army wasn't faring quite as well, being slowly forced back as the much larger and stronger orcs and hobs pressed them on two sides of their pyramid formation. Freya and her magic users were working overtime, dispelling attacks from the enemy shamans while bolstering the line. Healers, looking more ragged and fatigued than the fighters, were playing their role as well, healing with a mix of spells, potions, and bandages. Lost in the heat of battle, Jack wasn't sure how long they had been fighting, when suddenly his danger sense went off like a slap in the face, and he rolled forward, feeling a blade whiz by his head. Looking back, his eyes widened in surprise as he saw the rest of the Edinburgh army pressed against the city wall, nearly 100 feet behind them. In between the army and them were hundreds of orcs and hobs, mostly focused on their hated rivals, the halflings, but a few were turning to put pressure on Jack's small party.
"We're surrounded! Go back to back!" Jack ordered, pulling out his wand of winter and using the power to summon a dire wolf. Immediately, gray swirls of mist appeared next to Jack, and a second later a massive dire wolf stood next to him. "Defend us!" Jack ordered, not really sure if the beast could understand him. The wolf looked at Jack, before leaping at and landing on a nearby hobgoblin, mauling it before looking for its next target. Gooch dropped his flail, turning his bracelet into a shield, and pulling a longsword from a scabbard at his hip, moving into a defensive position. Topher cast a watery shield, interposing it between him and a couple of hobgoblins. While they beat away at it, he began to move around in a classic martial art kata. A few seconds later, a wall of wind roared out from him, knocking a dozen enemies to the ground and buying them a few seconds. "Ideas?" Topher asked, not breathing hard despite the exertion. "I'm getting low on spell points. We, along with the fine people over there, he gestured to the bulk of the Edinburgh defense, only have a few minutes without some divine intervention. Jackie, where's that vaunted luck when you need it? Jack was thinking of a response when he heard a loud boom of thunder. While not out of place in the cloudy sky, no lightning followed. Shaman magic? He could just make out a faint roaring sound, then the sounds of battle, from deep within the enemy ranks. Well, I'll be. The little guy did it, Jack replied to Topher. Did what? Topher asked, sidestepping a hobgoblin with a wicked-looking curved sword before slamming his quarterstaff into its head. What are you going on about, Jack? Gooch asked, nearly at the same time, using his shield to block a high strike from a massive orc wielding a two-handed sword, while also dodging back to avoid a spear thrust from his right. His longsword struck down, cutting off a different hobgoblin's arm at the elbow. I mean, when the goblins weren't attacking, I had hoped, but it was such a long shot, Jack muttered through the link, more to himself than to his friends. But Dobby did it. Dobby turned them against the orcs? Gooch asked. Dobby! You magnificent bastard! Topher exclaimed. For the first time since the battle started, Jack felt hope radiate through their bond. The pressure pushing on them subsided slightly, the orcs and hobs having to deal with 1,000 angry goblins. While the orcs and hobs outnumbered them, 1,000 goblins ambushing twice their number could make a real difference. It could give them a chance. They won't be able to do it alone. We need to merge with the rest of the army and push forward while they're distracted, Jack sent. Jackie, are you in the same battle I'm in? There are hundreds of those buggers between us and the army. Topher shot back, jumping up and kicking out with both feet, connecting with an orc and sending him flying. I have help coming, Jack said, as he held his finger up to his friends, showing them a small red bird with black wings. Damn it, Jackie! Why am I the last to know about these things? Topher exclaimed. Oh, good. The druids made it, Gooch grunted, using his shield to bash away a hob, then shuffling forward to stab another one in the throat, getting smashed by a rusted mace in payment. You knew about this? Topher cried. Seriously, if we survive this, we are going to have a long talk about trust and communication skills. Sorry, Topher, Jack sighed, stepping forward to thrust a short sword into the hob Gooch had stunned with his shield. It was another long shot, and I didn't want to give anyone false hope. False hope? You exude false hope like Pepe Le Pew exudes stink. You get people thinking they can be better than they are, that they can do anything, even win a battle against an avalanche of enemy orcs and hobs. But somehow, what starts out as false hope becomes real. And before you know it, people are better and can do anything. Another time, Topher, Jack grunted heavily as he dropped below the swing of an orc's axe, Shadow Guard easily slicing through its knee, toppling the creature. Hurry, Natalie. Marshal Kasuki shook his spyglass, hitting it to make sure it was still working. Then rubbing his eyes. Well, I'll be a three-legged toad. From his vantage point, he got a bird's-eye view of the goblins rising up and attacking their orc and hob masters. The sudden and vicious assault startled them, dozens falling to spears and daggers. With surprise on the goblins' side, they were able to kill anyone standing in their way, until after a minute of heavy fighting they were mostly together, trapping the orcs and hobs between them and the Edinburgh army. However, their enemy was larger and better equipped, and the goblins began giving ground even before they had fully formed up. He tapped the one-way communication device on his chest and spoke into it. Freya, goblins are on our side. Repeat, goblins are friendly. We need to press the attack. Looking down to Lily, a girl no older than 12, he repeated the message and sent her to tell anyone left on the walls. Returning his attention to the battle, he longed for a way to contact Jack, but he was outside the mind link range. In the heat of battle, his small group had separated from the main army, and he wasn't sure they would be able to reconnect the two forces. Both teams seemed to be barely holding their own. He looked around the wall and down into the city, but it was empty,
The remaining citizens that were too young or too old to fight were behind the inner walls of the castle. Although the orcs and hobs were fighting 3 distinctive fights with multiple fronts, they had the numbers to make it work. If the Duke and Duchess couldn't push forward, the surprise attack by the goblins would be for naught. They would be killed or forced to retreat, allowing Zruel to focus on the city's militia. He was pulled out of his morose thoughts as the sky suddenly darkened, the billowy light gray clouds turning purple-black and drawing together over the enemy forces between Gooch's group and the main Edinburgh army. Kasuki scanned the area in front of the city, finally noticing a small group of 20 or so dwarves riding a variety of animals, sprinting toward the enemy from the east, though they were still hundreds of feet away. Looking closer, he noticed a human riding the skeleton of a giant loch in the midst of the dwarves.
By the 9 levels of Braden and Shalena's beard! What's happening?
As they neared the wall, lightning seemed to crackle in the dark clouds before releasing on the orcish army, pillars of bright white light striking down in their midst. Orcs and hobs were blown apart, scattered to the winds, the lightning relentless in its need to destroy. As soon as it came, it was gone, the clouds turning back to light gray, although the thunder continued.
That's not thunder.
Kasuki watched as the druids charged into the disorganized enemy, hooves from huge elks, moose, and even a polar bear pounding the ground. They didn't slow as they reached the enemy, stomping over them while the druids atop their backs swung long curved swords, thrust with spears, or cast beads of fire at the enemy. Roaring in triumph, the Edinburgh army pillaged their reserves of strength and surged forward, felling their scattered and confused foe. Within minutes, the enemy between Gooch's group and the main army was dispersed, and they once again merged with Gooch, Jack, and Topher, along with the newcomers. Kasuki pocketed his spyglass, viewing the battle in its entirety. While they were still outnumbered 2-1, he was starting to believe they might just live to see another day. Chapter 42. Watching the druids charge onto the field and decimate the foe behind them, Jack took a moment to gather his breath as the throng in front of them retreated.
I hope this doesn't jinx us, but I think we might have a chance, he sent to the others in his party mind link. As soon as he mentally uttered the phrase, General Zruel appeared a few hundred feet away, surrounded by dozens of elite warriors and shamans, winged by hundreds of orcs and hobs.
Do you believe in karma, Jack?
Maya asked, defeat finding a way to permeate the sending.
Actually, Gooch and I are karma chameleons. We come and go,
Gooch added distractedly. Staring at the general, Jack had to admit he was a formidable sight, outfitted in dull gray plate mail and a helm in the shape of a wolf on his head. His armor was well cared for, but it showed signs of battle. He held a dark blue steel-flanged mace in one hand and a shield of the same metal in the other. Jack was knocked out of his awe as someone stumbled into him from behind. Turning, he was pleased to see Lucy sliding off her skeletal lock.
"Welcome to the party, pal,"
Jack said, throwing his arms around her and giving her a hug.
"I wasn't sure you'd make it."
Miss this? Not for the world.
She smiled, returning the hug before backing up a step and looking across the field at the arrayed forces.
Time to animate us up some allies, sugar.
She drawled. Finding a large, dead orc a few feet away, she began her ritual.
Hey, stranger.
Natalie beamed, walking over to Jack, her father Glandor in tow. She wiped blood off her scimitar and sheathed the weapon before giving Jack a bear hug.
"I could get used to this."
Ending the hug, he held up his hand, palm outward, to Glandor for the obligatory high-five greeting. Like an inmate holding his hand against the glass, the offering was accepted, as Glandor matched Jack's hand, holding it against his for an uncomfortable second.
"Never thought I would hear myself say this. But it's nice to see you all,"
the old dwarf growled tiredly, spreading his gaze across Topher, Jack, and Gooch. He looked fatigued, and Jack guessed he was the one who had cast the lightning spell.
"Nice to see us. We were deader than a red shirt until you showed up," Topher gushed. "And the timing. A few seconds later, and I would have made a mess in my pants. Shifting around uncomfortably, he continued, Scratch that. I guess you could have been a bit faster.
Yeah, let me get that for you.
The wizened dwarf made a curt gesture, as if wiping away dirt from his hands. Topher, initially wearing a look of puzzlement, suddenly shone with understanding. We need that spell. I had no idea that sort of magic existed.
Well, have you ever seen a magic-using dwarf use the privy? Or even sneak behind a bush to relieve themselves?
Well, no, I suppose I haven't, he responded thoughtfully. But, surely. Staring at the orcs and hobs, Natalie interrupted him, changing topics.
I wish we could have brought more, but the Grand Druid does not approve of us entering into a war against the Ravanan. Technically, this is a trade mission to the happening city of Edinburgh, if anyone is asking,
she divulged conspiratorially, giving Jack an exaggerated wink.
Sometimes it's not the quantity, but the quality,
Gooch reckoned, laying a large hand upon her, eyes washing over the other druids. Jack couldn't agree more. Although there were only a couple dozen of them, he knew from experience they were powerful casters and warriors. Not to mention that timing is everything, and you couldn't have come at a more perfect moment. Looking over at Topher, he amended, well, almost perfect.
Jack, we told you we would be here, but can we stand against them?
Natalie asked. Jack followed her gaze, noting the hundreds of screaming orcs and hobs still gathering as they spread out from Zruel at their center. He could still barely make out the sounds of battle to the north, and he wondered briefly how Dobby and the goblins were doing. Gently grabbing her shoulders and turning her around, he watched as her eyes locked on the bedraggled army of Edinburgh. There were less than half of their original 800 remaining, and they were all streaked with blood, dirt, and gore. Bandages covered many of them, and all of them were either sitting down or leaning on their spears in an attempt to regain stamina. As beat down as they appeared, none of them were heading back inside the city. Instead, they looked to their leaders for direction.
I think the question is,
he breathed softly,
can we afford not to stand against them?
Giving her a tender squeeze, he changed his short sword into a lute and began plucking at the strings as he activated his soothing performance ability, healing everyone within 90 feet, which was the majority of the army. Their relatively low levels and health meant he was able to bring most of them to full, although it did little to restore their flagging energy.
Jackie, it looks like the break is over,
Gooch muttered, and he turned to see the general raise his mace high in the air, tilting his head back and releasing a loud howl as he urged his army forward. Gooch peered over to the Duke and Duchess, giving them a nod as they swiftly ordered their people into formation, tired citizens and soldiers alike standing at attention. Natalie and a handful of the druids moved in front of the army, pressed their hands to the ground, and began to pray. Gooch, again the tip of the spear, picked up his magical flail, slowly spinning it so the spiked balls twirled over his head, light streaming from the joints in his armor. Jack used one of his 2 remaining bardic abilities, strumming power chords on his lute and channeling a greater inspire ally. Topher, flanked by Neil, began moving in small, deliberate motions. His movements increased in range and velocity, feet moving in an intricate pattern, and his arms swinging in broad, circular motions, until he finished with a cry and an outward thrust of his hands. A large patch of ice crystallized on the ground to the right side of the wedge-shaped formation. The orcs, increasing in speed, were nearly upon them when the druids finished their chant. Dozens of wooden lances as thick as Jack's arm erupted from the earth, stopping after they reached a height of 3 to 4 feet, angled slightly toward the enemy. The orcs and hobs in the lead tried to slow their momentum, only to be shoved into the spikes by the huge mob behind them. Gooch moved forward, stepping in between the waist-high spikes, and slamming his giant flail down upon the closest orc, smashing it to smithereens, before turning his attention to the next enemy. Jack was right there with him, Shadow Guard and Nature's Wrath, making quick work of the surprised combatants. On Gooch's right, the first of the enemy slid and fell on the unexpected icy ground, where Topher, Neil, and a bristling line of spears waited to greet them. The The left side of the wedge formation was supported by the strongest of the Edinburgh citizens, including Freya, Garflin, Bobo, Maya, Maeve, and Angus. Freya had cast sticky webbing that slowed and hampered the enemy charge, allowing them to make easy work of the first line of foes that reached them. After the initial rush, Jack was unable to track how the others were doing, focusing on keeping the smaller enemies from slipping under Gooch's guard and allowing the big man to wield Nutcracker to great effect, killing 1 or 2 enemies with each swing of the mighty weapon. Pointy thorns sprouted out of his armor, adding another layer of passive offense against anything getting too close. It wasn't long before the orcs and hobs, even in their apparent rage, learned that to enter the large warrior's reach was to find swift death. While some still came at them, it slowed as they became more cautious, opting for easier prey. Gasping for air, Jack looked around to see how the rest of the army was doing. They had devised a simple strategy, where the more capable fighters would start on the front line of the wedge, followed by the less trained soldiers, then the citizen militia, then the healers and other casters. When someone in the front line fell or needed to rest, they would pull them back, and the next row would be up. For now it seemed their tactics were working, except that the size of the wedge was diminished as some halflings fell, never to rise. However, they did not give their lives cheaply. For every one of the fallen, 1 or 2 of the enemy lay dead at their feet, adding to the difficult terrain for the remaining orcs and hobs. He used his status indicator perk to check on the health of the army, and went to a knee as a dizzying amount of health bars flooded into view. He quickly shut it off, rubbing his eyes, deciding to just cast his healing at pockets where the fighting was thickest, and let the group heal effect do the rest. The left side of the wedge was faring better than the right side, where Topher was currently using a visibly fading wall of wind to keep the enemy off them, giving some of the folks in his line a chance to receive healing and recover their stamina. Instead of a straight line, that side was caving inward at the middle, the halflings there unable to hold. "Right side needs help," Jack sent through the link. A round of verbal grunts was all he heard in reply as the others struggled with their own fights, except for one person.
"Help is coming. Hold the line a bit longer,"
Marshal Kasuki barked. The gates of the city began to open. Jack wasn't sure what good a bunch of feeble citizens would be, but guessed they were out of options. He went back to helping Gooch maintain the point of the formation, wondering where the leaders of the enemy were hiding. Freya and her team fended off occasional magic attacks, their blue shields absorbing the spells, which were coming less and less frequently. Spell points took a long time to regenerate unless you had mana potions, which apparently the enemy did not. Hearing a noise from the gate, Jack turned to see an armored coach emerge from the city. Shaped like an enormous eggplant, it had 4 metal gear-like wheels that held aloft a low wood and metal carriage. Riding atop the vehicle, Grits sat behind a large cannon, while a young halfling controlled a wrecking ball that dangled from a crane at the back of the coach. On the front of the vehicle was a deadly-looking metal cow-catcher, fashioned with large metal pincer-like blades that emulated the opening and closing of jaws. He would bet everything he owned that Bo was in the driver's seat of that monstrosity. All they're missing is a blind guy suspended on wires playing heavy metal guitar riffs. As he watched, it erupted forward toward the enemy on Topher's side of the formation, a shotgun blast of shrapnel streaking from the vehicle and impacting a hobgoblin before discharging into a handful of others behind him. Then the vehicle was on top of the foe, blazing through them, the cowcatcher throwing them, or rather, pieces of them, in every direction. The wrecking ball swung behind it, whipping out to clear a wide swath of the enemy. Then they were through them, slowly turning in a wide arc to make another pass. He swore he could vaguely hear Grits humming the A-Team theme song under his breath, a look of determination on his square jaw.
Hot pot of porridge, what the heck is that?
Maya asked through the bond, surprise apparently loosening her royal decorum. Maya, meet Bo and Grits. You won't find 2 cleverer guys this side of the portal, Gooch replied. The vehicle had surprised the enemy as much as it had the allies, throwing the entire right side into disarray, allowing the Edinburgh army time to reform their lines.
"No! Maeve!"
Jack heard a hoarse voice shout, and he turned in time to see Maeve stumble back from a particularly large orc. who held part of her esophagus in his clawed hand, grinning madly. A second later, Duke Angus stabbed him through the heart with a long spear, while Duchess Maya pulled her daughter to her, trying to stem the bleeding. But the orc had severed the spine. Even from this distance, Jack could tell Maeve was dead. Chapter 43. Gooch saw Jack race toward Maeve, but he knew in his heart it was too late.
Do something, Jack!
He cried after him anyway, tears filling his eyes. He spent the last week getting to know Maeve better, and he wasn't sure what would come of their relationship, especially given the fact that she was the daughter of a duke. But he knew he wanted to find out. He was sick and tired of watching people around him die. It needed to stop.
I need to stop it.
He looked north, to where General Zruel was standing with his patsies, waiting for his troops to wear them down before they mopped up what was left.
Not today!
Using his last instacast ability, he blasted out a large cone of burning hands in front of him, setting orcs and hobs alike on fire, then rushed forward to fill the space left by the spell.
Zruel!
He roared in rage, enhancing the scream with his taunt, knowing he was out of the 40-foot range, but not caring.
Come to me, champion of Cyric, and let us end this!
His body glowed as he plodded toward the general, illumination escaping from the seams in his armor, his head a beacon of light. He used his two-handed flail to kill the still disoriented hobs and orcs almost as an afterthought, his eyes never leaving Zruel's.
Why fight when my troops are superior, both in strength and numbers? I applaud your effort, and you've kept the battle interesting with a few surprises, but we both know the outcome is inevitable.
Zruel answered calmly, holding his hand up to his mouth to mimic a yawn.
Coward!
He roared, unable to think clearly, Maeve's torn throat flashing in his mind.
I will gut you, like the pig you are!
Orcs began to organize themselves against him, slowing his progress. He cared little for defense, simply using the flail to punish anyone that got too close. But there were just too many of the bastards, and he felt a long spear jut into his side through a crack in his armor and bite deep into muscle. Turning, he launched Nutcracker at the offending orc, blasting him 5 feet back. That allowed a couple of orcs to jump on him from behind, either not seeing or not caring about the wooden spikes protruding from his armor, while another encircled his arms around Gooch's feet.
Timber!
Zruel sneered.
And you thought you were worthy of fighting me?
True to Zruel's prediction, Gooch teetered, unable to keep his balance with 400 pounds on his back and his legs locked up tight. He dropped Nutcracker as he fell to his hands and knees, breath coming in heavy gasps, blood streaming from a number of cuts. More orcs jumped on the pile, further staggering him as his hand slipped on the bloody grass. He fell to his stomach, lacking the leverage to try and stand up. His rage, like Hulk when confronted with a purring kitty cat at sundown, began to subside as his breathing became shallower and shallower. The sheer number of enemies on top of him was making it difficult to inhale.
Think, man, think! You have been in tight situations before.
If he could flip around, his new armor had a force shield effect that might be able to push them off him. He started rocking back and forth, but couldn't get more than a couple inches of wiggle room, nowhere near enough to turn over. He was starting to see spots from lack of oxygen, reminding him of the many times in his football career when he was at the bottom of a dog pile. If that wasn't enough, his armor was becoming hot to the touch. While his no pain 2 perk protected him from the pain, it didn't protect his nose from the stench of burning flesh, both from him and the orcs on top of him. His absorb elements spell had an instant casting time, and he used it, partially negating some of the heat damage that was scalding his skin. The orcs above didn't have the same protection, and were yelping in pain as they rolled off him. He felt a wave of heat as he stood up, and saw a basketball-sized ball of flame headed his way.
With a mental command, he transformed his bracelet into the heartwood shield, crouching his large frame behind it as much as he could manage. A few seconds later, he was knocked backward, along with the dozens of orcs and hobs that hadn't been fast enough to escape the blast. Their flesh was still sizzling, but between Gooch's Absorb Elements spell and his magic defense block perk, he came out of it relatively unscathed. He forgot about the caster when he saw Zruul, eyes wide in surprise, bark orders at his elite guard. Dozens of orcs and hobs moved to intercept him. Surprisingly, many more stood silent, glaring at their high chieftain, arms crossed. Picking up Nutcracker and placing it back in his inventory, Gooch grabbed a club and transformed it into his trusty shillelagh.
Zruul!
He screamed again, taking slow, methodical strides forward, eyes never leaving the orc chieftain, now less than 30 feet away.
You'll pay for what you've done to the halflings of Edinburgh. You'll pay for what you've done to your own people. You'll pay for what you've done to Maeve!
He spoke in Undercommon, having cast Comprehend Languages earlier in the day, knowing Zruul's army would be able to understand him, and trying to stoke the fires of defiance. He prepared himself, shield raised high, as a few dozen of Zruul's elite guard rushed forward to engage him. A spear of ice flew past him and landed solidly in the belly of the nearest orc, while shadowy tentacles simultaneously flared up from the ground, snagging two more in a vice-like grip. The orcs paused, looking around hesitantly, Gooch doing the same. He saw a sprinting Topher appear next to him, an exhausted Jack trailing a dozen feet behind. In one of the glooms given off by the siege equipment, he noticed the shadowy figure of Geoe, who gave him a Vulcan salute.
So that's where the fireballs came from.
Secure in the knowledge that his friends had his back, Gooch continued walking forward, pulling himself up to his full height, and making sure his champion of Aryan glow was at full strength. He felt a warmth flood his body, and knew Jack was healing the worst of his injuries.
Stop! You do not have to die today!
He exclaimed in Undercommon, trying to look at as many of the enemy as he could while taking a deep breath.
I, Michael de Leon, champion of Aryan, slayer of the beast of the mines, outworlder, demand a duel to the death with Zruul, champion of Cyric, kinslayer, doombringer, ally of the lizard folk. If I win, your troops leave the battlefield under a banner of peace. If I lose, we surrender the city. No one else has to die. Haven't you all had enough death? Aren't you tired of taking orders from the lizard folk?
He waited hesitantly, as hundreds watched him closely.
You sure about this, man?
Jack asked through the bond.
We can probably take them, especially with Shadow Joe on our side, and whatever Bo and Grits are driving.
As if on cue, Joe's form started fading from view like Obi-Wan Kenobi, his link to this plane apparently reaching its limit.
Okay, even without Joe, we got this. Doubtful, Jackie. But I'm done with more people dying. No, this ends now.
After sucking in a short breath, he continued doggedly.
One way or another.
Blondie, 3 minutes and 37 seconds. Jack responded automatically. Gooch wasn't sure if it was blind luck, his intimidation skill, cosmic influence, or maybe the orcs and hobgoblins were just fed up with dying as well. But one hobgoblin slowly backed away from Zruul. That started a chain reaction, until it was only Zruul and his elite guard remaining, the rest of the army forming a large circle around them. Everywhere on the battlefield, combatants on both sides stopped fighting, waiting to see what would happen.
I'll remember those who stood by me when we take the city,
Zruul declared.
I'll remember those that did not as well,
he finished menacingly, turning his glare on the soldiers making up the circle.
There's only 3 of them. This will be easy.
The hobgoblin chief, Jamon, gave Gooch a solemn nod before turning to address her leader.
He followed the forms and asked to duel in honorable combat. Has Zruel forgotten the traditions of our forefathers? Maybe Zruel believes he is above these traditions, now that he is allied with the deceitful Ravanan.
The other guards turned away from Gooch to stare intently at their general, hands on weapons. Gooch wasn't sure what was happening, but he almost hoped Zruel turned him down. Apparently the army was a powder keg with a short fuse, and he was Matchy McMatchison. Zruel started to protest before giving a nod, something almost like relief coming over his face.
Of course, Zamon. Traditions must be followed. Thank you for reminding me of my honor.
Behind him, a gray-skinned Ravanan, looking for all the world like a human-sized Godzilla, stepped out from behind the crowd.
What is this nonsense, Zruel? This is an unnecessary risk, tradition or not. Order your troops forward, kill the Outworlders, and end this.
His tongue slithered in and out between a mouthful of sharp teeth.
I've told you before, Zamir. You are here to advise, nothing more. I will lead my people in the manner I see fit.
Very well, Zruel,
he sneered.
Danjai will hear of this. If you fall in this duel, it will not keep your people safe. We will enslave them to mine the resources from this planet according to the spreadsheet. I will personally ensure that every man, woman, and child in your tribes are under a slaver's whip before the seasons change.
Instead of answering, Zruel flung his arm out and grasped Jamir by the throat, raising him off the ground a few inches. An incredible feat given the weight of the bulky reptile.
You dare to threaten me? Sirik, help me, I am done being your pawn. I am sick and tired of listening to your constant nattering about your all-holy spreadsheet. Why don't you get to know the people you so callously want to enslave?
He grabbed Jamir with two hands, lifting him over his head and throwing him toward a crowd of warriors that had been listening very keenly to Zruel's speech. The screams of anguish and pain ended nearly as soon as they began, the orcs showing little love for the advisor. Nodding to Jamon, Zruel picked up his flanged blue steel mace before striding toward the adventurers. He gave a nod to Jack.
I guess your talk about freeing ourselves from the influence of the Ravanan was not lost on me after all. Fat elf.
Maybe there's no need for us to fight at all,
Jack responded, bending over, hands on his knees and gasping for air like a fish out of water. I know, you and the halflings have a troubled past, but maybe it's time to set that history aside, to face a greater threat. You heard the Ravanan advisor. They will make slaves of us all, and destroy this world unless we stop them.
And the halflings would welcome my people into the city to live as neighbors, hold hands as we pick daisies in the field. Come on, Tubby. Even you can't be that naive.
Maybe? Given the alternative? He nodded toward the dead advisor, still panting for air.
We need to think differently.
Listen, I'm the biggest fan of tradition that you'll ever find. Topher and I ran naked through the streets of Merrill every Christmas Eve for 22 years. Until one of us, he gave a knowing nod toward Topher, lost his pinky toe to frostbite. That's when we decided to make a new Christmas Eve tradition, getting drunk at Northway Club. I think it's time you made new traditions too. First ale's on me. Zruel was silent for a long moment, looking at Jack, then at Gooch and Topher, before finally turning to his people.
I cannot shirk the demands of tradition so easily. It is a duty that binds me tighter than iron. Besides, Cyric demands the death of Arian's champion. However, if I lose the contest, it will be up to you all to decide the shape of your future. Do you go back to our nomadic, warring lifestyle, or do you set aside our differences with the halflings and unite against the lizard folk? Think carefully. Change is hard, but you could do worse.
He then walked forward until he was in front of Gooch, mace resting on his armored shoulder.
I'm all out of speeches. Let's do this thing.
Chapter 44. Jack stood in the large circle with the other onlookers, watching the two mighty combatants trade testing strikes and feints, both trying to get a measure of the other's capabilities. Zruul had the height and weight advantage, looking fearsome in his wolf helm, the wolf's eyes glowing a soft purple in the dim light. Gooch wore his new plate armor of dull, silvery Arundel metal. Well, it had been new, but now it was more scratched and dented than Jack's 77 Pinto, the self-repair function apparently not immediate. Gooch held his heartwood shield and shillelagh, coursing with an icy magic, as his cloak billowed out behind him, snapping in the wind. Silence, like the first snow of winter, blanketed the battlefield as combatants from both sides waited on the outcome. Jack thought about telling Gooch that Maeve was alive and well thanks to his new restoration spell back from the brink. Technically, she had been dead for a few seconds, but no need to sweat the small stuff. He decided to stay quiet for once. Gooch didn't need the distraction, and he hoped the anger might help see him through the fight. He watched as the big guy hopped back, narrowly missing a slam from Zruul's shield. Just as quickly he jumped forward, thrusting his own shield out, which Zruul caught on his mace and turned aside. Gooch swung his shillelagh down hard at Zruul in an overhand strike. But his shield was there, frost forming on it from the magic of the club. Gooch spun around, pivoting on his left foot, and backhanding the orc with his own shield, causing Zruul to stumble a few feet back. Not waiting for him to recover his balance, the warrior leapt forward, swinging his magical club down on the orc's shield with the force of a hurricane. The chieftain, already off balance, staggered under the blow, an audible crack like the sound of a whip heard throughout the crowd as his arm fractured. Zruul howled in pain, his shield falling to the ground, dropped by numb fingers. Grimacing, he spat,
Your blood belongs to Cyric!
A small cut under Gooch's left eye began to widen as a ribbon of blood exited the wound, winding its way into Zruul's arm. Jack saw the orc's health bar, which had been at 3/4, fill back to near full, while Gooch's health dropped by the same amount. Gooch backed up, surprised by the sudden outburst of blood, looking momentarily weak. Not to be outdone, he pulled a Scooby snack from a small pouch on his belt, stuffing it into his mouth and healing a fraction of the damage.
That's right, buddy. Topher's got your back. You can do it.
Jack heard Topher scream in excitement, and holding his fist out to an orc next to him, who did not reciprocate the fist bump. The two combatants squared off once again, circling each other as they waited for an opening. Zruul was the first to blink, enacting a perk with a scream, his mace a blur as it struck at Gooch once, twice, and 3 times. So fast Jack could barely register the blows, instead hearing the sound of mace on wood twice, with a softer smack on the third attack. The third blow took Gooch square in the face, spinning him around before dropping him to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood along with a white tooth. He looked up to see Zruul charging forward, eager to make a quick end of the bout. Launching off his powerful legs, Gooch didn't back away, but lunged for the orc, arms grasping around his midsection. They stood there face to face before Zruul pounded his forehead down on Gooch's nose, once, twice, The third time there was a small crunching noise as the warrior's nose bent sideways, but he didn't let go. A thin-lipped smile appeared on his face as he squeezed, putting his 55 strength to good use, accepting the punishment from Zruul, who was now trying, feebly, to land blows on Gooch with his mace. But the angle was all wrong, and he couldn't swing with the right leverage to do any real harm. Not against Gooch's mighty defenses. The High Chieftain was beginning to turn blue as he gasped for air. His lungs unable to expand under the immense pressure, armor beginning to crumple in on itself. In contrast, Gooch's face was turning red in exertion, but he looked determined to see if he could squeeze the juice out of this particular orange. Maeve! He roared to the heavens, tears streaming down his face, as he found the strength to finish the job. The general began to scream in pain as his ribs started cracking, one by one.
This is it. What a gruesome way to go.
The scream gave way to a long howl as Zruul began to shake violently, dozens of bones cracking and reshaping themselves as his face elongated, becoming more dog-like, black fur growing at a rapid pace.
No, not dog-like.
Wolf-like. Gooch was forced to let go as a long snout full of teeth snapped for his vulnerable neck. You have got to be kidding me! Werewolves in Rigara? I've seen that movie, no thank you! Free of the embrace, armor began popping off Zruul as he continued to grow, the black fur now covering his entire 8-foot-tall body. The onlookers all took an involuntary step back as he tilted his long snout to the skies and howled, claws flexing in the air around him.
Now see the true power of Sirik,
he growled, leaping toward Gooch, who brought his shield up in time to meet the descending claws. Wait, you're a lycanthrope and I got the aura of a nightlight? He responded, backpedaling and using his shillelagh shield to block 3 lightning-fast attacks. He accepted a hit on his torso, and the claws created long rents in his new armor and tore into his skin. In return, he executed a perfect shield bash, momentarily stunning the werewolf. He brought his magical club around for another slam, using his Bonebreaker perk on the stunned creature, pulverizing its wrist. Right wrist hanging loose, Zruul responded with another set of blurry attacks from his left hand, choosing speed and power over style. He added additional slashes and gashes on Gooch's chest plate, again cutting deep into the thick skin until blood flowed freely. Gooch shouted a command word, and a magical blue essence streamed from his armor to form a glimmering shield of force that interposed itself between the two combatants. Zruul, lips pulled back into a smile, waited patiently behind the force field, and held up his wrist to the crowd, who watched as it knit itself back together. Gooch didn't waste any time, immediately beginning another incantation as Zruul leapt over the magical barrier and straight at him. Spitting out a final arcane syllable, Gooch finished the spell.
Heal this, you bastard!
He shouted, thrusting his hands in front of him. A river of fire engulfed the werewolf. Yipping in pain, Zruul dropped to the ground, trying to smother the flames. Gooch tried to help him put out the fire, beating his shillelagh down on the rolling beast over and over again, spiderwebs of ice forming with each hit. Fire mostly extinguished, Zruul's clawed hand shot out, finding the large warrior's ankle and pulling, sending him to the ground with a loud thud. Instead of following up on the attack, he just lay there, breathing heavily, while his body began to slowly repair itself.
Not on my watch,
Gooch grunted, the illumination aura around his body pulling into itself for a moment, before shattering back out in the form of a magic missile of light that slammed into Zruul, violently lifting him off the ground and flinging him a dozen feet away. Getting to his knees, Gooch threw his shillelagh at the prone werewolf. The magic cudgel connected with his midsection, and the snap of ribs cracking sounded like Jack stepping on dry twigs.
Gooch was always strong, but his epic strength is terrifying to behold.
Standing up, the shillelagh reappeared in his hand as he stalked over to the werewolf. Death made incarnate. He began beating the werewolf again, his strength a direct challenge to the innate healing powers of the beast. It wasn't a contest, and Gooch worked over the creature's entire body. Zruel began to blur and shake, and the werewolf transformed back to a completely naked orc. He lay curled up in a deformed ball, a shell of the huge orc he once was, blue bruises covering his gray skin.
Time to end this,
Gooch stated coldly, a small tear running a line down his dirt-streaked cheek. He lifted his club above his head for a final two-handed blow.
For Maeve,
he said, so softly that Jack could barely make it out.
Wait!
Jack shouted, taking a step forward and raising his arms.
She's alive! Maeve's alive!
Relief like water from a dam flooded Gooch's face at the words, although he still held his club high, poised to strike.
What are you waiting for, champion of Aryan? Finish me and let this be ended.
Zruel growled, coughing up blood from his punctured lungs. The watching crowd murmured their agreement, some even yelling encouragement to the middle-aged combatant. The club wavered a moment longer, before striking down, hitting the soft earth just to the left of the general's head. Closing his eyes, Gooch fell to his knees on the ground next to the orc, rage leaving him as he pulled a Scooby snack out of his pocket and placed it in the orc's mouth.
No. That's not how this works. I will not be judge, jury, and executioner. Your fate is up to your people.
Cries for his death again came from the crowd, but Gooch held up a hand to quiet them.
There's a saying where I come from, slightly adapted. Locks don't change their spots. It means that most people are stuck in their ways, and no matter how much they try, they can never truly change. They may act differently for a short time, but they'll always go back to their core behavior.
He laid his hands down upon the orc's ribs, closing his eyes. Glowing energy seemed to leave his body and enter the orc's, and Zruel began breathing easier as Gooch grimaced. Jack noticed the chieftain's health bar rise from nearly empty to 1/4, while Gooch's dropped under half.
I don't believe that. I have never believed that. You can decide to change, although it's not easy,
he confided, his voice carrying to most of the crowd in the strange silence. He looked over to Jack, who gave him a reassuring nod before continuing.
It starts with a single step.
He rose weakly, eyes taking in the surrounding crowd.
You have a choice. Go back to warring with each other, orc against goblin against hobgoblin. Continue to be a force of destruction with anyone that comes into contact with you. Or you can change. You can take the first step.
He slowly moved around the circle, seeming to gather his thoughts before continuing.
You heard the Ravanan advisor. The lizards will be back, and they will not tolerate failure lightly. Ally with us instead. Take the first step.
Easy for you to say, outsider,
Jamon said, stepping out from the crowd.
You would ask us to go back on centuries of tradition, to forsake the ways of our elders, to ally with them,
she finished, pointing at the Duke and Duchess, who had finally made their way to the front of the allied crowd.
Who be saying we even want you, Jamon?
Angus cried, bristling as he stepped forward, bringing his spear to bear, clearly still not over his time as a prisoner.
Go ahead, and scatter to the 9 winds for all I care. We'll be all the better for it. Stop!
Neil shouted, stepping out from behind his parents, leather armor caked with blood, and a sling holding up one arm. He patted his dad's shoulder with his other.
Topher, give him a boost,
Jack pleaded. Topher began the small movements required to form the wind wall, making noticeable alterations as it came into existence horizontally under Neil. Jack tossed Neil his brooch, who caught it and used it as a microphone, slowly rising in the air above the heads of the crowd.
What be wrong with us? There be thousands of lizard folk planning to conquer this land, our land, and turn us all into slaves, and yet we squabble like children in a playground? Why must we be beholden to the wishes of our forefathers? They hated each other, so we must also hate each other?
He asked. He took a long breath before continuing.
I've loathed you since the first stories I heard about you from my nana. Stories she would use to scare me straight. Behave, Paulus, or the goblins will get you. If you eat another cookie, the hobs will know. Stay away from Lady Vanessa's daughter, or I'll stake you to the walls for the orcs. But then I met a goblin. Not on the field of battle, but actually met him. Got to know him. And you know what I found out? Beyond our bathing habits, we're not that different. We both feel duty-bound to protect our families and our people.
He paused again, turning to look at the crowd.
I've no idea why our ancestors fought each other. And I don't care. I'm not sure if we can change our spots, but I'm willing to give it a try. Will you join me?
He looked to his parents and sister first, who all gave slight nods, tears running down his mother's face.
Aye, me boy,
was all that Angus could muster.
And you?
He turned to Zruul, Jamon, and the crowd of enemy combatants.
Will you set aside years of hatred? Will you change your spots?
The response was mixed, with some giving slow nods of agreement, while others crossed their arms or visibly spat on the ground. Topher, concentration slipping, dropped Neil unceremoniously to the ground, where he screamed as he unfortunately landed on his broken arm.
Sorry!
Topher yelled, moving forward to help his friend. Jack took that as his cue, pulling out a chair that he had in his inventory and standing on it, towering a few feet above the crowd. He changed his short sword back to its lute shape, and used his gloves of telekinesis to pull the brooch back to him, placing it once again on his armor.
I think what Neil is trying to say is, why can't we give peace a chance?
Strumming a chord, he began to sing, eyes closed, channeling his calm emotions perk through one of his favorite John Lennon songs, with a slight adaptation.
Everyone's talking about killing, looting, burning, fighting, slaying, raiding, thising, thating.
After a few more verses, he opened his eyes and looked at everyone gathered around him. Whether it was the magic of his calm emotions perk or the magic of the song, he saw people lowering their weapons with softened expressions. He looked pointedly at the royal family, willing one of them to say something.
Search your feelings.
Maeve, looking no worse for wear after being dead a few minutes ago, stepped up, asking Gooch for a boost. Her leather jerkin was torn in multiple spots, and she had a thin silvery scar on her throat outlined against her pale skin. Her helm was gone, and her fiery red hair was pulled back into a ponytail. Even covered in blood and muck, she was beautiful. Jack used his gloves to float the brooch over to her waiting hand.
Peace won't be easy, on either side. Even the peace you've made between your tribes is only temporary, brought together through the trickery of the Ravanan. Look around you,
she implored, her arms opening to showcase the battlefield, Gooch turning her around so she could get a 360-degree view. Jack looked around at the thousands of dead bodies on both sides and felt his stomach wrench.
We've both lost people we care about. Friends, family, and loved ones,
she lamented, her voice trailing off a bit as she continued.
We've lost so many. Why? Why do we need to continue this way? The city is large enough for all of us to live together, forging a new path forward. No, it won't be easy, but nothing good ever is.
Jamon brought a few orcs and hobgoblins together, and after a short discussion she stepped closer, hand out for the brooch, which Jack floated over to her, gloves outstretched toward her.
The force is strong within this one.
We have heard your words, small folk, and will convene the leaders of the tribes to discuss further. Now, we will collect our dead and mourn them. You will have your answer in 2 days.
She barked orders, and 3 shamans stepped forward, joining hands as they worked their magic on the general, who passed out from the pain as bones reknit themselves.
What will you do with Zrul?
Angus asked, staring at the unconscious orc.
The tribes will decide his fate,
Jamon stated coldly, giving the chieftain a kick with her boot.
And the goblins?
Jack asked, stepping closer.
Zrul was wrong in the way he treated the goblins, swayed as he was by the lizard advisor.
She started, spitting a large glob of phlegm.
However, their place is at the bottom of our society, hunting and farming to feed our tribes. We will allow them to go back to that life.
Jack stewed on the words, but didn't think the orcs and hobs could accept more change. So a brief nod was his only response.
Besides, I've got other plans for our goblin friends if this works out the way I hope.
We'll talk more about that later, he said before turning to the crowd and using his stage voice. Everyone, gather near me, and I will bestow a bardic blessing of healing on you. No one moved, sharing sideways glances at each other. His Ring of the Hawk chose that moment to let out a giant screech, startling them into action. Everyone, friend and foe alike, gathered tightly together with Jack at the epicenter. Come on now, don't be shy, he urged from atop the chair, feeling like a stranger inviting children into his van with candy, and wishing he had a billowing cloak like Gooch. When he thought no more could possibly fit into his 90-foot area of effect, he played a simple, blessedly public domain song from his youth. All I am saying is give peace a chance. All I am saying is give peace a chance. Jack let the magic of his soothing performance flow through him, sending a wave of healing to all within the area of effect. Maybe it was his boundless luck, or fate smiling on him. But he pulled up his notification and realized the ability had been a critical success, healing them for 34 points. Sighs of relief echoed throughout the crowd, everyone breathing and moving just a bit easier. Now who's a fancy lad? Topher sent, and Jack felt murmured agreement through his bond from everyone else in the party. He wondered if they had done a good thing, trying to get the halflings, orcs, and hobs to forget about centuries of hate. They might have given them just enough rope to hang themselves. Only time would tell.
Like Grandpa always said, you can bring a horse to water, but if it turns out his wife's jealous boyfriend is there waiting in ambush, forget about whether or not it drinks. There is a good chance somebody is going to drown.
Alexa sent, trying to reassure him. Not sure that saying is appropriate, but I appreciate the attempt. Ravanan Interlude. Danjai hunched over his desk, examining the latest orders from Paul Hatu, muscles tense as he unconsciously strangled the unfortunate writing surface.
Danjai, I have not forgotten my promise to send you a century of my personal guard. The siege and subsequent capture of Olurian continues as planned. Spreadsheet willing, you will have my guard soon enough. Until then, continue to monitor the situation on Liran and take actions as you see fit. Against the counsel of my advisors, I am giving you this final chance to remedy the situation. Fail me again, lead auditor, and the Queen herself will not be able to save you. All praise the spreadsheet. Paul Hatu.
His eyes burned with hatred, and quicker than thought, he flipped the mahogany desk over, scattering its contents to the floor with a loud crash.
Sir?
A tentative voice from one of the handful of assistants nearby queried.
Is everything...
They cut off as the normally placid Danjai roared in anger.
Give me the room! Everyone, out!
Dead silence was the only response. Not knowing how to react to such an uncharacteristic emotional outburst, they quickly filed to and through the exit, cautiously closing the tent flap behind them with extreme care. Their survival checks were all successful as they exited without further incident.
Paul Hatu, you pathetic waste!
He snarled into the air, pacing around the tent.
I should be the one leading this war, not that pathetic simpleton, all because he is eighth in line to the throne. He shackles me against an unknown threat and then demands to know why I failed. He holds me back. He holds the Empire back.
Closing his eyes, he began taking long, deep breaths, thoughts whirring through his reptile brain in an attempt to calm himself. He kneeled on the ground and began to meditate, calm and reason slowly eating away at his anger and emotion, until all that remained was cold logic. Once again in control of himself, he righted his desk and sat behind it, reviewing reports from his scouts on Liren. He tried Jamir via his communication crystal, and was annoyed when no one answered.
Someone bring Makar to me immediately,
he barked, knowing one of his assistants would hear him. After a few minutes, the tent flap opened, and Makar stood before him, her clawed fist slapping her chest in salute.
Sit down, Lieutenant,
he stated, waving a claw toward a chair in front of his desk.
Have you read through the reports from our scouts?
He pulled a ream of paper from his desk and held it out to her.
Yes, sir. Nothing was amiss. Our plan for the nomadic centaurs is not going as smoothly as we hoped, but we will wear them down, spreadsheet willing.
Yes. The updates we received were adequate. However, Jamir failed to report. In fact, I have not seen a report from him in 3 days. His last communication mentioned that the siege weapons created with our advanced blueprints were nearly finished, and they were getting ready to start the bombardment of the halfling city. I would have expected for them to have taken the city by now. Yes?
I am sure it is just a timing issue, sir. Jamir is probably waiting until they have full control before he reports victory.
My thoughts as well. But we've had a string of events that have not gone according to plan ever since the disturbance at the portal and subsequent elimination of our scouting team by the Outworlders. No, we must take nothing for granted, which is why I tried to contact Jamir via his communication crystal. He was unresponsive.
Sir, only the most urgent matters would keep him from answering your summons,
Makar replied, her tail swishing nervously along the padded rug beneath her.
Logic dictates that he is already dead, Lieutenant. Whether by orc treachery or a casualty of the war, I do not know.
Sir, I'm sure—
Enough! I am not asking for your opinion. I want you to double our scouting around that area and find out what happened to him. We are still a couple of months away from receiving reinforcements,
he said, holding up the letter from Paul Hatu.
Until then, redouble the training for our soldiers. Send them on minor missions that will help them level up their skills. We must be ready to invade Liren and put an end to this series of minor defeats. Spreadsheet willing.
Yes, sir,
she shouted, clawed fist again going to her chest in salute.
And Lieutenant, do not fail me. If I go down, I will be an anchor around your scaly neck.
Chapter 45. It was dark before the battlefield was free of corpses. The goblins the last group to remove their dead. The orc and hobgoblin leaders tried to remove the siege equipment, but thought better of it when they saw Bo and Grits sitting atop their magical vehicle of death watching over them. Grits waving his pointer finger back and forth in the universal sign of, "Not today." Jack found Dobby with his clan and pulled him aside, engulfing him in a giant hug. Dobby's people bristled at this, a few raising clubs and spears, until Dobby barked an order. "Dobby, you really saved our bacon back there, buddy. I have a feeling you have a story to tell. Can you join us for dinner tonight? I'm sure Topher will be whipping up something special." The mention of food perked his ears up, and he involuntarily took a step toward the city before shaking his head. "Dobby, come for early breakfast tomorrow. Tonight, Dobby mourns with his people." A long tongue poked out from his lips, and he smiled broadly. "And tell Topher to make more of what he calls cinnamon rolls." "You got it, bud. See you in the morning." Jack left his friend and headed inside, bone-weary from the long day of fighting. Of the 800 or so halflings that had taken to the field, nearly 300 had died to defend the city and their loved ones. He still wasn't sure they would be ready to accept and forgive their racial enemies, but he hoped time would cool their anger and their loss. When he reached the plaza in the center of the city, he found hundreds of halflings already there, magical lights strewn about the place to keep back the darkness. Servants hurried to refill tables laden with food, piled high with loaves of bread, meat, cheese, and pies. So many pies. Maya and Angus, along with the other members of the council, were handing out food and speaking to each halfling that came to the table. On another side of the plaza, Neil, Gooch, Topher, and Maeve dispensed drinks, large wooden casks having been tapped for the occasion. It was a night Jack wouldn't soon forget, as he drank and ate far too much, ensuring he still managed to gain weight even with burning thousands of calories in the fight. Angus and Maya gave speeches to both mourn the dead and console the survivors, reminiscent of his time with the tree dwarves. In addition, they profusely thanked the druids for their aid, a turning moment for the battle. Finally, they lavished praise on the earthlings, giving special attention to Bo, Grits, and the town's crafters for their ingenuity in coming to their rescue. After that, a stream of citizens came up to the top of the stairs, each telling a story about a loved one they'd lost. Jack was tempted to say a few words. There were so many movies he still hadn't tapped, but decided against it. Instead, he enjoyed the music from a band of halflings that he had met the day before, joining Natalie and Lucy at their table. He even danced a bit, learning a halfling style that was a cross between square dancing and salsa. Of course, he couldn't leave the ceremony without hamming it up a little, and he got the boys up on the stage to perform a few songs. There wasn't a dry eye in the house as he played Yesterday, before picking up the tempo by playing Johnny Be Good. Afterward, he made a pit stop at the bathhouse before retiring to their bunk room. As tired as he was, he kept seeing flashbacks of the countless orcs and hobgoblins he had killed. While he'd killed in defense of his friends and his allies, it still weighed upon his soul. The orcs, hobs, and goblins were not intrinsically evil. They were just pushed over the edge by the Ravanan, goaded to take back Edinburgh and defeat their racial enemies. They were following orders, and doing what they thought was best for their families. He had come to count Dobby as family, almost like a little brother, and he had become the best of them once given the chance to find his true purpose. He wondered how many lives he'd ended before they had a chance to find their meaning. He was glad he was the only one in the room as he quietly wept into his pillow. Jack slept in, joining Gooch, Maeve, Natalie, Glandor, and Lucy for a late breakfast, just missing Bo and Grits, who were planning to spend the day with the crafters, and Topher, who was busy in the kitchens. True to his word, Dobby was at the table as well, proudly wearing the Duke's signet ring, which granted him access to the city. He needn't have bothered. Word was getting around about the goblin that risked his life to attack the orcs and hobs, saving the city in the process. He was treated as a local celebrity, with people shouting his name or waving to him as he sat with the group in the large dining hall, bringing them up to speed on the events of the last few days.
In true bardic fashion, he took them on a journey. More eloquent than the goblin they had first met those weeks ago, although he still talked about himself in the third person. Jack in turn told him about what he had been up to, introducing him to the druids, and to Bo and Grits.
That boy sure knows his way around a kitchen,
Lucy said to no one in particular, licking frosting courtesy of Topher's cinnamon rolls off of her fingers.
I only wish Bone Jangles and Mariah Scary were here to enjoy this fine meal.
I'll, pass the compliments along. Jack laughed before turning his attention to his goblin friend. Dobby, what's next for you and your people? Even though Jack had seen him eat 2 full plates of the rolls, Dobby stared hungrily at Lucy's fingers, tongue outstretched.
Dobby not sure what to do. Dobby not want to live under the rule of the orcs and hobs. Dobby wants best for his people.
Come back with the orcs and hobgoblins tomorrow. Let's see what they decide and we can go from there, okay? Jack asked. Dobby gave a serious nod before grabbing a cinnamon roll from Natalie's plate and excusing himself with a loud burp.
Just to be clear, Joe's a man again?
Lucy asked, face scrunched up in confusion.
I know he loves roleplay, but he might be taking it a touch too far. I swear that man must think the sun comes up just to hear him crow.
When we have more time, let me tell you about his love of LARPing. You haven't seen anything, Gooch said, arm comfortable encircling Maeve. Sipping something that reminded him strongly of green tea, Jack turned toward Natalie, Glandor, and Lucy. So, how long are you staying in the city? I'm guessing the halflings could use help replanting their fields, and we could use your expertise on a ritual to find Joe. Natalie turned to speak, but Glandor was first.
We've got no authority to be here, Jack. If the Grand Druid found out we had taken part in a battle against the Ravanan, she would have my hide. The sooner we pack up and head home, the better for all of us.
But
Natalie interjected.
I assume a trade mission would normally take a few days, Father. We can lend the halflings a hand for a couple days, can we not? Our prayers of growth could go a long way to making sure the city has food for the winter. By the mother,
She finished, touching her hand to the ground and then brushing her lips.
Nagatamana girl, but you'll be the end of me. Fine, we stay for 3 days. We'll need some carts to bring back whatever product the city manufactures to complete the farce.
that shouldn't be a problem.
Maeve said, softly stroking Gooch's arm.
We have wonderful silks, paper from the papyrus plants, and all sorts of armor and weapons. We can never hope to repay you for saving our people.
Fine,
Glandor responded.
In return, we will help you replant and grow your fields, using some of the seeds we brought with us and the Mazel's magic.
Glandor, Jack interjected. We could use your help, along with Natalie and Lucy if you have a few hours. As we mentioned, our friend Joe is trapped in the shadow plane. We've seen glimpses of him, usually when we needed his help the most. Freya believes there's a way to open a portal to the shadow plane, but I'm sure a few extra eyes on the ritual would be welcomed.
Of course, Jack,
Lucy replied.
We'll get your friend back quicker than a cat with fireworks strapped to its tail.
Aye, lad. We at least owe you that much for your help with my brother, Sinderi.
Glandor added.
Well, no time like the present,
Gooch said, standing up, gently lifting Maeve off his lap and setting her on the ground. You coming, Maeve?
Can't get enough of me, eh, you big oaf?
She grinned.
Nay, I'll be visiting my people in the healers' tents today. See if I can lift their spirits or help out. But don't you worry, I'll find you tonight.
Gooch's face turned redder than 99 Luftballons. And Jack couldn't help but smile. They found Freya at work in the Mage Guild, hands on her wands as she shouted orders to her apprentices.
Lyle, if I see one speck of dust on that bookshelf, I'll turn you into a toad. And what are you laughing at, Esme? I better be able to eat off the floor or I'll transform you into a fly and let him eat you.
Freya was in her element, like a queen in her castle keeping the servants busy.
You don't believe in giving people the day off? After yesterday, they deserve it.
Gooch braved. Jack shook his head, seeing where this was going.
A day off? A day off? We know the orcs are coming back tomorrow and have no idea what their intentions will be. No, a little hard work will keep their minds occupied and keep my apprentices where I can see them. Most of them are working off hangovers anyway. But if I let them out of my sight, they'll find themselves back at the first tavern they come to.
She looked at the big man appraisingly before continuing.
There are a few spots in this place they have a hard time reaching, though, if you're so eager to give them a break.
Actually, I've come about the favor you said I could collect after the battle. Glandor, Natalie, and Lucy are all accomplished spellcasters, and I thought they might help you with the ritual.
Well, it didn't take you long to collect on my debt.
She harumphed, expression softening as she looked at the large warrior.
I guess worry for a friend can do that.
She turned her attention to the scrambling apprentices.
Everyone take an hour. If you're smart, you'll use that time to practice your meditations or read your magic theory books. If you're really smart, you won't show back up in my shop with a trace of alcohol on your breath. Do we understand each other?
A chorus of yes ma'ams was the only reply as they scattered without a backward glance.
Kids, am I right?
She chortled, moving toward a door in the back of the large room. With a soft word and a quick gesture, it swung open, revealing a rectangular room that resembled an office, with bookshelves lining the walls and a halfling-sized desk near one end with 2 chairs in front of it. She entered the room, gesturing for the others to follow, and sat down on the large leather chair behind the desk. The book that Gooch had found lay open on top of it.
I've studied magic my entire life, but my specialty has always been offensive and defensive spells, and this really isn't my cup of tea. That being said, the ritual seems fairly straightforward, although a few of the components needed are rare and extremely costly. Also, from what I can tell, some of the energy needs to come directly from the caster, draining my very life force.
She turned the book around so that Druids and Lucy could read the section on requirements for the ritual.
That would make sense, Gooch stated. We all saw Joe cut himself and drip blood onto the ritual circle. I'm not sure it drained his life force, but he was the only one that could close the portal once opened.
If a site has a permanent ritual and power base, it will not need to siphon energy from the caster, only tie the portal to them,
Natalie murmured, continuing to read the book. They sat in silence for a few more minutes before Glandor leaned back against a nearby bookshelf, the chairs being too small for his frame.
Do you have access to the ingredients?
He asked Freya.
I believe so. The diamonds were the hardest to find, but the Duchess has opened up her treasury to me for this endeavor, and Jack found one in the earth elemental he destroyed.
Good. I believe we can leverage a power source to fuel the ritual, thereby excluding the need for you to give your own life force, which could be fatal depending on how much energy the portal needs.
Agreed, Father.
Natalie added.
But the power source needed for this ritual is beyond what powers this city. It's even more than Shandarian, our great tree, could provide. We would need to visit the power source under Fringarian.
Aye, lass. That's my thought as well.
It'll take us 4 or 5 days to reach that, even traveling via portals,
Lucy interjected. We have another option. Mandrake told us that the orc stronghold sits on a place of immense power. I believe the Ravanan are using that to power the electromagnetic pulse that is destroying my world, Jack shared. Since we need to remove the Ravanan device that is siphoning energy from the power source anyway, why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Gooch said, finishing his friend's thought. Freya looked at him, eyebrows raised in confusion.
Have you ever tried to kill a bird using a single stone, let alone 2 birds with 1 stone? It's really not possible.
It's just an expression where we come from. Regardless, my vote would be to take over the stronghold, remove the Ravanan siphoning device, and cast the ritual. Any objections?
And what if hundreds or thousands of orcs, hobgoblins, and goblins disagree with you claiming ownership of their fortress?
We need that as a base of operations. The Ravanan are coming, and this city won't be enough to hold them back. From what I've heard from Maeve, the orc stronghold is ideally suited to defending against a much larger force after we awaken its power and associated control room. We not only need the orcs to give us the stronghold, but also to fight alongside us in the upcoming battle. We need to band together, Gooch answered. We'll know more tomorrow when they come to the city to parley, Jack said. Until then, can we gather all the needed ritual components and make any other necessary preparations? They spent another hour walking through the requirements of the ritual and other specific details, which had him bored out of his mind. He instead used the time to peruse the magical weapons, armor, and other items in the guild. What remained of them, anyway. Although he found a few that interested him, he knew now was not the time to bring it up. Once they finished, and had a semblance of a plan,
They all went their separate ways with plans to reconvene after talking to the orcs, successfully or not. Jack decided he would find Maeve and help out with the injured, while Gooch, with a weary sigh, went to find Bobo to continue his training. Glandor and Natalie followed an apprentice to find the farmers, while Lucy stayed behind to speak with Freya, potentially seeing a need to learn from the veteran mage. The town was quiet, most of the citizens attending their own private ceremonies to remember their fallen friends and family before going to the temples, where their bodies would be burned and placed into urns. Jack stayed on side streets until he found Maeve at a temple near the castle, then began working with her to heal the injured where he could, and provide morale-boosting songs when he couldn't. It was another long day that left him feeling exhausted, but he didn't mind. He wanted to feel tired, needing to scrub his soul clean. And he hoped healing folks would help to rebalance the scales for all the death he had caused the day before. He walked with Maeve back to the dining hall, the twin moons providing dim light. Maeve, what are the chances your people will be able to forgive after losing so many to the enemy? Is there a possibility for enduring peace? She was silent for so long that he thought she hadn't heard him, and was about to ask again when she spoke up.
Neil be speaking the truth. Our elders have long used orcs, hobs, and goblins as boogeymen, the nemesis that'll slit your throat as soon as look at you. It will be hard to overcome centuries of hatred, especially after the terrible battles we've faced the last few weeks.
She paused again before continuing.
But I've seen the good in Dobby. More than that, I've spent time with him. He's just like you and me, with sharper teeth, and probably a bit smarter than you. We need to see past our physical differences and our enmities. Aye, it'll be a hard road, but as you say, nothing good is ever easy. It starts by taking the first step, and I plan to lead by example.
Relieved by her response and a potential end to the bloodshed, Jack stopped walking and threw his arms around the halfling.
Thank you, Maeve,
he whispered, holding her tight for a long minute, her hair soaking up tears he didn't know he had left. Eventually, Maeve tapped him on his shoulder.
Okay, Jackie, time to let me breathe,
she puffed.
Besides, we don't want to be making the big fella jealous. Oh, wait, that's not a bad idea.
Jack couldn't help but laugh, letting her go. They began walking again while he regaled her with tales of growing up with Gooch. Chapter 46. Topher watched nervously from the wall as the royal family, accompanied by Freya, Kasuki, and a dozen soldiers, went out to meet Jamon, Zrul, and a contingent of their guards. He argued against sending the entire royal family in the delegation, especially without Jack, Gooch, and himself there to protect them, but was shot down. Maya and Angus felt it was important for them to meet with their former enemy without perceived influence from the Outworlders. Stopping a few hundred feet from the walls, Angus and Maya began talking with Jamon. Zrul was present, but stood a few feet behind the hobgoblin chief. Noticeably absent were the goblins, but Topher assumed they were not deemed important enough to bring to the meeting. Apparently Zrul isn't fully in the good graces of his people, he surmised to the group. I'm surprised he's still alive and relatively unharmed. You broke nearly every bone in his body, Gooch. They must have some first-class healers in their tribes, Jack added. In my defense, at the time I thought his orders had killed Maeve. I was a little out of it, Gooch responded distantly, eyes glued to the delegation, looking for any sign of duplicity, white knuckles gripping a spear. Easy, big fella. I'm sure they wouldn't try anything this close to the city. They're as sick of the fighting as we are, Topher reassured him, putting a hand on his shoulder. They waited in silence. Well, almost in silence. Jack unconsciously whistling a nameless tune. Despite his assurances to Gooch, Topher was ready to leap into the fray at a moment's notice. He had 2 perks that increased his base speed, along with the ability to literally never be out of breath. The first day he received his last heart mana perk, the Wolverine, he had run around the city for hours, up and down stairs, never breathing harder than he was right now. Even his muscles never grew sore, as his ability regenerated ripped muscle fibers and cells almost as fast as they tore. It was a little heady. They waited for another hour, the morning sun rising over the horizon, warming them as the brisk northerly wind tried to keep them cool. And then as fast as it had begun, it was over. The royal party stomping back toward the wall. From Angus's scrunched-up face, Topher had a feeling it didn't go as planned, but decided to find out. He pulled his staff of defense out of his backpack, pressing a newly added glyph in the middle while muttering an arcane word. As he did so, a large set of curved wings erupted from the top of the staff, followed by a smaller set near the bottom.
You have got to be kidding me,
Gooch muttered.
Yes! Did you really replicate Aang's staff from Avatar? Awesome!
Jack shouted. Please tell me you have a large blue arrow tattooed under all that hair. Instead of responding, Topher moved his body through a quick form before jumping off the wall, using a modified air jump to glide down to meet the incoming royals, magic lifting the wings of the staff slightly to slow and control his descent. About halfway down, he performed a backflip to the wonder of soldiers present on the wall. Even from this distance, he could feel Gooch's eye roll.
Hey, why have near-elite agility if you're not gonna use it?
That's what I always said about my near-perfect physique. Why always play a scientist when I'm, rocking a six-pack under my lab coat?
Jeff agreed. Landing neatly in front of Angus and Maya, he nonchalantly deactivated his staff, using it as a walking stick.
So, how'd it go?
You certainly know how to be making an entrance, Neil gasped. As to how it went, well, that depends on who you ask. I think as good as could be expected.
Bah! Angus muttered. Filthy greenskins living right next to us. The people won't be having it. And shared rulership over me dead body.
We had to expect some concessions, dear.
Maya interjected smoothly.
I don't like it any more than you, but realize they are as scared as we are about this change. You couldn't expect them to have no demands.
Demands? We defeated them on the field of battle. They have no leverage in these negotiations.
But
Maeve cut in as they walked through the gate, Gooch and the others there to greet them.
That kind of thinking breeds discontent and leads only to further hatred. I've been talking to Gooch about where he and the others come from, a place called America. It's a melting pot of all different types of people, and while they stayed true to their heritage, over generations, they became a unified, strong nation. We could do that here, but only if we treat them as equals.
What exactly are the terms they're requesting? Jack asked.
They want us to create a rule and council with Jamon, Zrul, Maya, and myself as the initial voting members. They demand housing within the walls, along with buildings for their craftsmen and traders to set up shop, and storage areas for their farmers to store their crops. Finally, they demand the space to set up a temple to Sirik.
Topher could almost see the steam rising off the Duke's head.
We have the space, husband,
Maya replied, tone neutral.
And while I don't love having a temple to the god of death, I am not about to tell anyone, even orcs and hobbs, who they can and can't worship. Death is part of the natural world,
Natalie added.
It is not by itself evil, despite how some may see it.
Bah! Marshal Kasuki will have my back,
Angus mumbled. Did you think this would be easy, Da? Neil posed. Don't you forget, the Dragonkin are coming surely as the sun will rise tomorrow. We turned away their ambassadors, and now we've defeated the force they arrayed against us. I don't think they're the forgiven type. Our hope rests in forging strong alliances with those around us, even if it is orcs, hobbs, and goblins. Topher mentally cheered him. While Neil would always be Neil, the war had given him a purpose. To save his people.
Your dad just needs to grumble a bit.
Maya smiled.
None of us love this arrangement, but we know it will be best for our people.
Pah!
Came the only reply, like a song stuck on repeat.
Besides, me people will never stand for this. They lost loved ones to these monsters.
You do our people an injustice. They are stronger than you know. But we need to show them the way,
Maeve replied, moving closer to her dad.
It won't be easy to overcome centuries of hate and bigotry, but the greenskins are not monsters any more than we are. Like us, they are doing what they think is right, or doing what they're told, to provide for their families. We need to demonstrate forgiveness, and our people will follow. Or have you that little faith in them?
Shoulders slumping, the Duke sighed heavily.
Years of hatred is a hard habit to break. But you've the right of it, girl. I promise to try.
Do or do not. There is no try,
Jack mimicked in a heavily accented Yoda. After an awkward silence, everyone parted ways, the Duke and Duchess needing to work with their advisors on drawing up the treaty papers, and then parley with the orcs and hobs along with somehow convincing their people of this alliance. Jack asked if he could tag along with them, mentioning that he needed to have a few provisions written into the treaty. Topher decided to head back to the monastery, after having spent all morning in the kitchens helping with the various meals. His ability to produce more food from small amounts of inferior ingredients was, like a guy with a truck, both a curse and a blessing. He thought about trying to find Bo and Grits, but decided against it. They were both supremely driven, and he was pretty sure they were sleeping in the shops of the craftsmen they were working with. He had no desire to delve into the world of magical engineering or architecture or whatever else those crazy kids were getting themselves into. He was pleasantly surprised how easily they'd taken to this world. But seeing is believing. Walking into the open-air courtyard, he was greeted by the sight of monks adorned in light blue robes in various stages of training. A few were meditating, eyes closed as they sat cross-legged on woven mats. One lady even hovering a few feet off the ground. Some were working on their air magic, jumping off walls or moving heavy wooden boxes with powerful gusts of air. Finally, others were sparring, or practicing their unarmed combat on wooden training dummies.
This reminds me of the training sequence in Bloodsport. We, just need someone roped up doing the splits and another person serving tea blindfolded.
Excellent call, but you've never seen Bloodsport.
Yes, but, you've seen it, and what you've seen, I've seen.
Wait, does that mean you have access to all my memories? I mean, kids experiment in college. After a long pause, Jeff replied with a single word.
Awkward.
Topher kept moving, eager to move on to a new topic. Thankfully, Kina, one of the leaders of the sect, glided down to him from a nearby walkway, hand raised for an open-palmed high five, which he returned. She was slightly older than him, and tall for a halfling, standing just over 4 feet, her silvery hair tied up in a neat bun.
Topher, have you come to cook us lunch?
She asked, eyes lighting up. I could be persuaded, he chuckled. But first I want to get some training in. Meditation has vastly improved my control over the air element, but I have so much more to learn. It still feels a little like luck when I get my air forms to do what I want.
Well, you've come to the right place. In return for more of your dumpling soup or egg noodles, I'll guide you personally.
It's a deal, he replied, setting down his backpack and lining up across from her. Using the elements was different from how the others used magic. They would utter arcane syllables, and sometimes use hand gestures, and then will the magic to take form. For him, he had to move his body in certain patterns and forms, gathering and then releasing the element he was trying to use. Some forms and patterns were more complex, and took longer, such as fog cloud. Others were simple, and could be completed relatively fast, like his air jump. What the monks in Edinburgh had taught him was that with practice, he could slightly alter forms to change the nature of how he used the element, especially when he connected those forms to his mana pathways or ki. Instinctually, he had figured some of this out on his own, even bending the wall of wind to be horizontal. But now he understood how to do it deliberately, opening up endless possibilities. He spent the rest of the day with them, a mix of training, meditation, and cooking. The sun was well below the horizon when he made his way back to the dining hall, hoping to catch his friends. They were there, even Bo and Grits for a change, just finishing up dinner.
Topher!
Bo cheered, using a piece of bread to wipe the last of the gravy off his plate.
Not sure how you did it given our limited supplies, but the beef stroganoff was breathtaking.
That's not beef, Topher yawned. While he couldn't get physically tired, his mind still needed sleep and rest. Grits must have seen the yawn. Speaking of beef, what cut of meat do you get from an extremely tired butcher? Not waiting for a reply, he continued. A filet mignon. As much as he didn't want to, he couldn't help but crack a smile, emitting a small chuckle that transformed itself into a deep belly laugh. Grits, please don't ever change, he whispered, sitting down on the bench next to him and Bo. I want to hear about what you two have been up to, but first I'd like to find out how the parlay went this afternoon. Jack, looking up from a pair of dice he was carving from white wood, responded. Well, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that the halflings, orcs, hobgoblins, and goblins have agreed to peace. The orcs and hobgoblins will be moving into the city in the next few days, integrating themselves into halfling society. While I'm sure there will be problems, it's a start. We were able to get everything we wanted written into the treaty. The former orc stronghold will be ours for the taking, and Dobby and the goblin tribes will live with us there. And the bad news? Topher prompted. The bad news is that the stronghold is only partially usable. The main reason the orcs were so willing to part with it is that they were never able to fully clear the fort and bring its power source online. It's hard to understand exactly why, but something about it being haunted by the spirits of the past. Sweet Scooby-Doo, it's never easy, is it? Topher sighed. There's more. They did not part with the fortress and their goblin slaves easily. Most of the items and wealth we've accumulated to date will be given to the orcs as tribute. Something to help them get started in the city. It's as good as any of us could expect, buddy, Gooch said. They really didn't want to part with it, or with the goblins, who they've used as cheap labor for centuries. It was only with your diplomacy skills and a bit of luck that they agreed to sell. Sure, we're buying a fixer-upper, but better that than having to fight for it. Topher let out a breath he didn't remember holding. Fine, so what's next? Simple. We take over the stronghold, defeat any ancient guardians, find the power source, destroy the Ravanan siphoning device, and build up its defenses. And free Joe, Jack piped in. Oh, and don't forget we'll need allies to help us hold off the Ravanan, Neil added. Midar's planning to visit me uncle the king, but we'll need the other races to join us if we want to stand a chance. How much time do you think we have before the Ravanans pay us a visit? Time is in short supply these days, a kind, elderly voice declared as Mandrake strode out from behind one of the stone pillars.
Dungeon Master!
They all cried at once, jumping to their feet. The 3-foot-tall elderly gnome with his red robe shuffled over to the table, levitating himself up to the top of it with a wave of his hand, which was still holding his pipe. He held a hand up to forestall the impending hugs. You've had a busy week from the looks of it, he started, pulling some tobacco out of his pocket and placing it into his pipe. A minor victory, to be sure, but a victory nonetheless. Even a small splinter can spell the end for a mighty foe. Beyond that, you've turned an enemy into an ally. Most impressive. He turned to look at Bo and Grits, who were openly gawking at the gnome. Did you really make an A-team-like vehicle? With heavy influence from Mad Max, Grits answered proudly. The original design had the vehicle shooting fire, but we couldn't quite figure out the magic to make that work. How's it going on Coronado? Jack asked, leaning forward, clearly eager for more news. Unfortunately, your victory here is the only one. The elves and minotaurs are slowly being driven back by the superior Ravanan forces. Their unwillingness to put aside centuries of anger and work together will cost them the war. Still, they're making the Draconian soldiers pay in green blood for every step they take. How much time do we have, Dungeon Master? Gooch asked, watching him light his pipe with the tip of his finger and take a long pull. It will still be months before they can fully claim the continent. It's not helping that their portal system seems to be on the fritz, he said with a smirk, blowing smoke that took the shape of large rectangular portals. Although Danjai, a commander in the Ravanan military responsible for conquering Lirin, is up to something. If I were you, I would expect trouble in a few months from him, and whatever forces he can gather. What about the Merrick Accords? Topher asked suspiciously. You seem to be helping us more than you have in the past. I've requested, and been granted, some latitude. It seems the Ravanan have upset some very powerful people. However, I am still forbidden to act directly in the conflict. Providing information and slight meddling with portals is the limit of my involvement. What's our next move, Mandrake?
Jack implored, using the Dungeon Master's real name.
You seem to be doing okay figuring things out for yourselves, Jackie,
he replied, overpronouncing the Y.
But if you need validation, I'll tell you what you already know.
You still need to eliminate the 3 remaining power sources to stop the growth of the electromagnetic pulse on Earth. You need to find more allies. You need to prepare your defenses against a Ravanan invasion. Finally, you need to get stronger, which reminds me.
You have completed the quest, Pearls for Portals. You have received 250 experience and 250 gold. You have completed the quest, Pearls for Portal. You have received 250 experience and 250 gold.
Clever, Jackie. Topher thought he knew why Jack was making Dungeon Master say the objectives, and he waited with anticipation for new quest boxes to appear in his vision. His excitement was unfounded, as nothing appeared.
I still don't understand this quest system.
Well, at least we have the Pearl and Power Sources quests.
The system giveth and the system taketh,
Jeff said ominously in his head.
The system knoweth when you are trying to gameth it.
Why the Old English? Trying to sound more intelligent?
Is it working?
Kinda. They talked for a few more hours, the topic of conversation centering on how to find and free Joe. Smoke continued to fill the room, giving most of them a slight contact buzz.
There's the shadowy figure of Joe now,
Dungeon Master crowed, mouth agape as he pointed at a shadow in the corner of the room. When they turned back from the ruse, he was gone. Classic Dungeon Master, Topher shouted happily, glad that at least some things never changed. Chapter 47. Since their work with the halflings was finished, Glandor made the executive decision to head back that night, so Jack spent the next few hours helping the druids and Lucy pack their wagons and seeing them off, telling them all that he would make a point to visit soon. Afterward, he made a quick trip to the bathhouse before retiring to the bunk room, mentally and physically tired from a long day. RD rested on the bed next to him. So, you really never get physically tired? He asked Topher for the 3rd time. Think of the possibilities, man. You dominate in any long-distance race, and climbing Mount Everest would be a joke.
That's great, Jackie. If we ever make it back home again, I'll be sure to get right on that.
Besides, are we sure our magical perks and spells will work if we do return? Last time I checked, Earth didn't have enough ley lines or whatever it takes to support magic. I wonder if my unnaturally long life would even apply back home. Do you really think it'll matter? Gooch asked, turning on his side to stare at Topher. Between us and a long life stand thousands of Ravanan warriors. Let's cross that bridge when we get to it. Gooch, don't be Anthony Michael Hall and Edward Scissorhands. Did you think we'd even make it this far? Have faith, big man, Jack chided. In you?
Always, Jackie. Always.
Gooch breathed, turning again on his back. But there's still a mountain we must climb if we're going to save Earth. Jack opened his mouth to speak, but Topher cut him off. We know, Jackie. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. You've beaten that horse to death, buddy. We get it. Speaking of beating horses, what has 4 legs and flies? That's right, a dead horse. Grits added helpfully. Seriously, though, you've got Bo and I now, so cheer up.
Not sure about Bo, but I just dinged level 3 in my city administrator profession, mainly due to assisting Maeve the last few days.
I also leveled up a number of my crafting skills to beginner, and I even have my pun skill at apprentice. After receiving distraught stares, he continued. Okay, that last one is not true. No matter how many jokes I tell, I never get that skill. Still, my guide, Kai Allard Liao, must have picked up my sense of humor. I have architecture perks named If It Ain't Baroque, Don't Fix It, and Frank Lloyd was right. Not sure about puns, but if buffoonery was a skill, Jack would be Grand Master by now, Topher replied. Level 4 for me. Bo snuck in, hands idly combing through his beard as he sat up on his bed excitedly. I guess designing and creating new inventions is good for the soul and the XP. As you guys know, I dabbled with crafting prior to coming to Rigara. I have a few skills at journeyman and apprentice with engineering at expert rank. The other crafters are amazed at our progress. They've never seen anyone gain skills as fast as Grits and I.
Spock thinks it has something to do with us not being from Rigara. Still, it's too bad professions don't level like classes after all the enemies we defeated with Star Fury. Star Fury? It's what I named the Mad Max destruction vehicle Grits and I, along with the town's craftsmen, created. Seeing blank expressions, he continued. From Babylon 5? Come on, guys! Sorry, Grits muttered. I swear you said stir-fry. Which is actually a good description of what that thing does to anything it meets. Make the name officially stir-fry? All in favor? Jack asked the group. A chorus of ayes cheered out, with one dissenting nay.
The ayes have it, then,
Jack pronounced, pounding a fake gavel as he sat up in his bed. Bo, your face is getting redder than my skin, Topher said with a wink before changing the topic. But since we're talking experience, I dinged level 12, almost to 13. I have some perks that improve my jumping ability, and I was able to advance my mind mana pathway, making me just a bit smarter and wiser than the rest of you. I'm level 13, Gooch said, not taking the bait. Between the battle and my training with Bavo, a number of my skills have increased as well. I also took a perk that changes all critical hits on me to standard hits. If I get any tankier, you guys are going to have to call me Sherman. Finally, by defeating General Zruel mano a mano, I completed a quest and was granted a new perk that allows me to extend my protection aura, granting an additional 5 defense to anyone within 10 feet of me. How about you, Jack? Another reason to stay close to you, buddy. I selected the Charm spell as my level 13 spell choice. Beyond a number of skills increasing, I also ranked up my perception and chose to improve my sense of sight. Although right now it's more a curse than a blessing. I've had a near constant headache since I selected it last night. He decided not to tell them that he had also learned the investigation skill, and received 7 points from his prior experience back on Earth. He was sure most of that was from his ill-conceived detective agency, Encyclopedia Jack.
Really?
Came Alexa's startled voice. What can I say? I was a big fan of Encyclopedia Brown. He had closed up shop after 4 months, and his 9th case involving investigating cheating husbands. It was nothing like the books he read in elementary school. You know, it's strange to be together and not playing D&D, Grits joked. We're just missing T and Joe. To be fair, we're not playing it, we're living it, Topher said, tossing balls of air back and forth as he lay on his bed. Maybe we should play a new game while we're on this side of the portal. A game where we roleplay the everyday lives of Earthlings. Long snapper for the Green Bay Packers, Gooch immediately replied. Still playing the defender, eh, Gooch? I'll take OnlyFans foot model that uses the money he makes to fund his secret identity as a crime fighter, Bo said. Gross, but you do you. I guess I'd play an IT guy at a small regional accounting firm, Topher said. I call Bo. I want to roleplay real-life Bo, Grits chimed in.
Get a room!
Topher coughed into his hand before looking up at the group. Sorry, I must have caught something at the monastery.
Admit your love for each other.
He coughed again.
Still with me,
he said, fist pounding on his chest in an exaggerated motion. You've got problems, bud, Jack chuckled. I'll play a leader of a cult devoted to Tombstone-era Val Kilmer, and I'm guessing Joe would need to choose between a swimsuit model and astronaut. Well, I guess since this is role-playing, he would choose a swimsuit model that was also an astronaut. Jack's voice cracked a bit as he said Joe's name, sobering up the group. Come back to us, buddy. Epilogue. Joe gazed down at his friends, bending over a gray, nearly transparent pocket shadow that let him see into their world. Although he still couldn't physically interact with it. He wanted to push a shadow version of himself into their room, but it wasn't worth the immense pain and energy it took to do so. He would continue to save the ability for when they needed him the most. Still, he enjoyed seeing his friends again. It was also nice to see colors again, as the plane of shadow consisted only of various shades of white, black, and gray. Seeing them turn off their light, which meant Gooch completely dimming himself, Joe stood up.
still surprised when he felt no pain. He was an avid runner, and at some point on Earth had tweaked his back. It usually gave him a twinge of pain when he stood up from a crouched position. But the magic of Rigara and the damned transformation process had cured him of that injury.
Rigara will probably cure me of living too, but I'm choosing to look on the bright side.
Time worked differently on the Shadow Plane. From what he could tell by sneaking occasional glances at his friends, only a week or so had transpired on Rigara. However, for him it had been nearly 7 weeks, most of that time spent avoiding Lord Mercaditos and his allies, while simultaneously looking for a way back. He would have been killed or captured immediately upon closure of the portal, if not for the accidental aid of the umbral shadow dragon Silgoth and her cult of shadowy undead who ambushed the prince and his forces. Joe was able to escape while the two sides fought with the aid of Ashvi, a priest of Arian, and another prisoner of the Shadow Plane. From what Joe could make out, with some of his knowledge gaps filled in by Ashvi, there were multiple planes of shadow. This one mirrored the landscape of Rigara, except that it was a land of ruin, with sharp, jagged rocks dotting the monochrome landscape. Where cities rose proudly on Rigara, only destroyed husks remained in the Shadow Plane. Most of the intelligent denizens of the plane fell into two groups that sided with either Mercaditos or Silgoth, but Ashvi was a part of a small contingent of outcasts that had found themselves trapped on the plane. They lived in secrecy, using the remains of what Joe thought might be the orc stronghold that was northeast of Edinburgh to hide themselves from the stronger forces. They were basically fleas, living on 2 large dogs. As long as the dogs were fighting, they were ignored. If that were to change, they wouldn't last long. Not for the first time, Joe wished he still had his survival token. It was on his short list of items to look for on this plane. He was fairly sure if he died over here while in possession of one, he would wake up on the Rigaran side of the magic portal.
I mean, I'm pretty sure. Like 99% sure. Well, at least 70%.
We've been through this before.
C-3PO's robotic voice echoed in his mind.
There is a 23% chance that the survival token would malfunction when it tried to teleport your body back to the portal. Besides, you would lose all of your equipment.
Why can't you do something helpful for a change, instead of telling me what I already know, Goldenrod?
Don't blame me. I'm your interface guide. I'm not supposed to know this shadow plane from a computer terminal,
came an abrupt reply.
Okay. Points for using a modified Star Wars quote. It doesn't make my situation any better. He was certain Gooch would figure out a way to save him, especially with the aid of Bo and Grits. He just needed to stay alive. Crouching along a shattered wall that barely reached his waist, he teleported between darker shadows provided by the white moon, using a new perk he'd gained when he leveled up.
Shadow Step. You gain the ability to step into a shadow and step out from another shadow you can see. There is no cooldown or limit to the number of times you can use this ability.
Although there wasn't anything like day and night in the Shadow Plane, it was generally darker for 12 hours, with the white moon providing ample shadows. During the other 12 hours it was lighter, with the black moon piercing the light to provide the same dark shadows. It made no scientific sense, but what did in this strange place? He arrived back at a crumbled tower some of the other non-natives used as their shelter, appearing just in time for dinner. Food, once again, was a shadow lurker that Roni, an elven huntsman, had snared in one of his traps. The lurker was the size of a small dog, reminding Joe of the swamp rats from The Princess Bride. It was one of the hundreds of shadowy, deformed creatures that dwelled on this plane, twisted versions of their Rigaran counterparts that the outcasts had to fight daily to keep their camp secure. Slicing off a large piece of meat and sitting on a smooth rock, he gave a nod to Roni, who was still turning the spit slowly over an ethereal flame that gave off no smoke.
Evening, Joe. How goes it? What's black, white, gray, and bored all over?
This guy, he said, pointing 2 thumbs at himself, giving a nod to Ashvi, who joined them, her black hair pulled back in a ponytail.
I've got Lamont still scouting, but nothing to report yet. I still don't understand why you named your shadow familiar Lamont, Roni replied.
It's just an odd name, that's all.
I told you, it's the real name of the shadow,
A story from back home.
Speaking of back home, you've been watching your friends again, haven't you?
Ashvi asked, giving Joe a knowing look and taking a seat next to him, placing her hand gently on top of his in a reassuring manner.
That way lies madness, wanting what you can never have. Best to forget them and make your life here. Embrace the way of the shadow.
My friends will come for me. You don't know them like I do. To fully embrace the shadow meant to give your soul over to it, becoming a creature of shadow as Ashvi and Roni had done. The benefits were enormous, greatly increasing the survivability on this plane. Currently, his spells and physical attacks with his frost rapier were only partially effective against everything on this side. If he were to accept and absorb the constant shadow that swirled around him, that wouldn't be an issue. But he wasn't sure what potential side effects there would be when he was back on Rigara. Would he even be able to exist there? Besides, he knew his Star Wars mythology. The dark side was easier, more seductive, but not more powerful. Unfortunately, despite his will, he knew he was slowly absorbing the spectral material, and it would only be a matter of time before he could resist no longer.
Sure they will. We've all said that before, but friends and family will only let you down. No, the only one you can depend on is yourself, and the mates you meet on this side.
She finished, slapping a calloused hand on Roni's shoulder. You guys saved me, and I won't forget that. When my friends find us a way out of here, you're coming with. In fact, the entire community can come with, even Greta. At just over 60, Greta was the oldest of them, and the community's wise woman. Although her husband, Bert, officially led the group, everyone knew Greta was in charge. For some reason, she never really got along with Joe. All because I made a small pass at her daughter.
Slowly moving next to her and then grinding on her as she performed the tribe's sacred dance was not your best idea.
3PO, not now!
Sometimes I just don't understand human behavior. After all, I'm just trying to do my job.
Joe knew his friends would come for him. The same way he knew 2 + 2 = 4. And after having weeks to think about how he treated his friends, and even the friendly citizens of Edinburgh, he vowed he would be different. Jack was right. Something changed within him when he crossed into the epic intelligence threshold. But he was using that as an excuse for being a grade-A jackass.
You are only acting in the cold, logical manner that your high intelligence demands,
came C-3PO's robotic voice in his mind, clearly trying to throw him a bone. Being a human dictates that I also treat them with the respect and love they deserve as my closest friends, he replied. Being smarter than them doesn't justify my condescending attitude.
Agree to disagree.
Audibly sighing, he ignored his guide and focused his will on resisting the shadow essence, something that was getting harder and harder to do. Looking at his character sheet, he could see that he was already being infected. He pulled it up to review it again before heading off to get some sleep. In the weeks he had been in the shadow plane, the constant fighting had leveled him up to 13, well on his way to 14. His spells and skills had likewise improved. His eyes were drawn to the new trait he had received a few weeks back, and he mentally clicked on it to read the description again.
Shadow touched. Though you have not fully embraced the shadow, you have absorbed a significant amount of shadow essence. Your skin takes on a slight gray tint, marking you as a hybrid creature of shadow. You have resistance against dark magic and negative energy attacks. Your partially incorporeal form also protects you from non-magical attacks, making them less effective against you. Your magic is tinged with shadow, granting a chance to summon a shadow version of any spell you cast. Finally, you are vulnerable to light-based spells and attacks, and you will take ongoing damage when in full daylight.
I guess my sunbathing days are behind me. This has been The Other Guys Book 3, Heroes of Last Resort 3rd Edition. Written by C.T. Knospe and J.K. Galioto. Narrated by Zachary Johnson. Featuring Annie Ellicott as Alexa and the rest of the female cast. And Jeff Hayes as all Ravanans and other supporting characters. Proofing by Dory Sachs. Editing and mastering by Mike Smith. Text copyright 2023 by Flaming Fist Publishing, LLC. Production copyright 2024 by Soundbooth Theater. Facebook groups are great for meeting other listeners with similar interests and finding more great audiobooks. To find more video game fiction,
visit the Game Lit Society group, or if you want to find more from Sound Booth Theater, visit the Sound Booth Theater Live group. To stay up to date on upcoming audiobooks, or to see us perform live, sign up for our newsletter at soundbooththeater.com. A Sound Booth Theater production.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.